Azure Data Factory is the backbone of Azure data engineering interviews. And in 2025, competition is really high. That's why I have created this complete Azure Data Factory project, which will cover everything you need from scratch, including on-prem files migration to Azure blobs, data ingestion using REST APIs, data migration from SQL database to data lake, incremental data ingestion using modern architecture, setting up logic apps to send failure alerts, code repository and Git integration for DevOps, data transformations using different file formats such as Parquet, JSON, Delta, etc., scheduling the automatic orchestration of the pipelines, building a Medallion architecture, and much more. But why I have covered so much in this particular project? The answer is very simple. Because you need to level up in 2025 and you actually need to master Azure Data Factory before sitting in the interviews. And you know the best thing, with the God's grace, a lot of people have already cracked the top MNCs by following the project videos on this channel. You just need to be focused and you just need to complete the project thoroughly. That's it. So if you want to crack your dream job this year, you need to just start it by writing down in the comment section that I will crack my dream role, dream job this year. And rest of the things will be taken care by this video. So let's get started. So what's up my fam? Happy Sunday to all of you. Today's Sunday is very special because you will get some news, some new things and all. So let's discuss everything. First of all, Azure Data Factory Masterclass. Basically, this is a masterclass with the help of an end-to-end project. I know that Azure Data Factory is very much in demand. So what I thought, I know that I also have one tutorial, which is like very basic tutorial. What I thought, Azure Data Factory is the backbone of all the Azure related data engineering roles. And not even that, for Fabric as well, Data Factory is there. So I thought let's learn, or you can say let's master Azure Data Factory with respect of an end-to-end project with respect to Data Factory only. Yes, I have made so many projects in which we have just integrated so many technologies, but this project will be purely using Azure Data Factory. Purely Azure Data Factory. Why? Because you will learn a lot of advanced features. You will learn all the ins and outs, how you just perform in the real world with respect of Azure Data Factory. And the best thing, you will actually learn the real-time scenarios that you can actually highlight in your resume. Because the thing is, I feel so happy. So just the recent incident, I just got one message on LinkedIn and the person was saying, hey, I just cracked one data engineer role and I got offers from multiple top MNCs. He didn't disclose the company name, and obviously I also didn't ask the company name. I think, yeah, I remember the company name. I think he mentioned in that particular message. So obviously I cannot take the name. So I feel literally so happy when people DM me, or let's say comment on the YouTube videos that they just crack the offers, they just crack the top MNCs, or you can say big 4 companies. I literally feel so happy. And then they just share the experiences as well. Like, let's say if someone is asking in the reply, hey, what did you do? So obviously they just put this thing, hey, I just followed Ansh Lamba's project videos and I just explained very well in the interviews. So I think if my projects are helping you all, so it's my duty to just create more and more in-depth projects, because I knew the pain, because in the interviews you have to put some real-time projects, and that is the only motivation behind the project videos that I make. And I literally feel happy when people say, hey, your project videos are actually real-time project videos. Yes, we use very simple data set, maybe on Kaggle, maybe on open data set, which is available widely, because we cannot use any company's data set, which is like against, you can say, any kind of company rule. That is why we use open data sets. But I add a particular X factor in my project. With the help of those, you can say, clean data set, we create complex pipelines, we create complex scenarios, and then we try to solve those problems. So that is the kind of X factor in my projects that I put. And I literally feel happy that you guys are cracking interviews using those project videos. And obviously, using a clean data set versus not using a clean data set is actually not making a difference. What you are doing with that particular data set, what exactly the problems you are solving with that data set is actually making the difference. So in my project videos, I create scenarios that are strongly aligned with the industry that most of the data engineers will be doing in the real life. So it's not about data, it's about orchestration. It's about, you can say, making the flows, how data can travel from one place to another, considering all the real-time scenarios. And that legacy will be followed in this project as well. A lot of you will say, hey, what is the prerequisite for this project? What is blah, blah, blah? And what is this video for? What is the agenda? So the thing is, this video is for beginners. Why? Because this video will be covering everything from scratch, very much in detail. So if you do not have any prior experience with Azure Data Factory, you can continue with that video. If you are intermediate, you have some experience, this video is for you. Why? Because we're gonna cover some amazing, you can say, scenarios that you will be tackling, and modern scenarios, not the, you can say, old school scenarios. Incremental data loading, but with respect to data lake. What? Just a hint, we will not be using watermark table because that is like outdated approach. So that is one thing. Second thing, loading data from on-prem to Azure. We will not be using on-prem SQL database. No, we will be using on-prem blob storage because that is the, you can say, most in-demand technology right now in order to travel data from on-prem to Azure, because AI is here, and for AI, you need to work with blobs, right? So we're gonna tackle some amazing real-time scenarios as well with respect to this project. And there's a great news, just a quick news. And I was thinking like I should not share it, but I thought like, let's share it. So today is, I think, Sunday. So next Sunday, 3rd of August, it's my birthday. So I'll be waiting for your wishes. I'll be waiting for your messages. Really? So I'm a baby from inside. So I really like messages whenever you send. Okay, all the wishes, all the blessings. So I'm open to all of those messages. So just spread out all your feelings, all your thoughts on my birthday. I'll be reading all the messages. I will make sure that I will be replying. Even I will just make sure. Make sense? Okay, so let me just share the architecture of this project with you, and let me just give you a brief introduction. But I don't want to give you a, you can say, in detail introduction about architecture, because you will be learning everything by doing it in this particular video with respect to Azure Data Factory. And you know what? We also gonna cover Azure Logic Apps, which is the backbone for alerting system. This video has a lot of things. I'm really excited to get started with this. So let's get started. So this is the architecture of the project. Without delaying, let's focus on the source. As you can see that we have so many different types of sources. See, in this project, we're gonna master Azure Data Factory. So obviously it's my duty to cover all the famous and all the in-demand data sources. Number one, on-premise. Let me just tell you, on-premise data sources are also of different formats. Two are the most used and widely adapted: on-premise SQL database and on-premise files. On-premise SQL database is not a big deal right now, I think, because now companies have already started migrating the data. They have already set up their pipelines, because on-premise SQL data migration was a big thing approximately 2 to 3 years ago. But now they have already built their pipelines, and now their pipelines are running fine. They actually do not need to worry about anything. So what is the in-demand thing for on-premise data source? So now the new thing which is in demand is on-premise data files, because companies have stored so many files, especially finance team. Data is stored actually in the restricted drives. Okay, and they want to continue doing that. Why? Because obviously they have like some restricted data, they have some invoices, they have some financial data. So obviously they want to keep that data within the restricted drives, but at the same time they want to migrate it. For what? For data modeling, for data warehousing, for data lakes, data lake house, for all those use cases. Make sense? So that is why migrating on-premise data files is the new in-demand thing. So I have covered this topic very much in detail, covering all the errors, all the, you can say, blocks that you can see in this particular video. Okay. Then we are also going to cover SQL database, because obviously SQL database is like SQL database. Either it's on-prem, cloud, SQL database is SQL database. So you have to like master migrating data from SQL to data lake. Then we're gonna make some API calls, REST APIs, and we're gonna use GitHub as well. So we're gonna actually just ingest data from so many different sources. And do you know what? We are going to create dynamic pipelines, and it will not be like just normal dynamic pipelines. Let me just give you a hint, because I don't want to give you some spoilers, because this project is actually very adventurous. For example, incremental loading. Incremental loading is not a new concept. We know that. But you know what? Incremental loading is actually updated with the time, or I would say is recently updated in the late 2024 and in the early 2025. People used to use watermark tables for their, you can say, incremental data loading, date, storage. But now we do not use watermark tables. Why? Because we do work with lakehouse, we do work with data lakes, right? So you cannot create watermark tables in data lakes. What do we do as an alternative to it? You will get to know within this video. So there are so many updates in the traditional approaches, plus new concepts, plus all the things that you need to know in Azure Data Factory will be covered in this end-to-end project. Because I thought, Ansh, Lamba, I know that your projects have already helped so many people, and your projects have like absolutely like mastered all those skills, all those real world use cases. Yes, in the projects we do use like sample datasets, very clean datasets, but you create the real time scenarios out of those clean datasets. That is the X factor of my videos. I know that, but I thought, hey Ansh, just dedicate a whole project for Azure Data Factory, because I know my lovely data fam loves Azure Data Factory. So I thought like, hey, it's my duty for you to master, for you, so that you can just master Azure Data Factory. Okay. So within this, do you know what else we're gonna cover? We're gonna cover Medallion architecture. That means we're gonna create the end-to-end Medallion architecture with just using Azure Data Factory. That's it. It is the power of Azure Data Factory. We have data flows, we have mapping data flows, we have all the things. Then it's not just like creating the Medallion architecture. We're gonna create production ready Medallion architecture. What does that mean? You would have heard about alerts. If you have not heard, like, you should just hear it right now. So basically, whenever we just create the production ready pipelines, you need to take care of monitoring as well. So in this particular project, we're gonna just use something called as logic apps, which is totally a different resource of Azure, but it goes hand in hand with Azure Data Factory. Why we use logic apps and how we can just use it, don't worry, it will be covered in this particular video. Then last but not the least, Azure DevOps. As we know that being a data engineer, you should know about Git integration capabilities within the Azure Data Factory, especially how we configure it, how you can just make branches, how you can just create pull request, create the ARM templates. Everything will be covered in this particular project video. In short, you have everything that you need in this particular video. Okay. So I hope you loved this particular architecture. Okay. And if you loved it, just drop a lovely comment right now. And without delaying, let's get started. Ansh, Lamba, where's the dataset? Don't worry, you will get to know along with this video, because there are so many different datasets. There are so many different data sources that we need to cover along with this video. Okay. So let's see. So first of all, in order to get started with this obviously project, you would need the environment. And what is the environment? Environment is Azure. So you would need an Azure account, and the good news is it is free of cost. So if you already have one Azure account, you can use the existing one. Now you will say, hey, what if like I have already used all the credits and all? So simple question and simple answer. You either need to create a new account, or you need to go with the pay as you go service, in which you would need to just pay for the services that you'll be using. That's it. Okay, and you can just check the website how much it will cost. It will be around, I think, approximately $1 to $2 per something per. You can just actually check it because I don't want to give you the false information. But yeah, you can just go with the pay as you go, and a lot of people use pay as you go account for learning purpose as well. So it's not a big deal. So you can simply search Azure free account. Okay, and you will land on any link. Okay, just click on the very first link, and here you can see that try Azure for free. So this is a service which is pay as you go. If you are creating the you can say Azure account for first time, you do not need to actually click on it because you can use the free credits. Click on try Azure for free, and it will actually ask you for the sign up. So if you already have one Outlook account, you can use that one. If you do not have any Outlook account or any Microsoft account, you need to click on create one and just click here and create a new one, and then just put the you can say email ID again at the same location. That's it. The thing is, when you will just put your email ID, it will give you a kind of form that you need to fill your name, your details, everything, and then it will ask you for some details such as your card details and all, so that it can verify, okay, you will be using our services. Why it needs to verify? Because it gives you something called as $200, which is a big amount, not a small amount, and you actually use those 200 credits to use the services, and it will be, you can say, available for 30 days. So you can just complete this video within 30 days and you will not be charged. If 30 days are over, let's say you have already consumed that amount, you can say all the credits in other videos, you can simply pick pay as you go service and it is fine. You can simply go with that as well if you want to learn new things, because obviously, see, you are learning a technology, you are learning something, okay, and you are already from a background where you have already paid so much of money in your school, in your university, in your college, whatever. So you know this thing that if you want to learn something, you need to pay for the service, right? So currently you are watching this video and I am just making this available for free. That's it. But if you want to just, let's say your credits are over, you can actually go with the pay as you go service and you can just pay for the technology. That's fine. Okay, so it's up to you how you want to set up your environment. It's totally up to you. Okay, so once your environment is set up, now let's actually go inside our Azure portal account. And in order to go there, basically search portal.azure.com. This is the URL that we use. Hit enter and it will ask you, hey, put your email account that you have created. So you just need to put the same email account that you have created with your free credits, okay, and then everything will be fine. So let me quickly put my email and my credentials, and let me just show you how our portal account looks like, and then we will be just setting up all the things. Don't worry at all. Okay, let's do it. So I am here on my Azure portal account. Okay, and this is the home page that you will also be seeing. It will not be exactly same. For example, these services can be different. Okay, this is just like recent resources that you would have searched in the search bar and all. Okay, so now we need to focus on Azure Data Factory, not on Azure itself, right? So what you will be doing, we will just discussing the stuff that are related for Azure Data Factory only. And the very first thing that we need to discuss is resource group. What is a resource group? Basically, resource group is a kind of your root directory, or you can say root folder, where you store all of the files, all of the applications, everything. Simple. The same thing that you do on your local machine. Same thing we have here, but we have a unique name called resource group. Why? Because within the resource group, we save, or you can say store, something called as resources. Now, what are resources? Resources, just a fancy name for the services that we use from Azure. If we are using Azure Data Factory, that is a resource. If we are using Data Lake, that is a resource. If we are using Azure Databricks, that is a resource. So all those services are just called as resources, just fancy name. And in order to hold all these services or resources, we have resource group. Simple, simple, simple. Very good. So now quickly create a resource group. And how you can create a resource group? You can either click on this, create a resource, or you can click on search bar. I prefer using search bar. I will simply go here and type resource group. Perfect. Click on this and here you will see all the resource group. I have so many. So just click on create. I will create a new one and I will name it as ADF project. Okay, region, you can pick any region. I will simply pick Canada Central. Okay, then click on review plus create and click on create for one more time, and that's it. That's it. Go to resource group, and I am here in my resource group. It is empty. Yeah, what are you expecting in this resource group, bro? You have just created it, so it is empty. Yeah, I know, and it should be empty. Now we need to obviously work with Azure Data Factory. So what should be our first resource? Wow, very difficult question. Obviously it should be Azure Data Factory, right? So simply click on plus create. Okay, after going within this resource group, and just type. So basically this will take you to the marketplace. So this is a marketplace where you can see all the services, all the resources, everything. Okay, so I'll simply type Azure Data Factory, or just type Data Factory, same thing. Search, and this is the service that you need to pick. Do not pick any other one. Okay, just click here, and this is the service that we need to create. Oh, it has 607 ratings. Just 607 ratings? I was expecting at least millions. Click on create, and perfect. So here's the thing, we need to configure our data factory, and you can see that it has auto-filled the resource group. Why? Because we created Azure Data Factory from inside the resource group. If you do not have resource group, if you're directly creating the data factory, you can click on create new. It will create a new resource group for you. That's the flexibility you have. Now let's give a unique name for our data factory. I will simply say Ansh Data Factory. Okay, this name is already taken. Who is Ansh? Who is Ansh? Who is using my name? Yes, you need to pick a unique name that should be unique, let's say throughout the Azure network. I will say Ansh Data Factory, maybe. Taken. Ansh Lamba is taken. Not really. So Ansh Lamba Data Factory. Oh, come on, man. This is also taken. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Ansh Lamba Data Factory project. Is this available? Oh, finally. Ansh Lamba Data Factory project. So you can also pick any name. Okay. So region equals East US. Let's pick Canada Central because we should keep the resources within the same region in which we have resource group. It is good for the latency and all. Okay, then Git configuration. So for now we are not configuring Git. Yes, we will cover Git as well later on in this video. Once we have developed all the resources, I will just show you how you can just configure Git as well. But for now, configure Git later. Yes, we're gonna talk about Git as well in this particular video. This is like end-to-end video for you, bro. Click on review plus create, and that's it. It will create the Azure Data Factory for you. Okay, perfect. And I think it will take hardly a few seconds to create. See, it is created, it is done. So now you can either click on go to resource, but what I do, like I go to home page, I click on resource groups, I just search my resource group, and in our case it is ADF project, and from here I select the resource, and as you can see that we have ADF project data factory. Yes, with this name. So let's actually go inside this and let's actually explore what do we have. Okay, click here and then just click on launch studio. Perfect. So now this is our Azure Data Factory portal. Wow, let me first of all close all the unnecessary tabs. Very good. So you will get a pop-up if you have not set up the code repository. It is fine, we will set up the code repository later in this video, don't worry, just close it. So this is the home page. Okay, this is the home page of your Azure Data Factory portal basically. So what do we have in this particular Azure Data Factory? Nothing special. This is the home page where you can see ingest, orchestrate, transform data, configure SSIS. So these are basically, you can say, quick templates, or you can say quick guidance that Azure has given to us, because obviously whenever they launch a technology they need to guide you, right? So you can click on ingest or orchestrate, so it will ask you some things and your work will be done. But the thing is, see, everything is there, but the thing is discard changes. The thing is, you cannot learn by using these things. You have to learn everything from scratch, like manually, right? We know that we have some automated things, and let me just tell you, in the real world we rarely use these things. Why? Because every solution is unique. Every solution is like depending on so many things. right? And you need to configure all those things manually, and you cannot learn all those things by just clicking on these templates. Okay, so we will be just developing everything from scratch, so that is a good thing. Then this is the thing, author is your, you can say, go-to tool, because you will be developing everything within this tab, so that is fine. Let's click on monitor and let's see what do we have in monitor. So in monitor, as the name suggests, it is for monitoring whatever you are doing within your data factory. Everything will be here, all the pipeline runs, all the failures, success, in progress, status, everything in the pipeline runs. In the trigger runs, it is very similar to pipeline runs, but trigger is just like when you create a trigger to automatically run your pipeline. We're going to talk about triggers as well, don't worry. Then we have change data capture. This is a new thing which is not really new, but yeah, it is still in preview, so I will count it as new. So change data capture is something like when you just want to ingest the data as soon as data is changed in the source. As the name suggests, change data capture. We do not need to worry about that for now. Okay. This is the thing, integration runtime. This is very important. And this is very important if you want to migrate the data from on-premise to Azure. And we're going to talk about this in detail because this is really important. Okay. So the thing is, what is first of all integration runtime? Integration runtime is basically a kind of computation resource for your Azure Data Factory portal, with the help of which it migrates the data, it transforms the data, it executes the activity. So for all those purposes, it needs some kind of computation resource, right? Some kind of computation to run the services, to let's say run the data flows, to run the data migration activities, everything. It needs some computation resource, right? So for all those things, we use something called as integration runtime. Okay, this is simple. But who created this, Ansh Lamba? So this is, you can say, by default created for you. So if you want to, let's say, migrate data within Azure, if you want to process data within Azure, you can use integration runtime provided by Azure, and this is managed by Azure. That is why it is called auto resolve integration runtime. And you can see type is Azure. It is public. It is currently running because it is obviously all the time running. Okay, so this is like the runtime that it provides to you to run anything. But in order to migrate the data from on-premise to Azure, you need to create your own integration runtime and you need to host it to your own local machine. That is why it is called self-hosted integration runtime. Make sense? So that is why we have another tab, self-hosted, and we do not have anything. Don't worry, we'll be creating a new self-hosted integration runtime very soon, and don't worry about that. Then we have Azure, which is Azure SSIS. If you want to, let's say, migrate SSIS jobs, which was very popular integration tool, or is, I would say, for on-premise ETL flows, so you can even import it as well. We do not have anything for now, so that is fine. And obviously not anything for Airflow as well. But we're going to talk about self-hosted in very much in detail, don't worry, because this is the backbone of migrating data from on-premise to Azure, and you need to understand what's going on behind the scenes, not just like, hey, what are the steps, that's it. No, you need to understand what's going on. So basically, if I click on self-hosted integration runtime, okay, I do not have anything, right? So what I will do, I will simply go to manage tab. Now what is this manage tab? Manage tab, as the name suggests, it is used for managing your data factory portal and all the resources, all the objects within the data factory. Let's start from the top. You will see connections. What are connections? Linked services. Okay. So connections are just linked services. Kind of. So basically, let's talk about what is a linked service. First of all, but this is like, you can say, very first thing that you need to know in data factory. And let me just tell you, this is very simple. So linked service. Linked service is just the fancy name for your connection. Oh, really? I think Azure likes using fancy names. So connection. Just tell you one thing. Just forget about Azure, forget about AWS, forget about GCP, anything. Let's say you want to migrate a data. Okay. Let's even forget about migration. You want to use a data. Let's say you have a data sitting in any source. Okay. Sitting in any source. And you are here. You want to use this data. Okay, this is your data. Can you do it directly? No. Obviously, we need to create a connection. That is the thing. That connection is called link service in Azure. So if you have a source, okay, you need to create a connection with it. It is called link service. That's it. Let's say you want to push this data to a destination. Okay, this is the destination. Can you do that? No. Obviously, we need a kind of connection, like where it is going, folder name, file name, database name, you can say host name. Exactly. You need a linked service for that as well. So whenever you are migrating data, or let's say using a data or writing the data, you need a connection between you, or you can say your ADF, and your object, from where you are reading the data or to where you are writing the data. That connection is called link service. That's it. Simple, simple, simple. Fancy name, fancy name. That is a link service for you. And yes, we'll be creating link services, a lot of link services, APIs, on-prem, SQL, a lot of, don't worry. Then we have integration runtimes. Let's talk about integration runtimes. So basically this is the integration runtime, and we have this integration runtime which is automatically given to us by Azure. Okay, very good. If I click on it, we will see something called as monitor. We will see a code. If we want to see it, I can click on it, and this is the thing that I can see, and data flow runtime. I can even see the health of it by clicking on monitor, and it will show me everything. It is running and everything is fine. Very good. Okay, very, very, very good. So let's go to manage, and yes, we can create new integration runtimes, and we're gonna create it very soon. And before that, let me just cover these things very quickly because these are like normal things. We have Microsoft Purview. What is Microsoft Purview? So basically Microsoft Purview is another service which is provided by Microsoft. It goes hand in hand with Azure, and it is basically used to track all the data. It is basically a data governance tool that tracks, hey, from where the data is coming, hey, from where data is going, like, or you can say to where data is going. Hey, what are the schema changes? Hey, what are this? What are that? All those data governance things can be done using Microsoft Purview. It is very popular tool, Microsoft Purview. Data governance is itself not very popular. That is why this tool is also very not widely heard in the industry, but this is really, really good. And this tool is also in, I think, Fabric as well. It's called Fabric Purview. So Purview is really good. Okay. Then we have ADF in Microsoft Fabric, same thing. So if you have ADF, which is Data Factory, and if you just want to do a lift and shift of your Data Factory pipelines in Fabric, which is, you can say, the future technology of Azure, you can just do it in one click. That's it. That is why I always say focus on Data Factory, because Data Factory is the backbone of Azure and Fabric both. You cannot say, hey, Azure Data Factory will not be in use because Azure will be replaced by Fabric. It's not the case, bro. It is not the case. Focus on Azure Data Factory because Azure Data Factory is the backbone. And do you know what? You can even watch my Fabric Data Factory videos. 99% of the things are exactly the same. 99. Or I will say 90. Okay, not 99. 90% of the things are exactly the same. Exactly. So that's the clear indication. Focus on Azure Data Factory. It is not going anywhere. Okay. Then we have source control that we're going to talk about later in the video when we will be just deploying these things. Okay. Then we have triggers. Obviously, trigger is just like, as the name suggests, it is used to trigger the pipeline automatically. Okay. Then we have some global parameters, data flow libraries. That is fine. Security, credentials and all. So all these things are here, but this is the thing that we're going to talk about right now. Integration runtime. So this integration runtime is already running for us, and this is fine. And we are happy with that. Okay. Now I have some data, as we discussed, in my on-premise machine. Okay. So what I will do, let me just explain you the whole, you can say, flow. Okay. Because this is really important. Or let's say you have your data in any machine. Let's not just talk about your local machine. Maybe your data is on your friend's local machine, because it does not actually care where your data is sitting. No, it does not actually care. It just cares about to which machine I have registered my, you can say, integration runtime. So the thing is, what we will do, we will simply create an integration runtime. Okay, like this. Let's say this is a new one. This is the first one. This is the second one. Okay. We will get a key. Okay. Okay. And this is the machine where you have the data. Okay. Where you have the data. Okay. So you will download an application called integration runtime. Okay, integration runtime makes sense. Then you will register this application with this key. Okay, with this particular key. Okay, you will register with this particular key. Now this integration runtime knows this one, which is on the Azure, that you are actually hosting this integration runtime on this particular machine. Make sense? On this particular machine. Now let's say you want to load data which is sitting in the form of blobs. Okay, which is sitting in the form of blobs, and that data is actually on the local machine. Maybe because what I feel with the rise of AI, especially domains like finance, accounting, they do store data in databases, but they do have a lot of invoices, a lot of, you can say, contracts, everything which cannot be stored in the on-prem SQL databases. So then they have to migrate those data as well to cloud, or they want to use that data sitting in the virtual machines, not on the databases. That is why learning how to use that data, how to load that data to Azure using integration runtime is even more important than using, or you can say learning how to import data or load data or migrate data from on-prem SQL server to Azure. Make sense? So now let's say this data is sitting in the drive. It can be local drive, it can be hosted drive as well. Okay, because you can connect to any drive. So let's say this is the hosted drive and you have the data sitting here in the form of files, or like, let's say blobs. You can actually load this data. This is the local, you can say, drive. So Azure will automatically connect this particular ADF portal to this particular drive. Why? Because it knows your integration runtime is here and the local drive is accessible because integration runtime is detected automatically with this key. So this key is here, okay, and it's all the local drives are actually accessible. Plus, let's say in your virtual machine, you have some hosted drives as well. Let's say you have some network drives and all, you can actually use those as well. That's not a big deal. But what resource will be used to perform all this thing will be hosted by you, not by Azure. So this integration runtime will be managed by you, because this integration runtime will actually use the resources of this machine. It will no longer be managed by Azure or Microsoft. Make sense? So now in this particular video, we're going to talk about how we can load these blobs, because this is even more important with the rise of AI. Trust me, this is even more important. Okay, let's actually start the creation of integration runtime. Okay, because now you understood the concept. I will click on plus new. Okay, and here you will see what you want to create. Azure self-hosted? Yes. Click on this, click on continue. Then Azure or self-hosted? Self-hosted. Click on continue. Then what is the name? I will simply say Ansh self-hosted. Okay. Description is optional. You can click on create. So perfect. Now it is saying successfully saved, successfully created. And as you can see that you will see two keys here. Okay. Obviously I have blurred it. You can obviously see in your case. There are two keys. Okay. Now you can actually copy any of the keys and you can store it in a secure place. You can access any time within Azure as well, but just for the setup it will be easier, right? Then you need to click on download and install runtime manual option, manual setup. You do not need to click on extra setup. You just need to click on manual setup. The moment you click on it, oops, I just pressed escape. So do not need to worry. You can click on this thing, and the same thing will open. Okay. The moment you will click on download and install runtime, it will open a window where it will say, hey, you can download it. Okay. Just click on this download button and just select this particular runtime, which is good enough to be downloaded. Okay. Then click on download. Okay. Then it will be downloaded. Obviously I have already downloaded it on my system. You can just download it as well. Then what you need to do? Then you need to simply go to download and install it. Obviously you would have installed so many applications. Simply say next, install. Sometimes it takes time. Okay. Sometimes it takes a lot of time. So you need to be, you can say have patience, because the thing is, let's say you have installed that application two times. Then you will not be prompted to put the registration, which is really important. So if that happens with you, just simply uninstall the application and then install it with patience. Simply double click on it and then wait. Do not double click. It will simply mess up. Okay. Then I will go search and I will simply search integration runtime. As you can see in my case, I have already pinned in my start option. So now it is saying, hey, register integration runtime. Now I need to simply copy the key from here, and then I need to let's say copy and then I will simply paste it here. Simple. Okay. Then I will simply say register. It is finished. So now it is initializing integration runtime. Self-hosted node components. Please wait. This may take a few seconds. So it will simply take some time to set up that thing. So as I said, that is the thing that you need to set up as the first thing, because you should have all the integration runtimes in place to get started with the project, so that you will not be blocked later in the video. Make sense? So now it will take a few seconds, and let's see how long it takes, because it should not take much time. Because once it is up and running, I will simply see here green sign here. See, it is done. It is saying integration runtime successful. So I will simply say launch configuration manager. Yes, it is a kind of manager that you can manage your integration runtime. As I said, you need to manage it. So it has something called as configuration manager, but it is fine. I will simply say close and cancel. So now if I refresh, now you will see it is up and running. Now I can use this particular self-hosted integration runtime to, you can say, use my on-prem data or any data which is, you can say, hosted on a net, you can say maybe on-prem SQL server, because see, on-prem SQL server is also like private network, a kind of private network which you cannot like publicly pull the data. So for all those things, if you have like data hosted in public networks, you have to use your own self-hosted, you can say, integration runtimes. Whether it is SQL server, it is on-prem SQL server, Microsoft SQL server, which is obviously hosted on private network if it is an organization's data. In that particular scenario as well, you need to use this self-hosted integration runtime. If you have data sitting in your local drives, you need to use self-hosted integration runtime. If you have data sitting in hosted drives, then also you need to use self-hosted integration runtime. Make sense? I hope this thing is clear, because I was receiving so many messages. Ansh, create on-prem to Synapse, on-prem to Azure, on-prem to this. So now you have this. Okay. So now everything is sorted. Very good. So now let's talk about the linked services, because obviously now we have integration runtime up and running, self-hosted, and obviously the Azure one as well. So now we have everything to get started. Okay. So first of all, we will create the linked service with the on-prem, you can say, folder. Why? Because see, we started with self-hosted integration runtime. So now I think it will make more sense to go with the flow. Let's actually start with the on-prem link service. Let me just tell you, it is the most critical one and a little bit complex, but I will help you to just tackle all the challenges, because on-prem link service, especially for blobs, especially for files, is not easy. Okay. For on-prem SQL server, it is still easier, but for files, it is tricky. So let me just tell you, and don't worry. Let me just give you, you can say, reality check. Yes, you may face some errors, but you have to be, you can say, patient enough to just retry and just try with some more and more things. And let me just tell you, I also like faced so many challenges when I was just linking this particular with the local file system, because there was not actually any kind of official documentation like how we can just, you can say, use the files, or you can say on-prem files. So I just spent, I would say, at least 10 to 15 hours to solve that. And then I just made a note and then I just refer to that. So basically just click on link services. Okay. And don't worry, don't need to worry. I am here just to help you. So now I've just clicked on link services. So whatever connections I need to make with ADF. So let me just give you a quick overview. See, we do have like so many connectors. Okay, so we can actually connect with these sources, and that's the power of ADF, I would say. Okay, so the linked service that we want to create with the file system, right? So we have a connector file for file system. Just search file and this is the one. Do not pick Azure file storage because we are not using Azure file storage. We are using our own file system, right? Click on continue. That's it. So first of all, it is saying, hey, just give a good name to link service. I will simply say ls on-prem file. Okay, make sense? Okay. Or yeah, file is good. Second thing is you need to pick the integration runtime. As I just told you that you have to use self-hosted integration runtime for on-prem and private networks, right? So I will simply pick on self-hosted. Now, what is the host? This is one of the tricks. Okay, so the thing is, whenever you will be working in the real world, in the industry, in the corporate, yes, you will be using, you can say, hosted drives. What are hosted drives? Basically, when you work in a corporate, they do not use your, you can say, local machines drive. Yes, they use machines drive, local machines drive, but that machine is like hosted somewhere. That drive is hosted somewhere. So that is why you are seeing example server name and then shared folder and then folder name. But obviously when you are using your local system, you do not need to provide the server name. Why? Because the integration runtime is also installed on the same machine. So it will auto detect the server. It is just like whenever you just create a web app, you just write localhost. So it is something similar to that one. But yes, when you will be working with the corporate, you need to just type the server name. What will be the server name? You do not need to worry because networking team will provide the server name to you, like on which server this drive is hosted. You are a data engineer, not a astrologer that you would know, hey, where the drive is hosted. So you do not need to worry about those things. But yes, when you are just building, you can say real projects, you need to know each and everything. Okay. So what will be the host in my case? So this is my folder that I'm going to use and it is in the C drive. Okay. So what I will do, I will simply double click on it and these are the 3 files that I have put here. Don't worry, these files will be available on my GitHub. You can easily download it and you can also create a folder in C drive. Why C drive? It will be easier to configure. Do not create folders or files in the documents or desktop. It is always recommended to create the files in a drive itself. Yes, those will be also saved in the drive, but it will be easier to set up, right? So that is why I have also created a folder called Ansh Lamba files. Okay. And I will simply go here and I will simply get these files. But before that, I need the host. I will simply click on this, the URL, and I will copy and paste it here. So this is my host. See, simple. Now, this is the most trickiest part. What is the username and password? Because every system is unique. Every system is unique. And it totally depends like how you have set up your system. Okay, but I will just try to, you can say, cover all the scenarios. Scenario number 1, when you have set up your machine, basically, see, it is asking username and password. That means obviously you need, you can say, a kind of password whenever you log in the laptop. And nowadays, I know everyone's privacy is really, really important. So you would have set up the password in your laptop. If not, you can do it right now because it is really important. Okay. So let's say you have set up the password. But now the thing is, when you set up your laptop for the first time, you get an option, hey, do you want to set up your Windows account with the Microsoft account, or you just want to go with the local username? Sometimes, or I would say in the modern days, when you are just buying the new laptop, you would just get started with the Microsoft account. Why? Because you want all the data, all the things get synced up in your new laptop that you have in the previous laptop. A lot of people do this, right? So they actually start with the Microsoft account. So if you also have set up your laptop with the Microsoft account, okay, and you are not, you know that you are not using local username, you are actually using, you can say, your Microsoft account to log in every time, or you can say to start the laptop, then you need to put your Microsoft email and password. Okay, Microsoft email and Microsoft password. Listen to me carefully. Listen to me carefully. This is very important. Otherwise, you will face errors. Yes. See, Microsoft email and Microsoft password. Do not put computer's password that you put. Microsoft email and Microsoft password. So far, so good. Very good. Now the question can be, hey, Ansh Lamba, how we can just verify if we are using Microsoft account or if we are using local username? That's a very good question. So the question is very simple. Whenever you use Microsoft account to create the, you can say, or to start the laptop, you actually do not put the password again and again because you would have set up the hello Windows pin. So what you can do, just go to settings. Okay, just go to settings. Okay, then after settings, just go to the accounts. Okay, then after going to the accounts, you will go to view profile. Okay, there you will see everything. Okay, sometimes, and it happened to me as well, sometimes people link their OneDrive with their laptop and they think that they are using Microsoft account to log in, or you can say to start the laptop. That's not the case. Okay, so it totally depends how you have set up your profile. So simply go to view profile. If you are seeing something called as start or login with Microsoft account instead, that means it is asking you, do you want to set up your login with Microsoft account? That means you are using your local username. If you are seeing the reverse of it, if you are seeing something like, let's say, let's get started with the local username and password, which is not recommended, by the way, because it will not give you the, you can say, constant experience throughout your all the Windows machines. So if you say something like, hey, get started, or you can say login with local username or something like that, that means you already using your Microsoft account. Okay, and just a quick hint, whenever you are putting the password, let's say you have set up some password, that means you are using local username. When you set the pin, like 4 digits pin, that means you are using Microsoft account. That's a quick hint, but you can actually verify it. That's your homework. That's your homework that you need to figure it out. Okay, once you have figured it out, in ideal scenarios, I will say, hey, if you are already using Microsoft email and Microsoft password, best scenario, put it here. If not, I will recommend you set up your laptop, or you can say create, you can say a profile, basically a user. You can create it. It's very easy. Simply go to profile and just add a user. Okay, and then just try signing it with the Microsoft account. Why? Because see, it is recommended in the nowadays, and it will obviously help you out to sync your all the data, all the files. So I don't know why you are just living in 1980s. So I don't know, but if you have not set up for so far your Microsoft email account and password to login, see, it's a personal choice, but I will recommend it. So if you have not, just set up your account, or you can say set up your user just for the temporary purpose, just for this particular activity. Just create that particular account and then just try to log in, basically start the laptop. Okay, this is the one way of it. What is the second way? If you are using, let's say, username, local username, and you do not want to switch, okay, there is still a way. So basically you need to put the username that you have set for your machine. Now the quick question can be, how we will know that what name we have put? Okay, it's very easy. Simply go to command prompt. Okay, just open command prompt and just type echo. Okay, and then just type percentage username, percentage, and then single quote. Hit enter. You will get the username. In my case, it's Ansh L. Okay, this is my username that I have set for this particular machine. If you see, sometimes this will work if you put unshell, and then if you put the password, it will work. Sometimes it does not. Why? Because in some scenarios you would have picked your system name something else. So in that particular scenario, you need to write who am I. When you hit enter, you will get the system name slash your you can say username. You can try with that as well. That's why I do not recommend this way. Why? Do you know? If I type here unshell, okay, and if I type, let's say, my system name, right, sometimes it takes the backslash, sometimes you have to use the, you can say, escape character, and it messes up. That is why I always recommend use your Microsoft email account and password. Make sense? This is the most trickiest part, and yes, this is the most trickiest part, and you have to you can say overcome this step, and that's where this, you can say, part becomes really complex and critical, because this is difficult, so everyone tries to just skip it. That's why I think no one actually talks about migrating data from on-prem files to, you can say, Azure, but don't worry, I'm here, I will talk about it. So this is everything that you need. Okay, now second thing is, it's like not actually recommended, or not like it is recommended, but it is not actually necessary. The thing is, when you just try to access this folder, you need to make sure, I know that in most of the scenarios you will have the access to this folder, but in 0.01% scenarios, you need to check if you have the right permissions to use, read, write the data in this folder. How you can just do that? Simply click on, like right click on it and then just go to properties and then just go to security. You will see who has the access, who are the groups and everything. And in most of the cases you will have the access, but it's just a like good practice to check. Okay. Because the second thing is linked with this one. Okay. Now let's talk about what we need to talk about, bro. Everything is covered. Not really. So let's suppose I have put my username and password. Okay. Still, if I try to create, or let's say obviously it will be created, if I try to test my connection, it will fail. And do you know what? It will throw the error something like this. Unable to connect, or you can say can't connect to C drive, something like that. Okay. Why? Ansh, you have the access. Yes, I have the access. Then why we get that error? So the thing is, by default, whenever we create the self-hosted integration runtime, it gives you, see, these things are really, really important because these questions can be asked to you in the interviews. See, when you work in the real world, you need to know all these things. Okay. So that is why I'm just telling you all these things. They can ask you, hey, if you see this error, what is the, you can say, insight, what is the click that you need to have in your mind whenever you see that error? So you need to know all these things. Okay. So whenever you see this error, that doesn't mean that you do not have the access. That's why I talked about you first need to check that you have the access. If you have the access, that means everything is fine from the, you can say, access perspective. Then what's wrong? So the thing is, whenever you create the self-hosted integration runtime, it by default enables the file validation, or you can say file location validation. We need to disable it. Yes. So that is why we have an article, and I will just show you here that you can just go and check Azure Data Factory link service to C drive, whatever. So there's a very good article. So here, this is the, you can say, moral of the article. So you need to run these two commands. So what these commands will do, let me just tell you that as well. First of all, it will go to this location. What is this location? This location is the location where you have installed your integration runtime. In some scenarios, you would have installed in the D drive, E drive, so you can adjust it accordingly. I have installed in the C drive, so I will simply use this command. First of all, cd means change directory. You will just land on that particular directory. Then you need to run this command. It will simply disable the local folder path validation. That's it. Once it is done, you are good to go. Okay. You have to run these two commands. So let me just run it one by one. And second thing, you have to run these commands as an admin, and you need to run these commands in the PowerShell, not in the command prompt. I will go to PowerShell. Okay. Windows PowerShell, and I will just right click on it and I will say run as administrator, because you cannot run the commands if you are not the admin. Okay. So I will simply copy and paste and hit enter. Now my directory is changed to that one. Then I can simply copy the second command. Okay, perfect. Now let me just paste that as well. Hit enter. Wait for a few seconds and that's it. It is completed. Really? Yep. That's it. Now I can put my username and password, and then I will simply click on test connection. Obviously I need to put my email account and password, so I will just put it, and that's all. And when I will be just clicking on test connection, it should work. Okay. And let me just quickly put my username and password, and you can also click on test connection. Do not proceed before testing the connection. Okay. If you see some errors, you need to debug it, and I have just told you all the ways. Yes. Now it's your homework to just rewatch this part just to make sure everything is covered, and then only you will be able to create the link service. Okay, let me just do that. So as you can see, I have the link service and it is created successfully, and the connection was also successful, and I have just told you all the ways, and that was the most trickiest part whenever you just want to create on-prem link services. See, this is the trickiest part. Once you have the link service, everything else is the same. That is why people suffer and they ask, hey, how we can just migrate the data, how, because they suffer in just creating the link services and it is a mess. But I'm here to just clear the mess. Okay. So this is the link service that we have created. Okay. Very good. Now what do we need to do? So basically when we have the link service, that means we have the connection. We are good to go. Actually, yes. So ideally just think, Ansh, Lamba, and you should ask this question. Okay. We have the source. Perfect. From where we need to load the data. And Azure Data Factory is just the orchestrator. Yes. So where we are trying to load the data? What's the destination? Very good. So now what we need to do, we need to create a destination for our data, and it is a data lake, as already you know, because in cloud we just work with data lakes. Okay, so I will simply go to my resource group, which is ADF project, and let's create another resource, and it will be this time data lake. For data lake you need to type storage account, hit enter, and then just pick Microsoft storage account. Okay, always pick Microsoft services. So now as you can see, resource group is automatically filled because we know. And storage account name, let's give a good name. I will say ADF Ansh storage. I hope Ansh is not taken this time. Yeah, no. ADF Ansh storage. Okay, so region is this one. Primary service, we also need to just mention data lake storage Gen 2. Standard is fine, and we need to just pick LRS. Why? See, LRS is the most cheapest option, which says locally redundant storage, which creates a replica of your data within the same data center. So this is the most cheapest option. If you are using the free account, then you do not need to worry, and don't worry if you are picking GRS as well. It's not like it's not gonna cost you a lot. You just have like few KBs or MBs of data, so it should not need to bother. So then say next. Do not click on review plus create. Why? Because you need to pick this box. Enable hierarchical namespace. Because if you do not pick this box, basically if you do not tick this box, it will not create the data lake for you. It will simply create, you can say, blob storage. Blob storage is also good. I'm not saying like, hey, blob storage is not good. Basically, data lake is built on top of blob storage. With data lake, you get the advantage of creating hierarchical folders. Let's say you need to create folder within folder, then within folder within folder. If you want to create that flow, then obviously you need to create hierarchical namespace. Okay, otherwise you would just need you would just end up with, like, let's say containers only, or you can say root folders. That's it. Okay, then you can click on review plus create. That's fine. So it will hardly take few seconds and your data lake will be ready. And Ansh, Lamba, is it very difficult to create link service with data lake? Not really. It is like just 2 seconds task. Why? Because see, Azure knows data lake very well. Why? Because it is hosted on Azure. It is like native to Azure. So that is why whenever you create link service which are Azure resources, it is very easy. But obviously whenever you create link service outside of Azure, it is tricky. When you create link service outside of cloud with your on-prem and all those restricted drives, it is the trickiest. But don't worry at all. That's why we have this video, right? And I was thinking, like, should I also cover on-prem SQL? I was like, there are already so many videos on on-prem SQL, but there's a gap for on-prem files. And with the rise of AI, on-prem files will be in demand. And that's why I can say that interviewers are more inclined towards files, drives, restricted drives than SQL servers, because they know how to migrate data from SQL Server to Azure, because they have been doing this since 5 to 10 years now. Files is new because they were not actually considering migrating files, but now they need to do that because they need to build AI agents on top of it, right? It's all about supply and demand, bro. So very good. So now we have the link service, as we can see here. Perfect. So this is our not link service, basically the data lake. Let's click on it. This is your data lake, and do not feel overwhelmed by looking at the overview. This is just the configuration. You need to click on data storage and click on containers. We will create our first container. What is container? Container is basically, you can say, the root directory of the data lake. Okay, so I will simply say it, let's say raw data. Raw data. Yep. Let's do this raw data, and let's create 3 more containers, I would say. For now it is good. 1 is good, I would say. Yeah, 1 is good. Okay. Let's create bronze for now, because I don't think so we need raw, because the raw data is sitting in the on-prem and GitHub and SQL. So we actually do not need raw data, so we can delete it. Okay, perfect. So we have bronze container. Okay, now I will just go to ADF. I will create another link service, and this time I will pick ADLS, or you can say Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. Just pick Gen 2, do not pick blob storage. Click on continue, and I will simply say ls data lake. Okay. And now you do not need to pick SHIR. It is fine because it is an Azure resource. So it is very easy to create. Authentication type is account key. Yes, you can use system assigned manage identity as well, which is the recommended way. But for the quick setup, we can simply go with account key. Okay. Then Azure subscription, you can pick the storage account name. Now this is tricky. I need to pick Ansh, ADF Ansh storage. I think this is the one. Yep. In your case, it will be just one account, but in my case, like there are so many. Okay. So test connection. Yes, we need to say test connection. See, it was so easy. Everything was already there because Azure understands. See, it is successful. It was so easy. Now click on create. Perfect. So now our both the linked services are created. Very good. That's how you create linked services. See, was it really, really hectic? Yeah, with on-prem a little, but with Azure it's fine. Now I will show you the author tab. Okay, just go to the author tab, and I told you that this is a tab where you will be spending most of the time because you will be creating the pipelines here. You do not need to worry about all these things for now. Just focus on pipelines, one thing at a time. Click on this, you will see nothing because you do not have anything. I will click on these three dots and I will simply say new pipeline. Perfect. So this is the canvas that blew boom, boom, boom. So this is just a canvas. And I will simply show you something, which is the first and foremost thing that you need to do. You need to rename your pipeline. How we can just do that? You can simply click on this toggle and it will just be open and closed. I will simply say on-prem ingestion. Okay, on-prem ingestion. Very good. So this is done. Okay, very good. So I can simply collapse it. And this is the area where I see the output. This is also fine. And these are all the, you can say, categories of activities. If I click on move and transform, you will see these two. Synapse, these two. Azure Data Explorer, this one. Function, this one. Iterations, these ones. So these are basically the categorizations, and you actually do not need to remember anything. You simply go and search it here. Okay. Now let's talk about migration. We need to migrate the data, right? What is that particular activity we have in ADF to migrate the data? It is very simple. It is called copy activity. And this is the backbone of ADF, I would say, because in ADF, one of the biggest tasks that a developer performs is like migrating the data. And copy activity is the activity which is responsible to migrate the data. Who is sending me emails? Okay. So this is the activity. Now I will click on it. Okay. And I will simply rename the activity. See, I can even collapse this area if I do not want. Okay. I will simply say migrate on-prem files. This is the name of the data, or you can say copy activity that I need to pick. That's it. Naming is done. Description is optional. Timeout is 12 hours is fine. Retry policy, we should always add retry policy at least 2 times. 2 times means totally 3 times. 1 time is like running and 2 more times. Why? Because sometimes it can fail intermittently due to networking issue, due to anything. It's always a good practice to add retry policy, especially in your copy data activity or data flows. Okay. Retry interval 30 seconds is fine, that it will retry in 30 seconds. Secure output input, we do not need to worry about that because we are not using any kind of PII data. Okay. Now click on source. Now it will say, hey bro, you need to copy data, you need to migrate data. We will say yes. What is the source? It is saying source data set. What is the source data set? Basically, so far we have created something called as link service. Linked service is actually created to the root of the source. For example, you have created link service with the entire folder, which is called Ansh Lamba files. You have created link service with the data lake, which is the entire data lake. Now we need to say, what is the data we need to copy, which is called data set. We do not have anything. See, so click on new. Then I will pick what is the data source. It is in the file system. Makes sense. Click on continue. What is the format of the data? Format is CSV. Click on continue. Okay. Now name it. I will simply say DS on-prem. Okay. And what is the link service? We already have link service for this. Very good. And now it is saying first row as header, obviously, because whenever we say first row as header, we need to simply pick, hey, CSV data, just pick first row as header. Okay. Now it is saying file path. So this is already given in my, you can say, link service. So that is why it is already filled. If I say browse, I can actually browse the data. I can actually see which data I want to select. So it will simply open that particular folder, and these are all the files that I have. Okay. So let's say I want to copy only this data for now, airline. Okay. Just say copy and okay. Very good. So now it is saying import schema. We do not need to import schema. Okay, then say okay. Very good. So this is done. Now what are all these things? These are like self-explanatory. File path type, we have already defined the dataset in the path. Then filter by last modified, no. Recursively, yes. It is used when you are just defining the folder level scope. Then enable partition discovery, no. Skip line count, no. Max connections, no. Additional columns, no. Simple. Simple, simple, simple. Then you can even click on preview data if you want to preview the data. Sometimes it works, sometimes it does not. So it's not a big deal if it doesn't work here. Okay. So, but I still clicked on it. Let's see if we can just preview data. Yeah, it worked this time. So this is a preview of the data. Let's say you do not want to directly copy data. You want to first see the data, right? That's a good way. Okay, perfect. I have this data. Very good. Now, what is the sync? Sync is obviously we need to create a new one because we do not have the sync for the. What is sync? Sync is just the fancy name for destination. Ansh, why so many fancy names? Hey bro, I didn't pick those names. Okay, so I'm just trying to tell you all the fancy names alternatives. So click on new, and this time what is the destination? This is Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. Okay, click on continue, and in which format we need to put the data? I would say Parquet. Why Parquet? Parquet is the best file format that you can work with in the big data industry because it holds the schema within the file. CSV does not hold the schema. Really? Yeah, just a tip for you. Now, what is the name? I will simply say DS on-prem file. Makes sense? And link service we already have, data lake, and this is the file path. So I will simply click on browse. I will say I want to store this data in the bronze, and it is empty, we know, but I want to create a directory within that. I will simply say on-prem. I want to do that because it's good to have. And what will be the file name? If we give the file name, it will simply create that particular file with that name. If we do not give that file name, it will simply pick any random file name, or maybe it will just get the, you can say, URL of the existing file, but we do not want to do that. I will simply say first copy dot parquet. Make sense? Then none, and then okay. Done. Do not worry. I will just make this pipeline very optimized. This is just like very simple example for those who are very new, and I just told you we're gonna cover everything from scratch and we're gonna level up with the time. So do not worry, this whole solution will be dynamic very soon. Dynamic, I love the word dynamic. Okay, copy behavior, it's fine, everything is fine. So now mapping, it's your call. If you want to pick the mapping, you can simply click on import schema and it will simply import the schema that you want to keep, because you can rename the things. See, you can maybe change the data type as well. You want to pick in the integer format or anything. It's up to you. Okay, you can do that. And settings, it's fine. And then user properties, it's fine. So now you need to click on validate just to see if you have any bugs. You do not have, very good. Just click on debug. What is debug? Debug is just like the running the pipeline. Okay, so I will just click the debug button just to see if we are able to pull the data from on-prem to Azure. If we are, that's a good news. Then we're gonna make this solution dynamic. Okay, because this is just a POC of our on-prem migration. You should always perform that particular thing. Why? Because it helps you to design the architecture. And yes, we're gonna design the architecture as well. Really? Bro, see, you are a data engineer, but you need to perform some things or some activities of a data architect as well. Because see, being a developer, you need to know how things work. Every time you do not need to be spoon feeded. Okay, spoon food. So you need to know all those things, how you can design the pipelines. Okay, it failed. Very good. What is the error? It is saying runtime environment cannot be found on the self-hosted integration machine. It is required for parsing or writing Parquet files. Make sure Java runtime has been installed on self-hosted integration runtime. Oh, makes sense. So whenever you just want to pull the data in that particular, you can say ORC. So it will simply ask me. See, by the way, two things. First of all, this is restarted. Let's suppose our pipeline failed due to any networking issue. So we do not need to be called in the midnight. Hey, data engineer, your pipeline is failed. So it will be automatically running. Okay. So it is only when it is like intermittent failure. But this time we know that why it is failing. Because let me just tell you, whenever we are just trying to import the data, okay, from on-prem especially, so we need to install something called as Java. I think what was the name? It's like Java, you can say machine. Java runtime environment, yeah. Because whenever you want to transform your data into Parquet or ORC file format, you need Java runtime environment. If you do not have Java runtime environment, you can just import the file formats in CSV and all, but you cannot convert it into Parquet. That is the drawback of, you can say, self-hosted integration runtime. If you want to do that, you have to install Java runtime environment, and obviously this will take another 15-20 minutes that I do not want to obviously spend, because this is something that you will not be doing it. Networking team will be installing everything for you for Java integration runtime, and it's not a big deal. You simply need to go to Java and you can say on that particular link that you have in the self-hosted integration runtime, then just simply click on that you want to install this library. It will be downloaded, that's it. But obviously if it is not required, why you want to put extra load on your system, right? So I will simply say in the sync, I will click on open, and this time what I will do, I will click on okay, this is the link service and I know this is fine, okay. And this time I need to pick let's create a new data set. I'll simply say Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2, and this time I want to pick CSV. Let's not convert it into, you can say, Parquet. I will simply say DS on-prem CSV. Okay, on-prem CSV, or let's say sync. Yeah, on-prem sync CSV. Linked service will be data lake, same. Everything else will be same. Let's pick bronze, and then let's pick directory as on-prem, and file name will be, let's say, first copy.csv. okay, then let's say okay, and just pick none, then okay, and then let's say validate. Okay, perfect. Now you can say debug. Let's say we want to just move the data in the CSV format, because we can just convert it into, because obviously at the end of the day we need to just convert our data in the delta format, so that is fine. What is delta format? We'll talk about it, don't worry, because I know delta is the hot topic nowadays. Everyone is talking about delta. It's a nice sunny day today, so let's wait, and I hope now it will just copy the data. Perfect, succeeded. I knew that. Okay, because I remember when I just created a project when I was just loading data from on-prem to Synapse, then at that time as well I was just facing that error, hey, you need to install Java runtime and all. Then I installed it. Obviously it was done, but it took a lot of time, because you need to just create that particular environment in your self-hosted integration runtime. So this is done. By the way, this is a good news. You have successfully imported data from your local machine to Azure. Let me just confirm you. Let's go to this bronze container and let's see if we have that file. Perfect. We have the CSV file. Very good. So this was like very basic example, right? Not basic, this was required. Okay, now let's try to make this solution dynamic. How and why, and you can say how and why and what. Okay, why? Let's answer all the questions. So basically the thing is, how many files do you have? 3. Let's say you have 100 files. So how many activities would you need? 100. Really? 100? No. I want you to perform the same activity within the, you can say, using only one activity. Okay. So if you're a programming background, you would easily imagine something called loops. If you have imagined, very good. That's why we have an activity in ADF as well. It's called for each activity. For each activity is equivalent to for loop. So now what we're going to do, we're going to run a loop. Okay, we're going to run a loop and we're going to dynamically pass the file name. So let's just tell you one thing. If I just click on this copy activity, if I click on source, if I click on, let's say, source dataset, okay, click on open. So what is that particular thing which is static and which is actually forcing us to create a new activity every time? It is this file name, because this folder is like obviously constant because we are using this particular folder. Only this particular file is actually forcing us to, hey, create every time new activity. What if I run a loop like this for I in array, and my I will be this file name and my array will be the array of all the file names. Will it work? Tell me, will it work? In programming, yes. So it will work here as well if it works in programming language. So that's what we need to do. So what we need to do, we need to simply say, hey, instead of, who deleted this? Yeah. Hey, where is our data set? What did we do? What did we do? What did we do? Oh man. Do you know what did we do? Do you know? Okay. We just messed up a little bit. Okay. What was the thing? By the way, it's a good thing. So I did not save that particular data set and I just clicked on close and it was not saved. By the way, it is a good thing. Why? Because we do not have any data set right now and we wanted to create a new one. So that is a good thing that I didn't save it. We will be creating a new data set, yes, because this time we will not be like hard coding the values. How we can just create a new data set with parameterized approach, because we're gonna use for loop, right? Let me just tell you. Click on plus new. Okay, just say file system, click on continue, and then obviously CSV, continue. I will simply say ds on-prem source param. Param means like parameterized. Okay, parameterized link service, we already have that. Okay, now this time we were hard coding this thing, right? File name, we do not need to do that. Simply click on advanced and click on open this data set. So this data set is opened right now here. So you know what you need to do? Simply click on parameters, click on plus new, and I will simply say p file name. That means parameter file name. Perfect. I will go to connection. I'll click on it and click on add dynamic content. Click on this and click this parameter. And this will be automatically filled in the expression builder. Okay, click on OK. Now, do you know what will happen? Every time we need to pass this value dynamically. Oh, so let's say if I'm writing dim airport, it will simply get the dim airport file. If I write dim passenger, it will get the dim passenger. If I write dim something, it will get dim something. So that's how it works. Okay. If I click on on-prem ingestion right now, so this is my linked service, and this time you will see something, a kind of box, because it is saying, hey bro, you want to copy the data? I will do it for you. But first of all, what is the value I need to put it here? So this value will be passed dynamically using for loop. Okay, let's do it. And first of all, before doing that, let me just click on save, click on publish all, and it will not allow me to publish. Why? Because it will say, hey, provide some value to me. So just for saving purpose, just say blah blah. Okay. Now let's say publish all, because obviously we'll be just changing it. We have just passed the, you can say, pseudo value to save the work. Okay. So that was all about, you can say, on-prem copy activity. Let's make this solution dynamic with the help of for loop. Okay, let's do it. So now let's continue with our development. And where were we? By the way, we were just copying the data, and now we were just supposed to create the, you can say, dynamic solution using for loop. So for now, just a quick one. If you have observed that thing, okay, so just click on this copy activity and just click on source. You will see that we just put like blah blah in the this box. Obviously this value will be coming dynamically. Okay, and we have already discussed some part of it, and we will just discuss more about it. Don't need to worry. So if I just click on sync, you will observe that we are still using, you can say, static value, or you can say hard coded value in the dynamic. Let me show you. If I click on open, you will see that I am hard coding my value first copy.csv. Just tell me one thing. If we are just ingesting the data, and if we are just, let's say, reading the files dynamically, so it makes sense that we have to just write this data dynamically as well, right? So that's why we actually need to just write this particular value dynamically. Okay, so we will simply remove this value. Okay, and now we will simply do the same step that we have done for the source, data source, or you can say data set. Okay, I will simply say p file name. Why I'm just keeping the same, you can say, parameter name? Actually it is not same, because this is a different data set, that is a different data set. Why I am just keeping the same name? Because as per the industry standards, you should just keep the name same. Why? Because whenever you just want to put some value, you would understand, hey, I would try to just keep the value same for the source and the sync. That's it. Okay, so in the real world as well, we just try to keep the value same so that you will not be confused whenever you will be returning back on this pipeline after 1 month. Okay, because you need to maintain the solution as well, right? So just go to on-prem to Synapse, on-prem ingestion, sorry. So what is the value? So here in the connection, you need to provide the parameter, click on this and then add dynamic content and then p file name. Okay, very good. If you now just see this particular sync, it will ask for the value. Let's put blah blah for now. Okay, so if you have just put blah blah, that is fine. Okay, now Ansh Lamba, just tell us how we can just pull this data dynamically. You just told us, hey, we will be just using a for loop. Exactly. So let me just show you. If you just drag this particular bar here, you will see something called as for each activity. Just search for each and that's it. Okay, that's it. So this is the activity that we need to use. Similar to for loop, obviously we need an array to feed this particular loop. Make sense? So that we can just run the loop like this. For I in array. Okay, and then we will say I. Okay, makes sense? So how we can just provide this particular array? There are so many ways, literally. First of all, let's try to rename this particular activity. Let's say for each file. Okay, makes sense? Now go to settings. Now it is saying batch count. You do not need to worry about batch count. Why? What is, by the way, batch count? Maximum number of parallel runs of inner activities. So basically, let's say you have thousands of files, or you can say your array size is like 1000. Then obviously you need to set some parallel count. You will say, hey Ansh Lamba, we have an option called sequential, right? So if we just check this box, that means it will run it one by one. If we want to run it in parallel, we will simply uncheck this box. So it will just run all the elements in parallel. Not actually, because it has also some computation power. Okay, and if you are just running thousands elements, that means behind the scenes it will be running 1000 threads. That's not the ideal scenario. We should keep the batch count till 50. That's it, not more than that. It is not recommended. So what it will do, it will simply take 50 batches in one go, then 50, then 50, then 50, then 50. Make sense? But obviously we do not have 50 files for now, so we do not need to actually worry about this batch count. But I'm just telling you, as per the, you can say, industry that we use, if you have like thousands of files, okay, do not run 1000 files in parallel. No, that's not the ideal case. Just run the files in batches. Okay, makes sense. But in our case, we just have 3 to 4 files. It's fine. We do not actually need batch count. In the real world as well, you will end up having 10, 20, 30 files, not more than that. Sometimes when you are just specifically building something with respect to the files, then in some scenarios, and especially in the interviews, interviewer can just ask you these questions. Hey, how will you just run your for each activity? So these are some small tips that I'll be just giving you throughout the video. Okay, so now it is saying items. It needs an array. Now there are so many ways. You can even hard code the value here, but that is not recommended. Okay, so what is the recommended way? A recommended way is creating a parameter at the pipeline level, like here. Okay, so I will simply say files. Okay, files. Then I will say array. Type is array. Now I can feed this particular array. Make sense? Okay. How can I just feed this array? Let me just show you. Let me just open online notepad. Online notepad. Let's try this one. You can just open any one. Okay, so in this notepad we will just create our array. Obviously array will start with this list and end with this list. Within that you can create a kind of list of dictionaries. Why list of dictionaries? This can be another interview question. See, when you just have only one variable, that is file names, then obviously you can write something like this. Dim, let me just check my file names. I think it is dim something, right? Dim passenger, right? Dim passenger dot CSV, all these things. So when you have just one variable, you can just simply put like this, then second file name, then third, then fourth. But what if you want to pass an array for multiple variables? Then it can become tricky. So in those scenarios, what we do, we simply pass the list of dictionaries. What is the advantage? In the dictionary, you can actually create as many variables as you want. So what I will do, I will simply say, this is my first dictionary. Okay. By the way, very good formatting. So actually I can open JSON formatter, it will be better. JSON formatter, just open any one. Okay, oh, this is good, let's try this one. So I will hit enter and then let me just increase the size. Okay, then I will create my first dictionary. First dictionary will be having only one variable, which is called file name, like this. Okay, and what will be the value? Let's say dim passenger. Make sense? Dim passenger.csv. Then dictionary closed. Okay, then another dictionary, then same variable name, obviously. Yes, we do have just one variable, but I'm just telling you, if you have, let's say, multiple variables, so this dictionary can handle like as many variables as you want, right? Now dim airports, maybe I will just confirm the file names, do not need to worry about the file names. Okay, now a quick question can be, let's say you have thousands of files, will you be creating dictionary of 1,000 variables? Obviously, because you do not need to create 1,000 copy activities. Instead, you can create a list of dictionary of 1,000 variables. Obviously, you are a developer, you should not do it manually. You can use any programming language, Python, C, C++, Java, JavaScript, any, to just populate that particular dictionary. But the answer is yes. If you want to run 1,000 files in parallel, it's common sense. You have to pass the array of 1,000 elements, right? Makes sense. If every file is unique, if there are some things that we can just automate with the loop, you can. Creativity is the key. Okay, and you have some programming languages that you can just leverage in order to create that particular array. You do not need to manually write it. In our case, we just have 3 to 4 files, so why to bother Python or any other language? So it's up to you, like how you want to make your work faster. Or obviously now we have AI as well. You can simply go there and simply type, hey, I want these files, these are the list of my files, just create an array of dictionary. Simple. Or dictionary of arrays, basic. Array of dictionary. Okay, yeah, array of dictionary. So there are so many ways. But answer is yes, you need a list of dictionary of all the files that you need. Simple. That is non-negotiable. Okay. Then I will simply say dim. I would say. So here are the files: dim airline, dim flight, and dim passenger. Okay. So dim passenger, dim flight, dim airline. Okay. Let me just create it quickly. So dim passenger is fine. Dim airline, not airports. Then we have dim flight. Dim flight.csv. So this is my dim flight.csv. Yeah, dim flight.csv. Perfect. So this is my array that I need to use. So I can simply copy and paste it. Okay. I can also say format an error occurred. Wow, because we didn't put the comma. So now this is much formatted. It's up to you how you want to just use it. I like this format, so I will simply use it. So I can simply paste the value here. Now it has an array. This particular you can say variable. Okay, I will go here, I will click on it, I will say add dynamic content, then simply put this particular parameter. That's it. Simply say okay. Now what it will do, it will go to each dictionary one by one, and one by one. That's it. And we want to run copy activity one by one. That's all we want. So simply click on your copy activity, simply say Control X, click on this pencil button because it will take you inside the loop, then paste it. Simple. Now obviously click on source, and instead of this blah blah, we need to just pass the dynamic content. So just tell me what should be the value. The answer is very simple. Just think for a few seconds, you will get the answer. What should be the value? And I don't want the exact format, exact syntax. Just tell me the answer that is required to, let's say, fill the value if you are using for loop. If you use for I in array, what will be the value? Okay, so the answer is, if you're using, let's say, for loop, so what should be the case? For I in that particular array, right? And if I want file name, what I will do? I will simply say I.filename, right? Simple, I.filename, because I is the first dictionary, and within that dictionary, I want to use I.filename. Make sense? Exactly, this is the thing that we need to do. But instead of using I, we have something called as input. Input is a function that will return the iterated value of this loop, but this is similar to the I in for loop. Okay, that's it. Simply click on add dynamic content, and now I will simply write @input. See, @input is not Oh, not input. I think input is used in Databricks, not here. So here I think we use item. Sorry, item, not input. So item. Okay. Input is used in Databricks. So I was just using Databricks. So item. So then item is equivalent to I. So I will say item dot file name. Make sense? That's it. This is a thing that you need to do in the sync as well. Simply remove it, click on add dynamic content, then add the right item. Okay, let me just tell you, you will ask, hey Ansh Lamba, you remember item. What if we do not remember? Actually, you do not need to remember it. If you click on this particular thing, which is saying for each iterator, click on it, you will automatically see item. That means this is the iterator. Within this iterator, you need to fetch only and only this particular variable. Okay, very good. Now, if you look at this particular pipeline, now this is a dynamic pipeline because you do not need to create same copy activity multiple times. Make sense? Okay, let me just click on validate and let's actually try to see by running the debug button. And before that, I can simply remove that particular file that we have currently in the bronze layer, which is this one, first copy.csv, because this was the sudo file that we just copied. So simply click on debug and it will simply confirm the value. I will say yes, this is right value. Click on OK. So let's see if we are able to dynamically copy the data from the on-prem to Azure. Make sense? Okay, very good. So see, now all these three copy activities are running in parallel. Why? Because we unchecked the box which was saying sequential. So this way we can actually save the time and we can actually run this particular activity in parallel. Quick interview question. What is the alternative of this particular thing if we want to use, let's say, Python? So the answer is multi-threading. Okay, multi-threading. Yeah. Whenever you just want to run any activity in parallel, you create multi-threads, or you can say thread pool executor. There are two ways. So you can just use any one. Asynchronous function is something different. Okay, something is failed. Maybe I just put the wrong name. Yeah, I was so sure. So it is saying column airline ID specified. Oh, makes sense. It should fail. Yeah, makes sense. Why it failed? Let me just tell you. And the second activity will also fail. Perfect. And we need to click on cancel options, cancel recursive, because it will be just retrying it. So why it failed actually, and why one passed? Answer is very simple. Because in the copy activity, we have defined something called as mapping. So obviously, if it will not get this particular mapping, it will fail, right? Obviously it will fail. So in this particular scenario, you can simply remove this mapping because it will take care of mapping automatically. Make sense? Now click on validate and simply run debug for one more time. And this time it should work. Now you will say, Ansh Lamba, yeah, what if you want to, let's say, keep the mapping for each activity? Is there any way? Yes, there is a way. What is that particular way? We use something called as dynamic mapping. Okay, so what happens in that particular dynamic mapping? So you just create a parameter and you just try to copy the data, and based on the each file name, you simply pass the, you can say, specific mapping. But when you are just copying the data for, let's say, multiple files, you avoid this particular practice because you just need to dump the data as it is, because you do not actually perform schema validation in the bronze layer. You simply dump the data as it is. Yes, you perform schema validation on the silver layer, or you can say enriched layer, but yes, there is a way. That's not like you cannot do it in this as well. So this way, this time all the files are passed. Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? So this way you actually did it very well. Okay, very good. Now the thing is, let's say, just click on this. Okay, very good. Let's confirm this. If I just refresh it, perfect. I can see all the three files right now. dimairline.csv, dimflight.csv, dimpassenger.csv. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. So now let me just give answer to you, to your question. You will say, first of all, let me just publish all the things because this part is already done. Now let's say you want to dynamically pass the mapping. Let's say you want to keep the mapping at the bronze layer. Let's say the data is really, really sensitive and you cannot afford to just break anything. Okay, that's a good thing, by the way. So this is a complex thing, but still I would like to tell you because you are here to learn complex things as well, right? Right. So how you can just do that? Let me just tell you. So first of all, you will create three variables. Okay, you will create three variables. You will simply say p mapping, let's say flight. Okay, this is a string, or you can say object type. Why object type? I will just tell you, don't worry. Then you will simply say p mapping and then let's say passenger. Okay, this will also be object type. Object type means JSON. Then you will say p mapping and third one was airline. Okay, very good. Keep it object. So now if I click here, okay, and I would need to copy this activity just for a sec, and I will simply create another pipeline. This is a pseudo pipeline just for the demonstration, or you can say just for the code inference. That's it. If I go to settings, obviously it will say, hey, what is this? So I will simply say, bro, hold on. I will simply go inside Control X and take it out. Very good. And just delete this for each activity. We do not need it. Really? Yep. Okay. And here we can also say just remove this file. Why? Because we now need to give this value manually to just get the schema, because we need to define schema manually. In order to define schema manually, you should know the schema first of all, right? So let's say I want to see the schema for the first file, dimpassenger.csv, and I will keep the same name here as well, dimpassenger.csv, and I will simply say import schemas. Now I will be able to see the schema. Makes sense? This is my schema. Now I need the code for this schema. Okay, just click on this particular thing, view source code, and here you will see everything, like the whole entire code of this particular, you can say, activity. And you need to just scroll down a little bit. Okay, and here you will see something called as tabular something. Okay, perfect. So here you need to pick everything after translator. See, everything from translator, and you need to see like every dictionary is like closing and opening. It is a little complex, but it's not a big deal. It should be, it is doable. So let me just try, I think till here. Yeah, I think till here. Let me just confirm this line. This black line will confirm. Yeah, this is done. So this is a dictionary for my dictionary, or you can say JSON object for my dim passenger. Okay, I will simply copy and simply paste it somewhere where obviously I will need to test it. Okay, so how I can just test it? I will simply say add dynamic content, and you need to paste it here. Simple. And it will simply say expression of type string does not match the type field, blah blah blah, because this is a string, right? Whatever you put it here, it is a string. So if we want to just use it as a string, because we have both the ways, we can either use this object as a string or as an object as well. So I will show you both the ways so that you can learn all the things. I will simply say @JSON, then enclose it in double quotes, and obviously end it in double quotes as well, and then close the bracket. Simple. Unrecognize this. Okay, JSON. Okay, and then this. Okay, or I would say simply put single quotes instead of double quotes. Yeah, like this. Okay, then say okay. Now you would need to just test this pipeline if it is running fine. Okay, so I'll simply say debug. Let's see if it is running fine. If it is running fine, that means our code is fine. Then we can simply use it in our main pipeline. So this is a kind of POC, or you can say prototyping, that you have to do before deploying your code in the main pipeline. So that is why I'm just showing you the real world scenarios, how you develop the pipelines in reality. Okay, you do not like do everything in the main pipeline. Okay, that is the X factor. Obviously on this channel, like we show the real side. Okay, and I'm not prepared for this video. I'm not prepared for this particular activity. That thing actually came up in my mind recently. I am just testing it right now in front of you, and it worked very good. Okay, so this was not planned. I thought like it should be, it will be helpful, so I should just tell this as well. This was not planned, trust me. So this is working fine. So that means our POC is done. So now do you know what do we actually need to do? I will simply take this code that we copied, only the JSON part, not the function as well. So I will go to my main pipeline. Okay, and now here I have created the parameters. If you remember, Perfect. So I know that this is my dim passenger, right? And this is the value. So see, if you put object type, that means you do not need JSON function. You do not need JSON function in the mapping. But if you have put here string like this, then when you will be using mapping and in the, you can say, expression builder, then you have to use JSON function. So it's your choice. If you want to use JSON function, you can keep it string. If you do not want to use JSON function, you can simply put it object. Okay, another interview question, just take notes. Okay, so I will simply paste it here. Perfect. Now same way I want mapping for other two as well, flight and airline. Let me quickly grab it, and now you know how we can just get it. Click on it, go to source, and this time I'll simply say dim airline. Very good. And dim airline. Perfect. I will go to mapping, I will delete it and import schemas. So similarly you will get the mapping. That's why I told you, if you have like thousands of files, you do not do this practice. But yes, if you have some limited files and your files are very, very critical, very, very sensitive, then you have to do this method. Okay. It is called dynamic mapping. And because these words are really, really fancy, and that's why like interviewers can trick you. Hey, what is dynamic mapping? Hey, how you can just apply dynamic mapping? You will say, what is dynamic mapping? So now you know, right? Simply go to code and just copy everything from translator. From here, translator. Just copy everything till here. Oops. I think till here or till here. Till here, I guess. Yep. Till here. Close. Now I will simply go here because I do not need to test it because I know it is tested. So I will simply paste it here. P mapping airline. Perfect. And then last one, P flight. Okay. Go to source. Flight. Okay. Then sync. Very good. Same thing, import schemas. And view source code. Perfect. Very good. So I can simply copy the code. Okay. I will simply say after translator. Yeah, here it is. After translator, this JSON object. Copy and paste it here. Perfect. Now I'm all done. Okay. And I can even just delete this pipeline because this is not required. This was just the POC. Now the trickiest part is this one. Now we have all the parameters. We know that. But how we will pass this parameter in our copy activity, right? See, in the import schemas, if I add dynamic content, if I click on it, I will just have the option to pick any one parameter, right? Either I can pick this or, oops, or let's say this, or let's say this. So now, complex part, not complex. You are watching my video, not complex. How you can just pass the dynamic value here. So you have to use a function called if function. Okay. So now what you will do, you will simply say @if, and again, this is not tested. So if we see errors, we will just debug it and we will just troubleshoot it. And by the way, in the real world, you are becoming a data engineer, right? So if you have some strawberry picture in your mind, let me just give you a reality check. If you are thinking, okay, we are the data engineers, we will just build the pipelines and we should not see any errors because it is directly related to the credibility, knowledge. So bro, the reality is, if you are spending, let's say 100% time on your corporate, 50 to 60, I would say even 60, 50 to 60% of the time you will spend on just debugging. Exactly. If you do not know this, you should just take a note. Okay. Because when you are building pipelines, like real world pipelines, where you have to just do all these things, right? Writing if conditions, testing the, you can say mapping, dynamic mapping, everything, you will face errors. Maybe a small syntax error can take your whole day in debugging. So if you see errors, it's not related to your credibility. No. How dedicatedly you are ready to troubleshoot that error, that shows your credibility and your dedication for this particular domain. So if you are dedicated enough and patient enough to troubleshoot it, then only enter in this domain. Otherwise, I'm just giving you a warning, okay? Because I'm just giving you the reality check. The decision is yours, okay? So let's try to, you can say, create an if condition. Okay, I will simply say if For each iterator, that means this file name, item dot file name, okay, this. Whenever we just say if condition, we have to just put the condition. So what will be the condition? I will simply say equals. I will simply say equals. So there is a function called equals. Okay. There is the function called equals. This one. Okay. So now if this file name is equivalent to, let's say, dim passenger.csv. If it is equal, then I need to use this parameter, which is p mapping passenger. Make sense? Okay. Else, by the way, why I'm seeing here red mark? Unrecognized character. Okay. Dim. Okay. Equals. We will just troubleshoot it later. Don't worry. Let me just write the syntax first of all. Okay. So it is saying if equals this value with this value. If it is true, see, equals. Make sense? If it is equals, double quoted string is not allowed. That's why it is just giving you the error. So simply put it here, single string. I was like, what's wrong? Yeah, nothing is wrong, just double string. So if it is equivalent to this one, then we need to use p mapping passenger. Simple if condition, bro, you would have used in MS Excel, Python, everywhere. Okay. If it is equivalent to this one, then it needs to use this one. Else, if it is not equivalent to this one, then obviously we will use another if condition. I will simply say if, or I can simply copy this code because we are simply using, you can say, nested if condition here. I will simply paste it here. Okay. And we do not need to use @ that is fine. So I'll simply say if equals file name to dim airline. I will simply say to dim airline. Then what I need to use? I need to use here airline. Make sense? Airline. Okay, makes sense. If it is not equivalent to this one as well, that means last condition, which is p mapping flight, right? P mapping flight. So if I hit here p mapping flight, it will give me this one. So this is the nested if condition that you need to write in the expression builder. Make sense? I also do not know if it will work. If we see any errors, we will just fix it. I just wrote it in the flow. Okay. So maybe there can be like syntax issue, spelling issue, maybe. So let's click OK. So this is my mapping. This is my mapping. Now, let's say in your file, if you get any data, let's say in your passenger file. Okay, let's say in the passenger file, if you get any other column, it will throw the error. And obviously you want that because you are just using dynamic mapping for sensitive data. That's what you want. So what I'm going to do, I will simply remove all these files, basically the whole folder. I will delete it. And let's see if we are now able to create this folder dynamically. This is like dynamic loading plus dynamic mapping as well. Everything dynamic. Because in the real world, you perform these things. These are a little bit complex, but I would say that's why I'm creating this particular project so that you can actually understand ADF deeply. Okay, those baby things are done. Oh, by the way, two pipelines are, two copy activities are done. That means it is working fine. Okay, we literally wrote this particular code in the flow. Literally, perfect, man. Well done. If you also saw all the green marks in one go, just tell me in the comment section. Let's enjoy, let's celebrate together. Okay. So see, that's how you learn, right? That's how you just celebrate. Just try to cheer each and every one, because see, the comment section, just use that comment section. Why? See, you are watching a video, so you can actually feel that you are sitting in the class. Okay. All the member, all the students, or you can say, obviously, like everyone is a student. I'm also a student, right? So you are actually a student. You need to talk to each other, right? So just behave like you need to just treat it like a classroom. Just try to talk to each other. Just try to solve each other's error. Just try to help each other. Just try to have that vibe. That's how you will learn, you can say, faster as well. Trust me. Because you will feel, hey, there's someone who is also facing the same error. Hey, there's someone who actually resolved this issue. Let's talk to him. Let's talk to her. That's how you will build the networking as well. So just use this space. Why I'm doing all this? Just for you. You can just come together, talk to each other, just try to reply to each other's comment, just try to exchange some messages, just try to exchange some information, try to resolve some issues. Just use this space. Why are you not doing that? Why? Just imagine like you all are studying in a group where you are just trying to build a project, you are solving each other's error, you are learning together. Let's say one of your group member is actually sitting in the interview, that member cracked the interview, that member will help you how to just crack the interviews. Just build the networking, bro. Just build it. Just put the comments right now. Just try to talk to each other in the comment section. Just do it. Just use this space. Use this data engineering space. I'm just doing everything for you so that you can grow. You can just crack the MNCs, top companies, whatever you want to do. Make sense? Just do it. Do not feel shy. We are living in 2025. We are living in the AI world, AI era. Do not feel shy. Literally do not feel shy. No one actually cares. If you are feeling shy, if you're not talking to anyone, you have that particular aura and I do not talk to anyone. Bro, I don't know. Just talk to each other. Okay, so this is done, by the way. Very good. So we have completed our on-prem ingestion successfully. Okay, so now we can simply say publish all, and this is done. So now we have successfully loaded on-prem ingestion, which was fun. Okay, literally fun and full of knowledge. Now we need to learn something new, or you can say something very in demand for data engineers especially. We know that APIs are very, very popular. Everyone talks about API. So Ansh Lamba, can you just tell us how we can just pull the data from API? Exactly. That's why in this project, we have some data coming from GitHub as well. GitHub is just basically acting as an API source, and we will just try to pull the data using API calls, basically REST API call using get method. Make sense? Let's try to do it, and let me show you how my data looks like. Okay. So if I just click on pipelines, let's create a new pipeline, and I will say API ingestion. Okay, API ingestion. Okay, very good. API ingestion. So even before that, let me show you my GitHub repository where my data is and how does it look like, so that you can also see like how we can just pull the data. Make sense? Let's see. So this is my repository, basically GitHub account. Okay, and you can also click here just to increase the number. So let me just go to the repository, your choice. So just click here, and then you will see something called as ADF project. Okay, so here I have just put the JSON file. Oh, JSON data. Yes, I thought like let's just add more and more data types so that you can also learn a lot of things, right? Let's do it. That's how you learn. If you click here, you will see the JSON file. So this is the file which is called dim airport basically. Okay, and this is the file. Very good. Now let me just tell you, this is the public account that obviously you can also use. So some people can make mistake here. Just be cautious. Okay, if I click here, okay, you will see that this is the data. Okay, and we need to make an API call to fetch this data. Pretty simple. Yes, but sometimes people can be in rush and they can simply copy this particular URL, which you do not need to do. Okay, so what we need to do instead? So you first need to click on raw so that you can see this data only on the web page. Then only you should use the API call. Otherwise, if you do not do that, you will get all the other things as well that you do not need in your response, right? So you need to simply go to raw first of all, and then you will use this URL to make the API call. Okay, so I'll simply copy this URL that you can also copy and paste it. Okay, I will just try to put this particular link in my description that you can also use it. Okay, like that's up to you, like where like how you just need to use this particular data. So now how we can make the API call. So the good news is ADF has something called as web activity. If you just go here, web activity, you can use this particular web activity to make any API call, literally any API call. This is just like the postman, which is used to create the, you can say, request, and you will get the response. But in this particular case, you actually do not need to use the response. Okay, because in our case, we directly have the data. See, we directly have the data. So we can leverage the same activity, which is called copy activity. That's why I told you that copy activity is very, very, very powerful. It is literally very powerful because it can actually migrate any data. So I will simply drag here this one, copy activity. And if I collapse this one, so don't worry, I will just show you both the ways because you also need to learn about pure REST API calls, and obviously the copy activity with respect to ADF. Again, it can trick you in the interviews. Not, it cannot, because now you're watching this video. So I will say it won't trick you anymore. Okay. So first of all, I will simply rename this particular notebook. Sorry, not notebook, web activity. I will simply say web API call. Okay, perfect. Other things are almost the same. Okay, go to settings. Now it will simply ask the URL. I will simply paste it, or you can paste it here directly, or you can simply click on add dynamic content and do it like this. It's up to you. Same thing. Okay, now it is asking for the method. We will simply say get method. Authentication none, because it has like public repository, so it is actually not required. Headers, we do not need to pass it because I have not made the API call in such a way that you would need any kind of header. In advanced, it is fine because integration runtime is auto resolve integration runtime. By default, you will use auto resolve integration runtime. You will only use self-hosted integration runtime for private networks and on-prem only. Okay, very good. So now if I run this, I will actually get everything, this response as well, everything. Let me show you. If I click on this copy activity, let's click on deactivate it, because we do not need to run it now, because I just want to show you this web activity. Let's say debug, and let's actually debug it. Let's see what output do we get. Okay. So it will simply run this and it is completed. See, now you will say, Ansh Lamba, API call is completed. How we can just see the response? Where is the response? So you need to simply hover over this tab and click on this output button. This is your response. See, this has everything, like all the columns, all the data, everything. So this is basically your response. This is the pure response that you get in the API call. Now, obviously, this is not a kind of response that we need to use, because we are not getting any kind of textual data. We are not getting any kind of, you can say, data in the form of JSON from the API call. No, we have data directly stored in the form of, you can say, JSON that we need to use in the copy activity directly. Make sense? Now, a quick question can be, or let's say a curious question can be, Ansh, can't we use this particular response and we can simply render it and we can simply use it as a data? You can. You can. Obviously. I'm not saying that you cannot. You can. But obviously you would need to, or like you can say, do some hard work to remove all these things, and you have to just take care of all the escape characters and everything. But if you have data directly sitting in the form of API call, why you actually need to bother? You can use something called as copy activity. So let me just say copy API data. Okay. Then in the source, obviously you do not have any source. You do not have any source. Okay. And let me just tell you, you do not even have any kind of linked service. Do you have linked service to this particular, you can say, URL GitHub? No. So now you obviously know how to create a link service by going to manage and then link service, then plus new link service. Let me just tell you, you can directly create the link service while creating the dataset as well. Really? Yes. Simply click on plus new, because we need to create a new dataset. So here you will pick REST, this thing, REST API. Okay. So now if you want to just copy the data, you are not making any API call. So you will not use REST. You will use HTTP connection. Make sense? HTTP. What is HTTP? HTTP is basically like hypertext transfer protocol. It is kind of a protocol that you use to make the request, or you can say send the request to a particular server. That's it. So we simply use this particular activity, click on continue. And what is the data type? JSON, as we know. And here it is saying, what is the dataset name? I will simply say dataset API and then source. Okay. Now it is saying link service. We do not have any link service. So click on plus new. Okay. Now I will simply say ls GitHub. Okay. Link service GitHub. It is saying base URL. What is my base URL? So if you know about base URL, we simply treat the first part of the URL till .com as the base URL till here. So you need to simply copy it and paste it here. That's it. See, now it is saying authentication type. I will simply say anonymous. Okay. Because we do not have any kind of authentication required for public repositories. It is fine. Click on test connection. What is this? Running low on storage. What? Click on test connection. Okay, connection is successful. Click on create. Now it is asking for relative URL. What is now relative URL? Basically, this is the base URL. Rest of the URL from Ansh Lamba Git and blah blah. This is the relative URL. You do not need to use slash, because it will automatically pick slash for you. So this is the link and this is the relative URL. Okay, click on OK. Makes sense. Now if I just click on preview data, this is the data that I will get. See, everything is sorted. Everything is sorted. Very good. That's what you want. Very, very, very good. So now in the sync, let's create the dataset. Obviously, now the question can be, hey Ansh Lamba, how we want to just tackle the dataset? So what I want to do, I actually want to keep the file in the JSON format. Why? So that you can learn how to transform the JSON objects in the ADF. I can easily convert this JSON in CSV or Parquet easily, but I do not want to do that because I want you to just learn how to transform JSON objects, and it is really, really fun. Okay, so I'll simply say sync dataset, and I will create dataset with Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2, and this time I will pick JSON. Okay, and this time I will simply say DS API sync. Okay, linked service, we already have linked service because linked service is just a connection, and we have the connection to the data lake, so we do not need to create a new linked service. Okay, then simply say browse, then bronze, and within that I will create a new folder. By the way, I will simply say OK, and here I will write GitHub. Okay, and file name, what should be the file name? Let's say dem airport.json. Okay, and then say none, and then OK, and then mapping. Let's try to import the schema, because for the JSON object it is a little bit tricky. You need to simply pull the objects in the right way. So it has perfectly put everything: airport ID, airport name, city, and country. Very good. That's what we want, and that's it. Let's activate it, and that's it. And let's attach this basically. Now, if you want to keep this activity, you can keep it. Okay, it's fun. You can keep it. Now for the orchestration, you want to run this copy activity after this web activity, right? So you have 4 nodes available. The first one is skip. That means if this activity is skipped and you want to run this activity only then you will just connect this with the skip activity. Okay, or basically skip node. Then you have success. That means if this activity is succeeded, only then you need to run this activity. Fail. If this activity failed, then only if you want to run this, then you will pick this. And this is completion. That means like this activity is completed. Failed, success, we don't need to worry, just complete it. Then only if you want to run this, you can do this. So we have 4 options. I will simply pick on success. If this is succeeded, only then you need to run this. Okay, I will simply say validate, close, and then debug. Let's try to debug this. Let's see if we are able to fetch this data. Let's see. Oh, done. Web activity is done. Let's see copy activity, copy API data, and it should not take more than 2 minutes, I would say. Hardly 2 minutes. See, 16 seconds. Wow, very quick. We need to verify it. Okay, so I will simply go here and I will simply refresh it. Oh, I have the GitHub folder and this is my file. I can even click on it and I can see edit just to see the data. Perfect. My data looks amazing and it is really amazing. So we are able to pull the data from the API as well. I will simply click on publish all. Okay, just to publish everything, just to save our work. Very, very, very good, because now you are able to just run everything. Makes sense, makes sense, makes sense. Very good. So now this is also done. Now what is the third method that we need to discuss, and it is very, very special, and yes, it is the, you can say, heart of the ingestion. It is called incremental ingestion, because dimensions, we are simply loading static files. But for fact table, we will be using data incrementally. And do you know what source we need to use? We need to use SQL database. Wow. Yes, we need to just use Azure SQL database, because it's your choice. You were saying like, hey, we need to learn SQL, Azure SQL database and all. And trust me, once you learn Azure SQL database, like data ingestion from that, it's actually same for on-prem, cloud, multi-cloud, everything. Okay. And literally we're gonna learn incremental ingestion using the modern practices, because in the modern world we do not use something called as traditional watermark tables, because I am so sure that you would have learned incremental ingestion with the watermark technique, right? We do not use watermark technique anymore. No. Why? Because we use a concept called lakehouse. In Lakehouse, we do not create the tables. We just treat files as our table. So in that particular scenario, you need to learn how you can just incrementally ingest the data using files, using data lake. So that is a new thing that you will learn now, and I will just show you everything step by step. So let me first of all take you to the Azure, okay? Because in Azure, we need to create a new resource, which is Azure SQL database. Let's click on plus create, okay? And let's try to create Azure SQL DB and just hit enter. Let's see what we get. Azure SQL migration service. So I will simply say SQL. It is saying SQL database reversed. Hey, where is Azure SQL, bro? Oh, here it is. See, it is hidden. Simply click on create. Let's create Azure SQL. So yes, now you'll be having three options. This can be another interview question. What is the difference? You can say quick difference between these three. Basically, it depends upon the use case. Okay. SQL database, this one is recommended if you are, let's say, creating new SQL databases for your future SQL databases. This is the one that you should use. If you want to, let's say, do the lift and shift, okay, and it is also written here. Wow, I just used the exact word, lift and shift. Let's say you have some on-prem SQL data, okay, and if you want to just do the lift and shift, it is made for you. Managed instance. What it will do, it will simply create a managed SQL instance on for your, let's say, use case, and you can easily set up almost the same thing that you would have in your on-prem SQL database. Okay, then why do we have this one? And it is also saying lift and shift ready. It is also saying lift and shift ready. Basically, it gives you almost, let's say, 99% of administration power. That means you can 99% of the things you can administer on your own, and only 1% thing will be managed by Azure. But SQL virtual machine means it will create a SQL virtual machine, basically virtual machine, basically a kind of, you can say, any kind of server, okay? And on that particular thing, it will install the Azure SQL application, and then you can simply say, not Azure SQL, obviously SQL Server Management Studio, that particular application, and you would have 100% administration flexibility. That means you can do all those stuff that you were doing on the on-prem SQL database. But you know what? In most of the scenarios, people use this one because it performs really well and it is best for like most migration to the cloud. But this is best where you require operating system, and it is written here. See, when you require OS level access, that means you want to authenticate so many things, you want to configure so many things on the OS level, then you have to do this. Obviously, we do not need to pick these two. We will simply pick this one. Quick, you can say, information for you. Click on create. Okay. And then it will simply say resource group is this one. Why it is picking this particular resource group? I will simply say resource group is RG ADF course. No. What is our resource group name? What is our resource group name? It is called ADF project. Okay. ADF project. Yep. ADF project. Very good. Azure subscription is this one. Very good. So now do not need to worry. So currently it is saying $372 per month. Don't worry. We will just configure it and we will immediately delete it once our project is done. So do not need to worry. Okay. Then it is saying database name. So currently we do not have any kind of database name, but before database name, we should have a server, right? I already have one server. It is this one, but I would just create a new one just for you. Okay. I will simply say create server and I will simply say ADF project. Okay. So this is the server name and I can simply pick Canada Central. Where is that? Where is that? By the way, you can just pick any region, no need to worry. Let's keep it as it is. Yeah. So now it is saying use Microsoft Entra only authentication. Use both. I would pick both. If you put both, you have to put the admin, you can say ID and password as well. And it is saying set Microsoft Entra admin and you need to pick set admin, and obviously you can just pick your account as admin. Okay. So now I will simply create myself as admin. Makes sense, because I should be the admin of the account of the database. Okay. And now I can simply pick server admin login. I will simply say admin. That's it. Admin name must not contain a SQL identifier. I will simply say admin, 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 admin. And for password, I can simply pick any password, simply like very simple. Okay, and then let's say this one. Okay. Okay, perfect. Done. Okay. And by the way, you need to follow a lot of things because it messes up with the firewall settings. So you need to follow a lot of things. Okay. And you don't need to say password, bro. This is just like baby database. Okay. So now it is saying database name. What should be the database name? I will simply say ADF project DB. Make sense? It is easily identifiable and everything. Okay. So now hold on. Want to use SQL Elastic Pool? No. Workload environment, production or development? I will simply say development or production. Let's say development. Yeah. Now it is saying configure database. I will click on it and let's configure it to the minimum one. I will simply say provisioned or serverless. Okay, serverless, and I will reduce the cores to, let's say 1, or let's keep it 2 or 1. 1 is fine. Okay. Now it is saying data. I can reduce the data size because my data is in MB, not even in GB, so it is fine. This one is fine. Now see the cost, 0.0000000000145 USD. That is fine. That is fine. Click on apply. So this is done. Local internet, it is done. Very good. So this is completed. Not actually. And it is giving me some offer. Not required. Now I will go to networking. It is really important. So see connectivity method. So by default, this database has no access, but we need to say public endpoint. Really? Yeah. Because we just need to make public calls. And firewall rules, you need to say allow Azure services and resources to access this server because we'll be using Azure Data Factory to connect to this one. I will simply say yes. Add current IP address. Yes. That means your IP address, your machine's IP address will also be added to connect to this server. Okay. Very good. And now everything is fine. If I say security, now everything is fine. I think so. Yep. I will simply say review plus create. That's it. I will simply say create. It will take some time. Maybe let's say 5 to 10 minutes. It will simply first of all validate it. And now it has initializing the deployment. And this time you will at least you can expect 5 to 10 minutes because it will first create server, then it will create the database and everything. Okay. And let me just eat something. I'm really hungry, and I think meanwhile this will create my resources, and then we will simply incrementally read the data. Simple, sorted. Very good. So bro, as you can see that our resources is deployed successfully. So I will simply go to home, or you can say resource group ADF project, and here I will see both the things, server and database both. This is the server and this is the database. Okay. I will simply go to database, and this is my database, and now you need to click on query editor. Basically this is the embedded query editor that I can use to query my data. I have both the option. I can either use login password or I can simply click on this as well. Sometime it will show you red. Refresh the window or just reopen the database, it will be fine. So sometime it creates that error and it is fine, don't need to worry. Okay, I can simply use password because I created that one. So perfect. Let me just say okay. So it is fine. And if you would not have configured those networking steps as it is that I told you, you will see errors. Hey, I cannot access this particular IP address. Hey, I cannot access this blah blah blah. So just rewatch this part if you can say face any errors, something like that. Okay, but if you have followed all the things along the way, that means you are fine. So currently we have successfully entered into the query editor. Makes sense? Very good. So first of all, we will create the database. By the way, we have the database, like basically this is a database ADF project DB. Let's create a table first of all, because if I see tables, I do not have anything. See, it is empty. So how we can create the table? Obviously we need a source, right? So you do not need to worry at all. I have created a long script for you, see, and I will just provide the script in the GitHub that you can just download and copy the code. I will also first of all copy this code. Okay, I will simply say create table, this, blah blah blah, and this is the source table that we need to create. I will simply say run. So this is created. If I say select asterisk from dbo dot, why dbo? Because dbo is a default schema and we didn't create any schema. And this is fact bookings. Okay, fact bookings. Okay, this one. If I run this, only this area, I will see only the schema part, only the structure, because it has 0 rows. Obviously, see, that's it, because we have not inserted the data, right? So now what I will do, I will click on plus new query, and here I will put the data for, let's say, inserting the data. I will simply start from here and I will go till bottom. Okay. So in total I have 1000 rows, but I will not ingest all the data in one go. I will simply ingest, let's say, 999 data, or let's say till 899. Why? I will just tell you. Because we need to incrementally test the data, right? So first of all, we will ingest the data till here, 899. Okay, I will simply copy and paste it here, simply like this. Okay, let's run this. So you do not need to do the hard work to create the data, or let's say set up the database. I am just doing all the hard work for you. See how much I love you. So let's see if we have any data now. We should. Okay, perfect. We have the data. Perfect. We have the data as we need it. Okay, so this is perfect. This is fine. Now let's actually see how we can load the data. Okay, and obviously I know we need to just incrementally load the data. That is fine. So let's jump to our, you can say, ADF. Let's create a new pipeline. Click on new pipeline and I will simply say SQL to raw, or basically SQL to Azure, or basically SQL to data lake. Okay, perfect, done. So this is critical. You need to just understand a lot of things. First of all, we know that if we want to copy data or basically migrate the data, we need to use copy data activity. Perfect, just bring it here. I will simply say copy SQL data. Very good. Here in the source, we need to create a new data set. I will simply say plus new, and this time our data source is Azure SQL. Azure SQL database. Click on continue, and I will simply say name is DS SQL source. Okay, we do not have any link service. Click on plus new, and let's create the link service along the way. Azure SQL, simple. Now it is saying, hey, what is your server name? So it should automatically show you all the server names. So my server name is ADF project. Database is this one, ADF project DB. Okay, and SQL authentication, yeah, we can just go ahead with SQL authentication, which is fine. I have admin, and the password, I can just simply put password. Okay, perfect. Always encrypted, it's fine. Encrypt mandatory. Let's click on test connection just to see the link service. Oh, it's fine. See, whenever you want to connect to Azure Resources, it will connect like this. Click on create. So our source data set is ready. Not actually ready, because here we need to pick the table name. Okay, so I will not pick the table name from here. Really? Yeah. Obviously I can see DB or fact booking, but I will not use it. Okay, click on OK. So here in the source, you do not need to click on table. You need to click on query, because you will be incrementally loading the data. Click on query, and here in the dynamic content, you will write something like this. Select asterisk from dbo.fact bookings. Make sense? Very good. If you say preview data, let's see if you are able to see the data. Okay, perfect. That means it is working fine. But Ansh, Lamba, Hanji sir. So, so now you told us that we will be just building incremental data ingestion. Yes, with modern practices. Okay, how we can just do that? Basically, you cannot write this thing like this. Why? Because, just tell you one thing. In case of incremental loading, you have this data. Let's say this is the source. Okay, this is the source. Okay, this is the destination. This is the destination. Okay, now let's say on day one you have this data and you have ingested this data successfully. Makes sense. But on the next day you got this data. So just tell me one thing. If I write select asterisk from dbo.fact bookings like this, it will read this data as well And do we need to read this data? Obviously no, we just need to read only and only this data, so that we can only and only ingest this data. Very good. That's the thing that we need to do. How we can just do that? So basically we'll be using something called as timestamp. So what you will do, we will simply say this is the data that we have loaded on day one. We will simply note down the max timestamp, what was the available max timestamp on that particular load, so that next time we will say, hey, just give us the data greater than this date, which we have already noted down. Make sense? But Ansh, Lamba, we cannot create watermark tables, remember? I know that. Hold on. Okay. So how we can just keep a track, how we can just do things, just tell me this thing. Okay. For that, you would need to go to here. Okay. And you know what? It will just, if you just try to go to home, it will simply say, hey, I will not save your queries. By the way, we do not want to save the queries. I will simply go to ADF project and click on OK. So go to your data lake and just go to bronze. Within this bronze folder, or basically bronze container, you will create a folder. It's called directory. And I will simply create monitor. Okay. Monitor folder. This is an empty folder. Why we have created this particular folder? Because this is the backbone of new watermarking techniques. Okay. So what we need to exactly do it in this case? We need to create a dummy.json file, or you can say any empty JSON file. In the industry, we use dummy, but you can just say empty JSON. Okay, it's up to you. Empty JSON makes more sense. Okay, empty JSON file. Okay. And we also need to create one more file, which will be called as, let's say, or what I can do, I can even create two baby folders as well. Let's say empty JSON. Okay, empty JSON, and one more folder, it will be, let's say, last load. Okay, makes sense. So now in the empty JSON, we need to create one JSON file as well, just one empty JSON file. How you can Ansh, Lamba files? Let's create an empty JSON file. So how you can just create that? Simply open a notepad, okay, and just create the file and just save it, and then just save it with the .json extension. So I'll simply say new, and let's say text document. Okay, I will simply say empty. Okay, and that's it. And then I can simply maybe change the data type like this. Maybe no. Just keep it as empty. Or I can recommend you one more thing. You can use any code editor if you have. Let's say you have VS Code editor, or you can say any PyCharm, anything. You can just use that. Or if you do not have anything, don't worry. I will just upload this empty.json file in the GitHub repository. Simple. I will do that. Don't worry. So I have created this file empty.json. Okay. And that now I can simply upload it on the data lake. I will simply say upload and browse for files. And here, oops. Then I can simply say empty.json. Okay. Simply say open, and that's it. This is required. If you see it, it is empty with just two curly braces. See, empty JSON. And I will upload it on the GitHub as well. Don't need to worry at all. You can simply download and upload it. This is empty.json. Okay. This is empty.json, which has nothing. We need this. Okay. So now what we gonna do? We will simply create, or you can say a kind of activity, which is called set variable activity. Set variable activity. Yes. I need to just show you something, and I will deactivate this just for a few sec. Just go to set variable, and set variable. First of all, what is set variable activity? It is like nothing. If you want to just set a variable with a value, you just use this set variable activity. So now I want to set some value. I will first of all create a variable that I will delete it instantly. Don't worry. It is saying v now. Okay, because I just want to see what is the value of current timestamp. I will simply say this variable, and the value will be nothing but UTC now, because that is required. Okay, UTC now. Simple. Okay, if I just run this, I will see something. Okay, I will see something. Okay, I just need this output value. This is the long value that I want. Why? Because it will be required to just pass the value for the watermarking. Okay, we just need to copy and store this value. That's it. Okay, if you are saying so, then okay, we can just try to do that. No need to worry. So what we need to do here, simply go to your monitor folder, and then within the last load, I will also upload empty JSON. Okay, but this time I will rename it. I will call it as, let's say, rename. Okay, and this time I will call it as, let's say, last load .json, or you can say last load, like this. Okay, perfect. And I will click on it. I will click on edit, and here I will add one key which will be like last load. Okay, and the value will be this one, not exactly 2025. We will simply pass 1900 and then 01 and then 01, and then click on save. Okay, very good, very good. That's it. Now let me just tell you why did we actually did it. So activate it first of all. So now I want to say, hey, my copy activity data, go to source, go to query. I will say, hey, select everything from dbo.fact bookings, but where, what is the column name? If we see, what is that column name for date? I just want to check the column name. Column name for date is booking date. Very good. So here I will say, hey, my data, I want everything where booking date greater than something. Something means, let's say this one, 1900 01 01. What should I see? Or you can say this query is equivalent to select asterisk from fact booking, because this date is so old that you do not even have the data for this date. Why did we do that? Because in the real world, in the industry, in the corporate, you want to perform initial load plus incremental load together. You cannot say, hey, I will create a separate pipeline for initial load and I will create a separate pipeline for incremental load. Bro, that is very old technique when Azure was really new. With the time, it was enhanced, it was matured. So you also need to be matured now, and you need to just follow the new things. Okay, new techniques. So in the new thing, we need to tackle this particular scenario, you can say, with the modern way. So that is why this query is actually equivalent to select asterisk from dbo.fact bookings. Okay, makes sense? Because first time it will use this query. What it will use the next time, I will tell you, don't worry. But for now, you can simply say okay. And if I say preview data, I should see all the data, everything. Makes sense? See everything. But now, Ansh Lamba, you have hard coded this value. I know that. But how it will just change the value dynamically? So bro, hold on. I am not done yet. So there is an activity called lookup. Okay. So what this activity will do? This activity is actually responsible to return the content of the file that you have in the data lake. That is why it is called lookup. It simply looks up for the data files and it will simply return the content of it. Okay, makes sense. So if I say lookup, or you can say last load, it will simply look for the last load file. Not because of the name, because I will configure it, don't worry. Go to settings. Okay, you can uncheck this thing, first row only, or you can keep it, it's fine. Then I will create a new data set. I will simply say Azure Data Lake. Okay, continue, and then JSON, and this name will be DS lookup. Okay, link service will be LS Data Lake, as we know, and you just need to pick the path of the file, which is this one, monitor. Within monitor you have last load. Then pick this one, last load.json. Okay, click on none and okay. So this will actually give you the output of the file. Let me show you. Let me just click on deactivate. Let me just show you the output. If I debug it, you will see the content of the file. Okay, let me decrease the brightness because it is dark here. So I don't know when they will be just launching the dark mode in ADF. Like dark mode, like real dark mode with glowing, you can say, activities. Like just imagine dark mode with glow effects on these particular activities. Wow. If you are listening to this particular video, do that. Okay, this is done. Let me show you the output. So this is the output. It is saying first row, then dot, last load. Make sense? Now that means I can use the output of this activity in this activity. Is it doable? Yes. You can use, or you can pass the output of any activity to the next activities, but those activities should be connected like this. Now you can just use that. How? Let me just show you. Go to source, go here and just remove this part, basically 1900. Just keep the single quotes because you need single quotes for the date. Now, do you know what you need to select? This one, last load. Okay, just click on it, or basically this one, basically first row, like this. You will see an error. You just need to remove @ from the beginning because you need to put @ here. Then you need to put curly braces, and then you need to write last load, which is the column name, and that's it. Curly brace close. Why did we do this? Why? See, if you have performed any programming task using Python and all, you would have experienced something called as f strings. So this is similar to that one because this whole thing is string, right? Now we need to insert a variable within this. So if I do not write @ curly braces, it will treat this whole thing as a string, right? But we need to treat it as a variable. So we have to write @ and curly braces. Simple. When I said f string, I think you do not need any kind of further explanation because f string is like almost same, right? So very good. If I use this thing, can I see the data? It is saying value required. What value do you want, bro? Wait. Okay, this is deactivated. Let's activate it. Oh, obviously, because we are not running it. So that is why it is not showing anything. So it is saying, when I say preview data, it will simply say, hey, provide the value, because this value will be provided during the runtime, right? Make sense? But we know the value. We can simply test it. We have this value because this value will be the output. So I can simply use this one. Let's try to see the data. Preview data and just provide this value. And let's see if we are able to see the data. Okay, perfect. It is working fine. Very good. So this way we can incrementally load the data. So far this is performing my initial ingestion, not incremental, initial, because it is equivalent to 1900. Now Ansh Lamba, this is initial ingestion. You said that we want to fetch the maximum value of the, you can say, table that we are ingesting data. That's true. That's true. So we would need another, you can say, lookup activity here, and it will be saying latest load. That means max value of the latest load, this one. So go to settings, okay, and then create a new data set basically, or you can just pick existing one for DS SQL source, okay. And this time in the query you will write select max of booking ID or booking date, I guess. Yeah, booking date. Or you can give a good alias. I would simply say last load, or you can say latest load. Yeah, latest load from the table called dbo.fact bookings. Okay, very good. What will be the output of this? Let's check. Let's actually check. Let's deactivate everything. Deactivate, or just keep it. It is fine. Let's debug it. Let's see. Last load and latest load. Last load is the value that we have last loaded the data. And if it is the initial run, we never loaded the data. That is why 1900. But latest load means this is the current maximum date that we will be using to update this value. Make sense? Just use your common sense. Use your common sense. See, this is the last load date. Initial run means we never loaded the data. That means 1900-0101. Okay. Once we loaded the data, now we need to update this value. Obviously, let's say you loaded the data today. So you want to just change the value of the maximum date of today with this one. So that is why we are calculating this one. Make sense? Let's see the output of it. Latest load. What is the latest load? 2025-06-30. Very good. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. Very good. So this is the output of it. You can even connect to this one. Okay, like this. Makes sense. Let me just activate it again. Now one thing is optional, which is not actually, but I think it is recommended. You can just do that as well. I can even say and booking date less than, or I will say equals to, less than equals to, and then this date sign, at the rate, curly braces close, and within this I will say latest load first row. Make sense? Latest load first row. Click on OK, and let's test it. If I see the output of this particular activity, it is saying latest load. Okay, perfect. I think it will work, so I do not need to test it. Really, Ansh Lamba? You can test it. See, do not be over smart. I am not over smart, bro. What are you saying, man? Preview data. Let me just provide the value here. Let's see. Okay. Oh, it failed. Why? Parameter expression cannot be solved for the message email template. Okay, something is wrong. Let me just check. See, it was good that we checked it. By the way, what is wrong? Booking date. Oh, I just picked last load. I need to pick latest load. Latest load. Perfect. Okay, now let's see. Preview data. Perfect. It is working fine. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, perfect. So now let's suppose our copy activity is done. By the way, let me just put the sync. Okay, sync is very easy. You can simply create a new data set if you want, and I will simply say, let's convert this data in Parquet. Let's have a variety of data set. We have CSV, we have JSON. Let's have some Parquet as well. I will simply say DS SQL. Link service will be data lake same, and let's put this data in the bronze container, and then within the bronze container, obviously I want to create a new folder. I will simply say SQL, and then file name will be fact bookings dot Parquet. I think we do not need to define Parquet, or we need to define Parquet. I will not pick any name. Okay, I will not pick any name because it will simply dump that file and it is fine. And by the way, we should not pick any name. Why? Because you need to incrementally load the data. If you pick the file name, it will simply replace it. Oh, smart. Click on OK. So now it will simply copy my data in the Parquet format, right? Let me just say activate. Okay, done. Once this copy activity is done, how we will replace this data, that is tricky. Let me show you that tricky part and the modern part. For that, you need to import another copy activity. What? Copy activity? Yes. Shut your mouth. I will just tell you everything. Don't worry, bro. Just click on copy data. Okay. I will simply say watermark. This is kind of watermark technique. Okay. What is our source? Our source is DS not lookup. Did we create anything with lookup? Let me think. Wait. No, we need to create one more data set, which will be the empty data set. Okay. So Azure Data Lake, storage gen 2 and JSON format. Okay. And this will be like DS empty JSON. Okay. Link source will be same. So now I need to just pick that file, which is DS JSON. Okay. Where is that? In the monitor, in the empty JSON. Okay, in the empty JSON. Very good. So this is my file. Okay, this is my source. But Ansh Lamba, this is empty, right? What do you want to copy? Exactly. This is empty, and empty for a purpose. Why? See, first of all, let me just connect it. What will happen? This is an empty file, right? So do you know what we will do? We'll click on additional columns. Okay. And we will create an additional column like this. I will simply say last load, because this was the column name, remember, in our CDC. Last load, this is the column. So what I will do, every time I will copy my data, I will replace this file. Oh, so last load, and it is saying value. We need a dynamic value. Simply click on this drop down and simply add custom. Okay, and there will be the box. And actually not custom, we need a dynamic, add dynamic content like this. So it is saying what will be the dynamic content? The dynamic content will be lookup activity of the latest load. This is the latest load. Make sense? First row dot latest load. Okay. Okay. So what it will do, every time we copy the data, it will simply perform one copy activity for watermark, which will copy the data from the empty JSON into the populated JSON, and that populated JSON will be replaced every time with the latest load timestamp. Wow. Literally wow. Yes, I know that. So basically, this is just the blueprint of your incremental ingestion that we perform in the modern world. Make sense? Okay, and this is really amazing. I know that. And this is like very, you can say, high level. Okay, let me first of all click on validate. Is required. Okay. Oh, we didn't perform the sync. Obviously we need a sync, and sync will be, you can say, ds I think lookup. Yes, this can be my ds lookup, because it is going to that particular file name, last load.json, and we want to replace it. Very good. So I think that is fine. We can simply say validate. Everything is fine. Are you ready to perform the copy activity? Let's say debug. Okay, and let's see if everything is working fine, and we will even test it, because we know that we have 900 records. Okay, and then we gonna push more data. So I will just test it. I have some test cases, don't worry, because obviously you can see how many rows it has copied from the source. Initially, what we will do, we will simply perform this load, and it will simply load 900 rows. Then we will run the same pipeline again without inserting new data, just to confirm, hey, we are not loading any existing data. Then I will insert new data, and then we will confirm. Everything will be tested. Don't worry, bro. So let's see if everything is working fine. Okay, copy activity failed. Very good. What is the reason? Source side operation is failed. Okay, what was the reason? Date time conversion failed when converting date or time from character. Oh, makes sense. Yeah, it sometime cannot convert your string to date. So let me just see what we can do. So it is saying conversion failed when converting date and or time from character string. Character, bro, let me just read the message. Let me expand it. So it is saying conversion failed when converting date and or time from character string to this. Okay. Operation is failed. Upload the file at the path. Oh, okay. Bro, I think I know the issue. Something is messed with the character or codes. Let me just check. So, by the way, you can even just check the query. How? If you just hover over this, you will see the input button, and this is the best place to check the error if you have anything, because this will give you the true query that it is running. It is running select statistics from DB fact bookings. Okay, this is fine. Where booking date? Okay, this is fine. And booking date. Huh? Booking date less than equals to last load. Oh, latest load, bro. I see. Do you know what we have done? Do you know what you have done? Okay, I have done. So we didn't use first row dot latest load. We didn't even use this column. Okay, now just run this. Now it should run fine. I think so. Let's see. Because we were using the whole key and value pair, whereas we just need to use the value. That's it. Mini error. Someone was saying that you need to be patient. Wow. Okay, sometimes you can just have. Oh, very good. Now let's wait for the watermarking, and let me show you everything. Okay, copy SQL data watermark. Very good. So meanwhile it is running, we can simply check one thing. This is the goggles. It is called details button. If you click on it, you will see all the details. Really, yes. See, rows read 885 and I think that is fine because we copied 889 rows and some rows were like empty as well. So it was like near to 900. Okay. And data, hey, why do we have data read 53 KB and data written 24 KB, half of it? Because it is written in Parquet format. Whenever we write data in Parquet format, basically from database to data lake, it compresses the data. That is why in the modern world, we use data lake because it compresses the data. So you end up paying very, very less as compared to databases. See? Okay, everything is fine. And what is watermark? Watermark is also done. Do you know the magic? Let me show you. So this was the previous file. Okay. If I open this, click on edit. So this file is updated. See, with the latest date. So that means now if I rerun this pipeline, if I say debug for one more time, do you know what will happen? It will not load any data. Why? Because it will not find any new data. Let me just confirm this point. So this is the last load. Earlier it was saying 1900. Now it is saying 250630. Right? Now this is the latest load. Obviously latest load will be the same. Okay. So now in the copy data activity, let me just show the query. So it is saying greater than 2025 0630. We do not have any data. We do not have any data for that. So that is why it will, yes, complete the copy activity, but it will not copy anything. Are you getting my point? It will not copy anything. Obviously activity will not fail, but it will not copy anything. See, it is successful. Let me just show you. See, 0000. Why 409 bytes? Because it will create an empty Parquet file. That is it. Just empty Parquet file. That's it. And it is just like bytes. That's it. And in the watermark as well, it will simply update with the, you can say, new data. So now what I'm going to do, I will now load the rest of the rows in my SQL database. Okay, let's do it. Control C. Okay, and as you can see that we have data after that as well. So yeah, do we have data? Do we have data after 36? Basically, oh, I see what is the issue, bro. So now what will happen? It will only load the data which is after 30th of June. Okay. And I don't think so we have any data after 30th of June, which is a good test as well if we do not have any data after that. Why? Because let's say you do not want to perform any kind of previous load. If you have data and you do not want to copy it again, so it is a good test that you can perform. So I would have like just copied, you can say, data in the sequence, but it is fine. You do not need to worry at all. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point? So do we have anything after 30th of June? I don't think so. So 30th of June, or we can make some data after 30th of June. What's the big deal? Yeah, what's the big deal? Let's change some data, bro. It's our data. We can do anything that we want. So let's say I will change this date to, let's say, 7. Okay, let's do this as well, 7. And this would be a good test, by the way, because we would know like what data we just gonna copy. 7, like this, right? Or do you know what I can do? Do you know what I can do? Let me show you what I can do. I can do a lot of things, bro. I will simply say, hey bro, just change the month to 07, please. Hit enter. What's wrong with this? Message exceeds. Wow. Okay, we can just remove some rows, no worries. I can simply copy only, let's say, these rows. Is it fine? Crybaby. Oh, crybaby. Absolutely, bro. Here's the updated version with the month change to 07. Boom. See, that's how you should work. Work smart. Yes, work hard as well and work smart as well. Work both. It is generating the file. See, that's how you work. Copy and paste. Very good. So now I will simply go to my SQL database ADF project and just open this particular database for one more time. We do not need to give you any rating. Query editor and oops, break the enter key, break it. I like hitting enter key, but okay, let's insert that particular row. Okay, and all these rows should be inserted. Okay, query succeeded. Okay, we have 35 rows, so we should see 35 more rows. Okay, let's test it. Okay, now everything is there. We didn't touch anything. Let's run debug one more time, and this time we should see the new data. Okay, because we have data after the last load date. Make sense? Make sense? That's how you can play with the data. This is succeeded. Latest load is obviously 2025-07. Last load date is 2025-0630, and this time it will run greater than 25-06. We know that, but this time we should see 35 rows. Okay, we should see that. Let's see if it works. Obviously it should work. I think so. I believe so. It should work. Oh man, let's see. Boom, 35 rows. Very good. So this was a quick test, and obviously this watermark activity will be updated with the new date. And let me just show you. Let me just thank it. Thanks, baby. Oh man. See the response. So obviously you will get what you will give. Okay. What did it return? Okay, so sorted. Let me show you the new you can say your watermark file. Okay, monitor last load, and this is the JSON file, and this is the edit button, and this is the file. Perfect. Last load. That's how you perform your data ingestion. So I will simply first of all click on publish. So far you have ingested all the data one by one. And do you know what? Let's actually create, you can say, production ready pipeline. What do I mean? So if I click on pipelines, you need to learn one thing, because we have total 3 pipelines, right? What if you want to aggregate all the 3 pipelines that we do in the real world as well? Because see, we have this pipeline, we have this pipeline. So we need to just run this pipeline on a schedule. So if you want to schedule a pipeline, you need to sum up these, or you can say aggregate these pipelines into one. And for that, let me just tell you how you can just do that. And don't worry, there I will tell you how you can just set up alerts as well. Let's say your any pipeline activity fails or anything wrong happens, right? So in that particular scenario, you need to set up some alerts as well. Let's say a kind of email notification that you need to receive every time you will be having any issues. Okay, so how we can just do that? Let me just show you. Let's say this particular activity is very critical. Okay, and you need to set up alerts. Okay, you need to set up alerts on this particular pipeline. The rest of the pipelines are okay. They have API data, they have on-prem data. That is fine. Okay, that is fine. But you need to apply the failure activity, basically the activity which will tell you, hey, if this pipeline fails, I want to be notified immediately. Immediately means immediately. Make sense? Okay. So how you can just do that in that particular scenario? Is there any way like how we will be just doing it? So first of all, let me just show you. I will create a new pipeline. I will say new pipeline, and I will call it as parent pipeline. Okay, parent pipeline. Okay, this is the parent pipeline. So how we can just aggregate the pipeline? So there is basically an activity which is called invoke activity. Invoke or execute, I guess. Yeah, execute. So this is the activity which executes the whole pipeline. So I will simply say execute on-prem. So this is executing my on-prem, you can say pipeline. Go to settings, and now you just need to pick the pipeline name. That's it. Obviously, it will ask for these values as well because you have created these parameters on the pipeline level. And yes, you have to provide these values from here as well. And I will just tell you best practices because you cannot directly fill these values here. Why? It breaks the code. Really, yes. Sometimes it breaks the code. Sometimes it does not. It depends upon the data type. So the best practice is you do not feed values directly here. You create parameters here on the parent pipeline level and you bypass the parameters in the children pipelines. This is the best practice, and I would say this question can be asked in your interviews as well under best practices. Make sense? So if I have this parent activity, this parent pipeline, okay, and if I just click on, let's say, let me just close the unnecessary tabs. So this is my first activity, right? So here I have 3 parameters, 3 or 4. So I need to copy all these parameters here. So I will simply quickly create the parameters like this. Okay. And this is the array type. Okay. Keep the same array type, otherwise it will not work. And I think that is common sense. Okay. Paste the value, then get this value. Okay. This is object type. Okay, very good. The value is this one. Oh, bruh. Parent. Okay. This value. Okay, this value object. Okay, this value like this. Wow. Here. Okay, P airline, and that's it. You have to do this thing. If you would be feeding values directly there, it will not work. It works only in case of string parameters, but if you are feeding array, especially array, it will not work. Because do you know what happened? Let me just tell you. If you click on this, if you, let's say, put array here, let's say you put this array here, let's say you put this array here, let's say this one, do you know what it will do? Yes, it is saying this type is of array type, but still it will convert this array into string. Just try it. If you do not trust me, try it. It will simply convert this array into string and will say, why you are passing string? You will say, bro, I am passing an array. Who is passing string? Then you will spend the whole day. You will troubleshoot it. You will spend 10, 12, 15, 24 hours. Then you will get to know, okay, this is the issue. This is the thing that is needed to be fixed on the parent pipeline level. Then you will say, okay, Ansh Lamba was right. Ansh Lamba is right. So instead of wasting those hours, trust me, bro, trust me. Okay, because I have wasted those hours, not wasted, invested those hours in the knowledge gaining. Okay, so I will simply remove this thing. How I will pass these values now? I will click on add dynamic content and I will pick this particular parameter. See, now this parameter is having value this one. So this value is having this value. Okay, this parameter is having this value and this parameter is going here. And this parameter value will go inside this particular pipeline, which is this one, That's how you bypass the parameters from the parent pipeline to the children pipeline like this. Okay. Okay. Similarly, do it for flight. Okay, makes sense. For passenger, for airline. Perfect. So this was just for this particular pipeline. Okay, let's run another one, execute pipeline, and this will be, let's say, API. Okay, this will be API, execute API pipeline, and we do not have any kind of parameter here, so it is good. API ingestion, this is good. See, we do not have anything. Very good. Now the third one, the last one, which is execute incremental ingestion. Okay, incremental ingestion settings, incremental ingestion, SQL to data lake. Perfect. In this as well, we do not have any kind of parameter, so this is fine. Okay, very good. So this is our parent pipeline structure, which is running all the pipelines. Now we need to attach a logic app. Do not worry, we will create logic app very soon. We need to create a logic app. That means if this pipeline fails, okay, if this pipeline fails, or you can say if any of the pipeline fails, we need to send an alert to our email, to any email. Hey, your pipeline's failed. Just check it, just fix it, blah, blah, do anything. So we need to get the alert. How we can just get the alert? We need to know that, okay? And after creating that alert, then we will be just creating a kind of trigger so that we can just trigger the pipeline, okay? Once we do that, then we also gonna transform data. Don't worry, we're gonna do a lot of things. Then we also gonna see how we can just set up the basically GitHub repository. So let's see all those things. And for now, let me just click on publish all. Okay, click on publish and that's it. And just to test it for now, I can simply quickly run the debug button. Okay, let me just quickly do that. Let's make sure like everything is fine. Okay. Let's see if everything is fine. Okay, and I hope everything is fine. We have 3 more things to do. Logic apps, then data transformation within ADF. Yes, we can do the data transformation as well. Don't worry. ADF has everything. Then the third thing, obviously, which is code repository, how we can just set up the code repository with Azure DevOps, GitHub and all, because it is really important for your development interviews, technical interviews. And yeah, that's it, because I hope now you have learned so many things. I hope it will run fine. Okay. And now I am sleepy, very, very sleepy, because don't worry, we will create an amazing video, bro. Ansh, Lamba. See how much I'm doing it for you, just for you, so that you can learn. And I just wait for your messages. Hey, I just cracked MNC. Hey, I just cracked this. Hey, I just cracked that. I literally feel good. Anything for you, bro, anything for you. So this activity is completed. Execute on-prem. Okay, then it is saying execute API. This should not take long because this is just like API pipeline, and yeah, that is it. That is it. Do not forget to publish all the things, because otherwise you will just lose all the changes. Okay, all the development. By the way, are you enjoying this course? Are you? If yes, just drop a comment. Just tell me, and just try to help others. 2 activities are completed. Okay, just feel happy whenever you're just learning these technologies, because trust me, these technologies are very much in demand, and you are literally learning those skills which were really competitive, and I would say which are really competitive as well. But now it is not competitive for you. That's why I use the word were, because now you have watched this video. Now you know how to perform all those things, right? So you literally do not have any competition right now. You are the only competition for you. That's it. Because when you have knowledge, no one can beat you, bro. No one. Only you can beat yourself. That's it. So just feel happy. And if you are happy, just make me feel happy. Just drop a lovely comment. I want to read your comment. Okay, let's wait for a few more seconds. And I think third activity should also be completed very soon. Bro. Done for the day. Did you like it? And did you also see all the green marks? Just tell me one thing, that you saw that message. And what about, how was this one? This was really good, right? This was really good. Okay. And by the way, we already said thank you to him or her. So just close it. So let's now see how we can just set up, you can say, your alerts, your logic apps, and let's see how you can actually send the notifications on your pipeline failures. Okay, and then we will just set up the triggers as well. So now let's talk about the logic app. What is logic app? If you have not heard about logic app, let me just tell you what is a logic app and why do we use logic app. Basically, I will just first of all tell you the use case, because then you will understand, oh, okay, that's why you use logic app. So the thing is, let's say you are actually running this particular pipeline. Okay, this is the parent pipeline that you want to run, let's say every morning at 8 a.m. let's say, or not even 8 a.m. let's say at 12 a.m. in the midnight. Okay, if anything goes wrong, if anything goes wrong, then you need to be notified immediately, or any on-call person should be notified immediately, because obviously pipelines are really critical. If pipelines will not be completed on time, dashboards will not be updated, their datasets will not be updated, whatever the things are dependent on the pipelines, okay, will not be updated. They will be having stale data that you do not want, right? So you have to be notified immediately, or your on-call team. Okay, so what is that particular system or capability that we have available within Azure Data Factory? Okay, by the way, there are so many ways that we can just use to, you can say, create logic apps, or you can say not even logic apps. We can actually achieve the alerting system without even logic apps as well. Let me just show you. If I just click on manage, and then if I just scroll down, or not even manage, click on monitor, then we have something called as alerts and metrics. We can even create alerts from here as well, and we can create new alert rule. We can even do that as well. But in the real world, in the real industry, I would say organizations are not very, you can say, aligned with this particular approach. Why? Because it is not easy to, you can say, leverage for bigger pipelines, not very easily, you can say, visible in the flows, because we need a kind of activity which will be visible in the pipelines as well. So that is why we use logic app. Now let's talk about a little bit about logic app. Logic app is basically the, you can say, a web application. You do not need to worry, you do not need to create a web application. It is basically a kind of web application that received the, you can say, REST API request. It can just receive a lot of things, but one of the use cases is it can receive the HTTP request. It can be get, it can be post, put, delete, anything. Make sense? So we just send the API, you can say, request to that particular application. Make sense? Then to that application, we ask, hey, just send an email to me, to on-call person, to anyone. Make sense? To anyone. And then that particular logic app, that web application, will send an alert. So it is very simple. Let's say, let me just drag it here. Let's say you are a user, okay, and you have, let's say, built a Flask application, Flask web application. It's a Python framework. Let's say you have built this one, and you have an endpoint which is using post request. Okay, so you want to use this post request. So how you will just do that? You will simply say, hey, I want to hit this particular endpoint using post method. And what this post method will do, it will send the email, right? Email to you, email to any person. Similarly, now this particular thing is your logic app. Okay. Now you as a user will call this logic app, not you actually. Now this is ADF, Azure Data Factory. Now this Azure Data Factory will call this logic app when there is a failure. Obviously we can configure it, but let's say on failure. When there is a failure in the pipeline, then this logic app will be triggered. And we know that whenever we just make any request to post method, it will perform something, right? So this will just send an email to you, to on-call person, anyone. That is the logic. See, it was so simple. Ansh, Lamba, you make things simple. Not me. I would say you are smart enough because you are able to understand it. So I'm not doing actually anything. So the thing is, let's actually create the logic app. Now the thing is, which can be tricky. Can we create logic apps using Azure Data Factory? The answer is no. Oh, so the answer is we have a dedicated resource available in Azure that we use. Then we use, or you can say call, the Azure logic app using Azure Data Factory. Okay, understood. So I will simply go to my Azure Data Factory project resource group, and I will simply click on create. Okay, and then within the marketplace, I will simply say logic app. Okay, then click on search, and this is the one that you need to create. Let's click on create, and this is saying multi-tenant, and okay, dedicated, shared, dedicated shared. So I will simply pick this one, workflow service plan. Okay. And don't worry, we will simply delete it once we just create that. So logic app name, I will simply say Ansh, or you can say ADF logic app. Invalid character. Okay, I can remove the underscore. ADF logic app is not available. I will say Ansh at the end. Yes. So this is done. This is done. This is done. Okay. Your app service plan and the apps in it will not be zone redundant. Yeah, that's fine. Then click on storage. Okay, storage account. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Go to networking. Enable public access. Yes. Enable virtual network. No. Okay, that's fine. Then monitoring. And I think that's good. Yeah, just click on review plus create because rest of the things are fine. We can just click on create now. So it will simply create the logic app resource for us. Make sense? Okay, so far so good. And let's see how long it will take. It should not take much time to create this particular application, but still we can see how long it will take. So deployment is in progress. So meanwhile it is deploying our resource. Let me just tell you what exactly we need to do in this particular logic app. We can save time. So basically in this logic app, we have something called as app designer, or you can say logic app designer. We will be using logic app designer. It is a kind of drag and drop canvas that we use to create our logic. Make sense? Okay. Then first of all, as I just mentioned, it will create a kind of API. So first of all, we will just try to create the API, which is a kind of trigger that we want to say, hey, just trigger this based on this thing. Hey, just trigger this based on XYZ thing. So that's how we get initiated with logic app. Once the trigger is initiated, then we just set the action. These are just the two things that we need. That's it. We do not need any third thing. Really? Yes. And let me just refresh it. I think it is almost done. I can see a lot of things here. Status okay, status okay, status okay. Oh no, some of the things are still pending. Okay, so it will create some of the, okay, that is done. So if I just click on go to resource, so this is my logic app that you can also see in your resource group as well, obviously. Then within this, if you just click on, let's say maybe workflow, not workflow, I just need a designer. So maybe in the artifacts, no, no, deployment, no, settings, no, because they keep on changing the UI. So yeah, settings. Where is designer, man? Where is designer? Logic app, API, monitoring, authorization, tasks, support, maybe tasks, not really. Because last time when I used, they had a different, yeah, they have now renamed it to workflows, I think. Yeah. So they keep on changing stuff. So that is fine. Just click on workflows. So basically we create a kind of workflow. Earlier there was an option for, let's say, designer. So I will simply click on plus add and I will simply say add. So it will simply say what workflow you want to create. I will simply say enter a name for the workflow. I will simply say alerts. Okay. Then agent, stateful. Okay. Move most quickly, stateless, optimize for low latency, high reliability, and blah blah blah. Agent is in preview, so we just want to use stateful. Let's say saving workflow. Let me just say refresh. Okay, this is the stateful. Yeah, now it is empty. So this is basically my workflow number one, which is empty for now. I just told you. So this is the designer that I was talking about. See in the tools. Earlier this tool section was already in this particular section. Maybe it is there, but they have just changed the UI a little bit. They just keep on changing stuff. They like it a lot. So I'll simply say alerts. Maybe they are just integrating AI capabilities. So yeah, see AI. I was so sure like they were just adding more and more stuff. So as I just mentioned, first thing that we need to set up is the API call, basically the HTTP connection. Okay, you simply need to click on this, add a trigger. So it is saying, hey, what kind of trigger you want to create? We will simply say request, which is this one. Okay, What is this? This is a kind of HTTP request or any kind of request that we just need to assign. Hey, you just need to set up using the request. Okay. If I click on I button, you will say operations to handle inbound request to workflow and send workflow response. Click on this and it will say when a HTTP request is received. Yes. Click on it. Perfect. So now this is very important to configure this. Now, whenever we just set up an API, right? We need to create a kind of, you can say, post message that we will be sending to the API. Make sense? If not, let me just make it more clear. So basically, this is my API request. Okay, basically API URL. You will say, hey, where is the URL? So API URL is here. I know you cannot see it because it will be only visible once you save it. Just for now, you can imagine there is a URL, okay, that you need to use for making any API call. Make sense? Very good. Now, whenever you use the post request, then you have to send something in the body. If you do not know about this, so now you should know. Whenever you make any post request, you send some data, you send some information. Hey, just take this information and then process it. So how you can just send that information? There's a specific syntax to send the, you can say, information, and this is the body which should be unique for any API. So obviously this is also an API. This is not any kind of different alien thing that we have. So we have to follow that syntax. But the good thing is we actually do not need to write the exact syntax. Really, yes. We simply need to write a sample. Click on this and then just use a dictionary. Okay, simple JSON object. Then you will say, hey, I'll be using something called as pipeline name. This will be my key number 1. And what will be the value? Obviously it will be dynamic, and I will send this value in the body whenever I will be making any API call. So for now I can set the default value. I will simply say blah blah, let's say. Okay, then I want, let's say, pipeline name. Then I want, let's say, maybe run ID, maybe let's say run ID, because this is the information that I'll be sending in the email. So you can just set up anything. Okay, blah blah. Then let's say I want to send the status, like what is the status of the pipeline? Obviously blah blah. Then I want to send the error message as well. Let's say this is the error message, because it is really handy whenever you are just calling any on-call guy. So that guy should have some error message as well, right? I'll simply say blah blah. So I want these keys, basically this is my schema. Okay, and I want to send the request for these elements. Now I do not know how to just create the syntax for it, so I will simply click on done. It will write the schema for me. See, it is written here. So by the way, it is also not difficult. When you will be just setting up 2 to 3 logic apps, you will actually remember it. So it is basically just a JSON object. Okay, just simple JSON object, which will just take only 2 keys. One is basically the type, which is object. Second key is properties. Within the properties, you just define your schema and its type. That's it. See, pipeline name is my schema with this type string. Run ID, then type. Status, type. Error, type. That's it. That's it. You can even click on settings. Okay, then you can even view the code, the entire code of this drag and drop thing, and then that's it. That's it. Okay, now what I will do, I will simply click on save, because I want to save this. Okay, so this is saved. If I just click on now this alerts, so this has actually set up my request. See, now this is the URL that I can just use. This is created. Now obviously whenever I will hit this particular, let's say, API with this particular body, obviously I want to send an alert to myself. That's why I can just use any email. Okay, so what I can do in that particular scenario, I will simply say plus, because next step is action. Once the request is received, what action you want to take, I will simply say plus, add an action. Okay, then I will say what action I want to perform. I can perform literally so many things, but in my case I want to receive an email. I will simply search for Gmail. Okay, and I will simply say send email. Make sense? Then it will simply say connection name. You can just say any connection name, and authentication type is use default shared application. Yes, now I just need to sign in. So let me just quickly sign in with my Gmail account. I will simply prefer signing in with the same Gmail account. Okay, let me just do that quickly. So just a quick fix. I was just trying to use a Gmail account, then I just got to know that the Logic app that I have just configured is actually not suitable for Gmail. So what I did, instead of searching Gmail, I just searched Outlook. And just make sure you will use this option which is called send an email, because within the Outlook you have so many options. You have delete an email, you have send an email with options, send an email with blah blah blah. Just simply pick send an email v2, that's it. You can just simply search Outlook and then just click on see more and you will see all the options. Just pick this one, then you will be prompted to sign in with your Outlook account. Initially it will ask you to sign up with your normal, you can say, account from which you have logged in with this Azure portal, which is this one. So I simply signed in with that particular account and it worked. By the way, why it asked that particular email? Because this email will be used to send out the emails, because obviously just use your common sense. Whenever you're receiving an email, there is a sender, right? There is a sender. So sender will be my personal portal account. Make sense? Very good. So now I can specify anything. Let's say I want to send this email to the same account, which is anshlamba@gmail.com. Let's suppose, but in your case, it can be your personal account, your friends, your girlfriend's, anyone's email account. Let's say, okay. Then what is the subject? Now subject can be, let's say, bro, wake up, your pipeline is failed. You can just write anything. Okay. Subject. Oh, I just clicked on this. So subject. Now body is really important, because you need to set up a body in such a way that you want to say, hey, this is the pipeline name. Hey, this is the error message. Hey, this is this, and you need to look into that. Just imagine you are on call and you just receive email like this. Pipeline is failed. That's it. Will you be able to configure the error, to troubleshoot it? And let's suppose you got the call in the midnight. Are you able to do that? Obviously no. So you need to draft an email in such a way that you will get the values as well. Here we will be using some dynamic content. So remember, we passed some of the variables, some of the useful information in the body. Why did we do that? So that we can use it in our email, because that information is actually useless here. What is it doing in the body? Nothing. We have actually sent that information in the body. Now this particular, you can say, API body is actually useless, because why it needs that particular pipeline name? It does not need that. We passed that body so that we can use it here. So what I will do, I will simply say pipeline name. I will write simply like this: pipeline failed. Here are the info, you can say. Here are the information, or you can say here are some information, or here are some steps, or useful, whatever you need to write. Useful, you can say, bullets. Okay, then I'll simply say pipeline. Okay, now I need to use that particular variable name. How I can just use that? You simply need to write slash, then you will see a window. Why I'm not seeing that? You can even click on this as well. Enter the data from previous step. See, enter the data from the previous step, which is this one. And by the way, it should just give me this thing whenever I just type slash. Maybe I need to write like this, slash, like this. Now, okay, we can click on it. No worries. See, I have these variables available with me. I will simply say, let's say, see more, all the things. I have pipeline. Do I have pipeline? Yes, pipeline name. See, now this is a kind of variable that I can use. Then I will simply say status. Then I can use status. Hey, why are you not giving me that prompt? Why? Oops. No, I have to click on this manually. So status, I can just use the status variable. Okay. Then I can say, let's say run ID. Then I will pick the run ID from here. Perfect. I also want the error message, which is the most important thing, because it gives you some of the idea what could be wrong, right? Error message. And now this is the error message. See more. Error. Perfect. So I want to draft my email like this. See, now it makes sense, right? Now it makes sense. I will simply say okay. Okay, click on save. So this is saving my workflow. Very good. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So this is my alert. Okay, this is my alert. Very good. So every time, see, every time if anything is wrong, or let's say if any failure is there, we will simply make an API call to this particular, you can say, request, and we will send all these variables. Which variables? These variables, these things in the body. So we actually need to make an API call in such a way that we will be passing the variables like this. Let's say pipeline name, and then we need to define its, you can say, value, then run ID, then status, then error. So we have to do it like that. Make sense? Okay, very good. So now I think everything is good. Everything is good. So now let's make an API call. Okay, let's make an API call. And what we will do, we will simply pass those values in the body of it. And then when we will be just passing that value, it will simply hit the action, basically trigger the action automatically, and it will send me an email. Let's test it. So this is my pipeline. Okay, so here I will simply drag the web activity. Okay, web activity like this. And by the way, what should be the connector here? Should it be on the successful? Obviously not. It should either be connected on failure. Let's say this pipeline failed, or it should be on the skipped one. Why? Because use your common sense. If this pipeline failed, then this activity will be triggered. If this pipeline failed, or basically this activity failed, then obviously this activity will be skipped. That means there's a failure. So that means this should be triggered because there is a failure. Okay. But as per our use case, what we are actually trying to do, we are simply trying to apply the alerts only on this pipeline, only on this one. You can just apply on the whole pipeline as well. Let's say you want to create a separate one for this, separate one for this, or just one for all the three, or just for this one. That totally depends upon the requirements that you get from the project manager, or how they want to set up the monitoring, because monitoring is something that is, yes, useful for data engineers, but that should be communicated with the business as well, because obviously your organization will be having some on-call team, so they need to also be, you can say, satisfying with the requirements. And also for now, let's say you want to apply the monitoring only on this particular pipeline. Let's say there's a use case. Okay, let's say only on this one. I will simply say failure alert. Okay, now I want to go to and just paste the URL. Where's the URL? This is the URL. I will simply go here and I will just paste it here. Perfect. Make sense? This is the URL. And what is the method to call this? It is a post method. And whenever we have post method, we need to pass the body. Make sense? We have to pass the body. Okay, very good. So in order to pass the body, we will simply write the JSON like this, and I'll simply say pipeline name. We have to use the same variables. Okay, we have to use the same variables like this. Pipeline name. And what is the pipeline name? It is actually available for you. You do not need to hard code it. If you just go to system variables, you will see pipeline name here. Just type it and just remove the @ from here. Just keep it here like this, so that it will be behaving as a variable, and just encapsulate it in double quotes. Simple. Okay, then I want to pass, let's say, what was the next thing? Run ID. Okay, very good. I want to pass run ID, and what is the run ID? Run ID should be here. See, this one. So I'll simply say this one, then @, then curly braces close, then this. Okay, perfect. Then I want to say status and error. Okay, status. Now what is the status? Status is basically pipeline status. So if you just click on pipeline name, okay, if you click on pipeline name, or not actually pipeline name, this should be the activity. So you will simply go to activity outputs, and what is our previous activity name? It is execute incremental, right? So you will simply say output like this. Okay, output dot status. We have something called as status function for the output, and same thing for error message. Okay, I will simply say here status and then error. Okay, very good. So this is completed. And authentication, I think we can just try it with none. If not, we can just set up some system assign manage identity. That's not a big deal. So let's say validate. Okay, now in order to test it, obviously we need to make some failures in this particular pipeline. Or let's do one thing. Let's first of all test it with the success, because we would know like, okay, this is the thing. Can we just do that? Obviously you can. Let's say you want to just do it on success, because you will see the message as success. Okay, and if it is working for success, obviously it will be working for failure as well. It's just a trigger. Okay, so let's actually test it. And what I will do, I will disable all the other activities so that we can save some time, because we just need to test this particular pipeline. So I will simply say debug. Now let's actually try to debug it and let's see what happens. Okay, so this is currently running and this is kept. Okay, this is fine. This is inactive. Fine. Okay, and this should hit that particular thing. Okay, by the way, there is a way to test the, you can say, alert from here as well, and I think it should be somewhere here, because they have totally changed the UI. So I also need to just look at some new things, because there was a button to test it. So what it does, it simply sends the alert, and I think it should be, yeah, run. You can actually just run it like this, but we are not running it manually. We want to run it through an API. Let's do it. So it is simply saying that run with payload basically. That means you can set up some sudo JSON just to test this particular thing. We can do that if we see any errors. If not, why do we need to bother it? Why do we need to bother it? Who is that man? Who is that? Okay, it is fine. It's been so long. I have created the, you can say, logic app, because what we do, we just simply create 1 to 2 logic apps and we just try to reuse it, because see, this is just a template. You can just use it anywhere in any pipeline, because all the information, pipeline name, run ID will be coming from the pipeline itself. You do not actually need to do anything with this particular logic app. That's why you hardly create like logic apps. Yes, yeah, like you create logic apps, but you reuse those logic apps. You do not like recreating a new one every time for each pipeline. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so it is taking 1 minute 52 seconds. Okay, I could have, yeah, this is succeeded. Oh, this is failed. Wow, what is the issue? Status cannot be validated because property status doesn't exist. Okay, available properties are pipeline name, pipeline run ID, pipeline return value. Okay, makes sense. What did we write here? Let's check. Activity. Okay, execute incremental output dot status. I think, oh, makes sense, because see, we do not have anything for status for output. We, I think, directly have status, and I think S is capital if I'm not wrong. I can just test this, but yeah, it doesn't make any sense if we just say, hey, output dot status. There's no status for output. We have status for the activity only. And here I think there is errors, because that is a list. Then we have something called as message, but that also work, and that this should also work. Let's see. If I rerun it, it will take time, but yeah, what else we can do? Let's say debug. Let's see. So I have just restarted it with some small bugs. Okay, let me just run it and let's see. Okay, failure alert. Okay, authentication. I think this looks good to me. This is very simple. Makes sense. Okay, let's see. And by the way, you do not need to bother about this application. You can even delete it after you can say you have just tested it out and everything. Okay. And one quick question, you can simply ask, hey, is there any other way we can just find the URL? So you can even go to properties and you should see that particular endpoint here as well. Not from here, but yeah, if you just go here in the workflows, and if you just go to, let's say, properties somewhere here, maybe here in the properties, here you should see that particular endpoint. You can just find it. Okay, they have like totally changed the UI. So I can't actually tell you the exact position, but yeah, you can anytime just click on this and see the, you can say, output. Make sense? By the way, it failed again. Let's see what is the issue this time. Output.errors of 0.message cannot be evaluated because errors doesn't exist. Maybe errors is not there, maybe error is there. Yeah, these are small things that we need to just check. Let's do it with error only. Okay, let's do it with error. That's it. Let's give it a try, because these are small keywords that we have to do it, right? Whenever we have just this pipeline. We have logs, we have pipeline. Yeah, let's see. So finally it has succeeded. By the way, I just made a small change. Let me just tell you what was the issue. So basically the thing is, we were using something called as error, .error. And by the way, how stupid I was. We only get .error property when there is a failure, when there is an error. If it is succeeded, should you see any error? Obviously not. So what I did, I simply applied a try catch method that we use in, you can say, any programming language. In the try catch method, if you see my new thing, so I have simply used an if condition, which will say if I have any error, only then you should say, hey, there is an error. Otherwise simply say no error. Make sense? Because obviously if you are just trying to set up monitoring, and if you, let's say, this is like very critical pipeline, and you need to be notified on the success as well, on failure as well. In that particular case, you have to apply try catch method. If you do not want to apply try catch method, you have to simply change this node from success to failure. Then, because obviously this will only be triggered when you have you can say failure, and when you have failure, you have an error, then you do not need to apply that try catch method. But this is even the advanced version of it, because you can this way set up this particular alert for success as well. And let me just tell you, if you have some critical pipelines, you need to set up the alerts or monitoring for success as well. In which cases, let's say you are building a project. Okay, you are in the hypercare. So you need to be notified on each status, failure, success, everything. So that is the thing. And I have successfully received the email as well. And I didn't receive the email in the normal inbox. So I was like, where is my email? So I simply checked the spam folder. It was there. So if you will also not see the email, just simply check your spam folder. You will receive the email. And I can even confirm the run as well. Simply click on alerts. And I have something called as run history. So I can see that it is triggered successfully. It is saying succeeded, and it has successfully sent this particular email to my email ID that I provided to it. Make sense? So every time if there is any kind of issue with your pipeline, okay, you have this alert created, which is logic app, and you can easily set up this particular monitoring. Okay, let me just click on publish all. That's it. So again, if you are not receiving any email, so simply check your spam folder. The email should be there, but yeah, you will receive the email. If you have run history there and you have put the exact right email. Okay. Let me just activate this as well. Okay. Makes sense. Very good. So now our pipeline orchestration work is done. Okay, so far we have reached the bronze layer. We have populated the bronze layer. Very good. Now let's talk about some data transformation capabilities. Yes, we do have data transformation capabilities as well within Azure Data Factory. So what we do with that, we simply transform our data. Make sense? So how we can just do that? Let me just show you. So for that, you will simply go to something called as data flows. If you just click on it, you do not have anything. Click on these three dots. You will be having new data flow. So simply click on this new data flow, and this is my data flow. So now why do we use this data flow? Let's say I will simply say data transformation. Okay, data transformation. Okay, very good. So this is basically the data transformation capabilities that we have within Azure Data Factory. Simply this is again drag and drop, low no code. You do not need to write any particular code for this thing. But behind the scenes, it will be running something called as Spark. Yes, but you do not need to write any Spark code. it will be doing everything for you. Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? So what we're gonna do, what is our purpose? If I just take you to the, let's say, my data lake. Oh, we have so many resources. Wow. See, whenever you create that particular logic app, you create so many resources. Don't worry, we'll simply delete all the resources. So I will simply take you to the data lake, and this is the data lake. We have bronze container, right? Let's create another container, and I will simply name it as, let's say, silver. Okay, so now we want to take this bronze data. We have GitHub, monitor, on-prem. We want to take all this data, not monitor, like on-prem, SQL and GitHub. We want to take all this data and we want to transform it. Make sense? Every folder is different, have like different data set, like different data structure as well. GitHub is having in the form of JSON, on-prem I think is CSV, SQL is I think Parquet. So we'll be creating 3 different data sets for these particular sources, and we will be transforming it. We will be applying some transformations, and you're gonna love the transformation. Trust me, because everything is drag and drop. You can literally do anything with these data flows, and you do not need to write any Spark code for that. So first of all, let's click on add source, and I will simply click on add source, and then let's try to add a source. I will simply say source, or let's say first of all, let's try to transform CSV data. Let's say on-prem source. Okay, now it is saying what is the data set. Let's create a new data set, fresh data set, so that you can just see. And my data is CSV, and this is, let's say, DS silver source. Okay, link source will be same, and let's pick the data which is in the bronze layer. Okay, makes sense. Okay, and this is the one on-prem. Yes, and within that I need to pick, first of all, let's say dim airline. Okay, we're gonna pick one by one. First row as header, it is fine, none. Okay, so now this is your data set. Okay, now you can also preview the data. What is the advantage of data preview? Because you can actually see all the transformations that you are applying on this particular data set, and for that you need to turn on the data flow debug. You just need to hit this button, and it is just a kind of compute which will be up and running for you. Simply say okay. It takes at least I think 5 to 6 minutes to turn on. Okay, so you need to wait, and once it is on, you can actually debug your data, so you can actually preview the data. Meanwhile it is running, I will simply create 2 more data sets. Okay, I'll simply say add source, and I will say DS not this one, it is again source, not source, I think I should just call it as dim airline. Okay, dim airline, this will be, let's say, dim flight. Okay, dim flight, makes sense. And let's create a new data set. Yes, we can create a parameterized data set as well, but that is a thing that we have already seen, so I do not want to repeat that thing. You can just actually do that. Let's click on plus new, and then continue, then CSV. Let's call it as, let's say, DS dim flight source, let's say. Okay, link source will be same, and let's say bronze, and then we're gonna say on-prem dim flight. Okay, perfect. So none, and then okay. Okay, then let's create another one, and simply say add source. Okay, perfect. I will say dim passenger. Very good. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna consolidate all the data transformations within one data flow, so that we will not be consuming a lot of resources, and everything will be going in just one data flow. Okay, makes sense? Okay, good. So I will simply say plus new, continue, CSV, this is DS dim passenger, and then you can say source. Link service is the same, then bronze, then you can say on-prem, and then this is the one, dim passenger. Okay, very good. So these are the 3 data sets that we have created so far. Let's create another one, and this time it will be my on-prem data. I will simply say fact bookings. Okay, and this is Parquet data set, so I have to pick Parquet this time. Then continue. I will simply say ds fact source, link service is same, then bronze. Okay, and what is the file name? Bronze, and then on-prem. Yeah, I just need to pick the whole folder. Not on-prem, it is basically this SQL. Yes, SQL. Perfect. So I can simply say okay, and that's it, because I want to read all the files. Makes sense? So we have successfully created 4 datasets, and let's create the last one, which is GitHub, which is the JSON data. I will simply say dim airport, and this time it will be JSON dataset. I'm just creating new datasets just for you. You can just feel fresh for the silver layer. Yes, we can use the existing ones as well. Yes, we can just create one parameterized one as well. Now we are not focusing on creating datasets. We are now focusing on the data transformation. That's why I'm creating new ones. Okay. TS dim airport. Perfect. Link service is this one, and bronze and GitHub. Perfect. This is the one. Makes sense. It makes sense. Okay, let's start with this because our data flow debug is also up and running. So if I click on this, and if I click on data preview, and if I click on refresh, I should be able to see the data. Okay, makes sense. I should be able to see the data. Okay, makes sense. So now what I'm gonna do, I will be, okay, this is dim flight. Okay, same thing. Dim airline, dim flight, everything is fine. I can even say data preview here as well. Okay. It is first of all displaying this data. So what it does, basically it runs the, you can say, your data transformations on top of cluster that it will create for us, because obviously it is running Spark code for us behind the scenes. So we do not actually need to bother anything, and you can literally perform anything, like all the transformations, all the SQL functions, all the PySpark functions, everything without writing any single code. And you will ask me, hey, do we use data flows in the industry? Yes, 100% yes. 110% yes. We do use. Okay, so this is the data. Perfect. See, we have just 4 columns: flight ID, flight number, departure time, arrival time. Okay, makes sense. Yes, we do not have much stuff to, you can say, do in this particular data set, basically dim airline, because this is just giving us some flight ID and all those stuff. So we do not have much stuff to do. Let's skip this particular one. Let's say dim flight. Basically dim flight is having nothing much. Let's say dim airline, because obviously we cannot force the transformations, but I will still show you like how you can just apply transformations. And again, this is all creativity, and this is a kind of homework that I will give it to you. Just try to apply some more and more transformations. Just try to create some columns. Just try to do this, that, everything. Make sense? Okay, so we can do something with this particular one. So let me just show you. Let's say in the country column, you want to actually capitalize every value. Okay, how we can just do that? So I will simply click on dim airline. I will click on this plus button. In the plus button, it is giving me all the options that I want to do. See, so many things, filter, sort, so many things, right? I want to click on derived column. Why? Because if you have any PySpark knowledge, you would know whenever you want to just, let's say, apply any transformation on the columns, we use derived column, basically with column function, right? If you do not have any PySpark knowledge, do not need to worry. We are not focusing on PySpark. We are simply learning data flows in ADF. So derived column is basically the activity that we use to apply the transformations. I will simply say derived column. I can rename it. I will simply say derived column country. Okay. Makes sense. So it is saying, hey, which column you want to modify? I will simply pick this one. By the way, why I'm not seeing this column? Because you have not clicked on projection. So you need to import the projection. If you just want to see the data, and if you just want to see the schema, basically you need to click on import projection. Otherwise it will not give you the desired schema. Okay, makes sense. Okay, very good. So it will hardly take, I think, few seconds. Yeah, these are the columns. Now you should see the column. See, we have country and it is saying what expression you want to pick. I will simply click on expression builder, and this is my expression builder where I can just apply the transformations. Make sense? That is why I call it as low no code. It is low code basically, not no code. You have to just write some things. Let's say I want to apply functions. So I will simply go to functions and I will see, hey, do I have anything for uppercase? Something like that. Obviously, there's a long list. The ideal way is just search it. If we have anything upper, yes, we have upper. Simply click on it and you want to apply the upper function on schema. So simply click on input schema and remove this upper keyword and then pick country. Now this is a transformation that you need to apply, right? You can click on save and finish and that's it. Now you want to see your data at this step, right? At this step, I will click on data preview and refresh. This will give me, you can say, latest version of my data with the transformations applied on it. So that obviously I can see. That is why this button is really, really handy, which is debug, so that you can actually see your data, all the transformations, all the steps, whatever you are applying on the top of your data. Make sense? Okay, perfect. Okay, so this has successfully applied the transformation that I wanted to apply, which is this one, like converting it into uppercase. Okay, and these are basically all the airline IDs and these are basically all the airline names. Makes sense. Okay, this is fine. Okay, because we do not have much stuff to transform here. Then we have dim flight, and in dim flight we already know that we have these things. So let's say there's a very common transformation that I want to discuss. Let's say you want to neglect this column, basically departure time. I know this is very important column, but in some scenarios, let's say you do not want to use this column in your transformation, you do not want to take it further. How you can just do that? Basically, there is a transformation called select. Click on plus, then click on select. So this is basically the select transformation. Basically, whenever we just write select clause in SQL, same thing. I will say select columns. Okay. And whatever columns I want to select, I will simply select it. And before that, do not forget to import the projection. Okay, once the projection is there, then only you can use the schema. Otherwise, it will not let you use the schema. Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? Very good. So now let's see what do we have here after this. Okay, now we have this. Perfect. Now if I see select columns, just remove this auto mapping and then simply these are your columns. Now let's say you do not want to remove the column, you want to rename it. So I will simply say departure timestamp, or basically departure time, whatever you want to write. So it will become this column now. You can even remove it by clicking on this dustbin or remove mapping. So this will be removed. That's how you set your mapping for your data. Okay, if I click on data preview, I should see that particular, you can say, new column name. Okay, this way you can actually rename your columns. Make sense? Okay, very good. Very, very, very good. Okay, perfect. Now, this is flight ID, this is flight number, and everything looks good to me. Okay, this is departure timestamp and arrival timestamp. Okay, makes sense. Now, let's jump to dim passenger. If I say dim passenger, let's see what do we have here. And we can also say projection, inspect. Okay, so it is running for data preview for now. So let's wait. Okay, perfect. So now, as you can see that we have obviously the passenger information like full name, gender, age, country, and so many things. Okay. So in this particular data set, yes, we do have many transformations to apply. Okay. First of all, what do I need to apply? I want to, let's say, rename this column gender. I want to rename it to gender flag. Okay. So how I can just do that? You already know. I will simply click on select and I will say auto mapping close, and before that import projection. And we actually have a lot of stuff to do within this particular data set, and we will just leverage that so that you can just learn more and more transformations. By the way, transformations are endless. Okay. Some people say, hey, you learn transformations whenever you work with messy dataset. That's not true. That's actually not true. Even if you are working with messy dataset, and let's say you are working on the cleaner dataset at the same time, it totally depends upon the requirements that you get from the senior folks, that you get from the, let's say, project scope, what actually you want to do. People have that hype. Hey, if you work with messy dataset, if you work with garbage dataset, then only you can be called as data engineer, big data engineer. That's not the reality, bro. That's not the reality. By the way, let me just tell you one thing. You cannot even handle that garbage dataset. You cannot even handle that particular dirty dataset. Let me just tell you the reality. You cannot even handle that. If you are thinking that you can handle that, bro, how you will define the schema? This is the first question from Ansh Lamba. If you can define the schema, what if it will be changing very randomly? That is the garbage dataset, right? That is the garbage dataset. Even if you're working with clean dataset and let's say its schema is changing frequently, it is hard to handle. It is hard to handle. So it's never like it was never and will be never about the quality of data describes, you can say, the potential and the credibility of a data engineer. No, it's all about how quickly you can just adapt with the changes. Let's say there's a new column, your pipelines are you can say strong enough to handle that particular change frequently, and how easily you know how to fix that particular thing. And let me just tell you one thing. We have schema enforcement. We have schema evolution techniques. So what actually you are talking about, bro? So do not create the false hype that clean data sets are not built for data engineers. Do not give you the reality check. That's not the reality, bro. That's not the reality. And just imagine one thing. Just one, you can say, question that you should ask from those folks. In most of the projects, people migrate data from on-prem to Azure. In most of the projects, or you can say that will be one of the use cases, right? Do you store garbage data in SQL database? Do you store garbage data? Can you store dirty data in SQL database? SQL database is the most structured data set. So that's called hypocrisy, right? So you do not see, obviously, if some people want views, they will feed those negativity so that they can gain the views. That is the reality check that I have to do. Like I have to just give it to you. Why? Because I do care about you. I do care about your time. I do care about your money, hard-earned money, so that you will not be like spending like this. Okay. Obviously, negativity gain more views. Why? Because it creates a chemical reaction in your brain whenever you hear any negativity, any negative news. So what are they doing? They are doing the same thing. You do not need to be negative. Okay. You will be positive because you are on this channel. Okay. You will become more skillful. World is competitive. We know that. It is becoming more and more competitive with the course of time. We know that. So what is the solution? We will be becoming more and more skillful. We do not need to say, hey, do this, do that, take these courses, get enrolled in these schools, in these online platforms. No, 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 no. Okay. No. Just say no. You need to be smart enough, bro. You are living in 2025. Okay, so let's focus on the project. Back to the project. So what we are saying, we need to just rename this particular flag. Okay, I will go to select. I will just refresh this. And here I have gender. I will simply say gender flag. Make sense? So this is the first transformation I want to do. Make sense? And I will simply click on, you can say, preview. Okay, makes sense. Okay, perfect. My column is renamed. Now I am gonna show you how you can just set the replace function. So let's say you want to replace the values. Here we have M and F. I want to use the full name, male and female. How you can just do that? How you can just replace the values? That is one of the most common use cases for data engineers, to replace the values, right? So you simply need to add this plus button. You will simply say derived column, and you will just say derived gender flag. Okay, like this, derived gender flag. Makes sense. What is the column we are trying to change this one. What is the expression? We will be writing it. So there's a function called regexp replace. See, regex replace. So this is regex replace. Okay, it is saying string and then regex to find, substring to replace. So first of all, we need to write the column name where we are just applying this. So we are just applying this transformation to gender flag, and we are saying, hey, simply remove M with male. Make sense? We are simply trying to do this. We can simply say save, and let's see if we are able to do this. Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? I think it should work. Like regex replace is a function that is used. If there is any syntactical error, we can definitely cope with it. Yeah, it worked. See, now male. Now we want to do the same step for female as well. Make sense? Okay. So now what I will do, I will simply add this plus button here, add column, and I will add the same column, gender flag. Okay. Then I will simply say open expression. By the way, I cannot just keep this particular column again and again within the same transformation. So I have to remove it and I have to add another step. No worries at all. I will simply say derived gender female flag. Okay. That's the downside of using low no code, because you have to build more and more visualization. But let me just tell you, in order to maintain this project, or basically any project in the real world, low no code actually helps, because you can see, hey, what can be the wrong you can say step. Make sense? So I'll simply say gender flag and then same function, regex replace, and then column will be gender flag, string to find F, and then this will be female. Okay. Makes sense. Let's say save and finish and data preview. So it should just convert that into female as well. Okay. 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 So here, let's see the output. If we are able to get it. Okay. Perfect. We are able to see male and female. Perfect. This is also, you can successfully convert it. Now, if let's say I want to filter this particular dimension. Really? Yes. I want to just filter only those records. By the way, we just have, let's say, how many records do we have in this particular dim passenger? Because by default, we just see that 10 records. You can even change it. Click on debug settings and row limit is 1000. Okay. So that means we just have 10 rows. That's fine. That's fine. So basically, let's say I want to filter out the records for, let's say, greater than 25. I just want to keep only those people which are greater than 25. So how I can just do that? I have the activity called filter, which is this one. And I will simply say filter greater than 25. Okay. And this symbol is not required. So filter greater 25. Okay. So now it is saying, hey, what is the filter? I will simply say open expression builder. And I will simply say age greater than 25. Make sense? Okay. Let's see. Age greater than 25. And let's apply another filter. Let's say who, oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We believe in equality. Filter greater 25. Okay. So now we have all the records which are greater than 25. Makes sense? And let's say we want to exclude Mexico. Let's say, so you can even add the same condition in the filter. So what you can do, you can simply go here and simply write at the rate, not at the rate, like ampersand, then the next next filter condition. You will simply say country, and then you will say not equals to, like this, equals to, let's say Mexico. Make sense? Make sense? Like this. Save and finish. Let's see if it is successful. So we should not see the data which is equals to Mexico. We are simply excluding that. So just an example, just a hypothetical example. No hate for any country. Okay, just an example. So see, now you are not seeing any particular, you can say, passenger from that company. Let me just remove that particular filter. Okay, so this was just an example. Otherwise you will say, hey, why did you remove Mexico? So let me just refresh. I love all the countries. Every country is good. Okay, so fetching data. Okay, see, now you are back. Love you. So this is a transformation that we have so far. Okay, now let's say you just want to apply the full name, but you also want to remove the space and you want to replace it with the underscore. Let's say how you can just do that. You will simply click on this and again derived column, because obviously this is a derived column. So I will simply say derived column, and then I will say derived name. I will pick the column as full name, or let's say let's only fetch the first name. Let me just show you how you can just create the new column, because so far we have not created any new column. So let's say you want to create a new column, which column is not there. You will use the same activity, which is derived column, because derived column is used to either modify the existing column or create a new one. Same with Spark. With column is used to either modify the existing column or create a new one. So I will simply create a new column. Let's say first name. So first name is actually not here. That is why you are seeing no name found, because we are creating a new column. And what is the expression? Expression will be only the first part after splitting the whole column with space. Yeah, tough expression, but we will be just writing it. So first of all, I will just search for the function called split, because I want to split my column. So this is the function split. Okay, so I want to split, and what is the condition? Split expects minimum 2 number of parameters and string to split and character. So I want to split on which column? On full name. Perfect. And what will be the delimiter? Delimiter will be space. Simple like this. After splitting it, I want to just fetch the 0th element, which is the first element. Let's see if it works. I just wrote this code in the air. Okay, let's see. So what we did, we simply split the column on the basis of delimiter called space. Then we simply pick the first element, which is the first name. Make sense? And let's see if it works. No, we are seeing null. Okay, so what is the thing? Let me just check what is the thing, because maybe it didn't like the transformations that we applied. Okay, so I think, yeah, I will first of all use split function, because if we want to fetch something from the list, we have to, I think, use list function, maybe not greatest, I think get something. So there should be something from where we can just fetch the elements from the list. So there are so many functions. Okay, week, year, to date, replace, reverse, write. Okay, we can also use, I think, see, to perform any transformation there are like endless ways. I thought using split function, because I use split function in PySpark, but you can even use, I think, not reverse, basically write function, string to subset and number of characters. So this way you can only get, let's say, first 4 characters, first 5 characters, first 6 characters, and so on. But this is not the actual way. Or you can even use, let's say, you can actually do a lot of things, but I have to complete it using split function. Why? I don't know. So map, not map. First of all, let me just show you how it will behave after this. So this column will become a list. Let me just show you that first of all, and then I can just show you that how you can just fetch the value, because I also need to just look like how you can just fetch the values from the list. Okay, so this is a list. See, this is a list. Obviously you are not seeing the value, but first value is this one, second value is this one, first name of one is this one, first name of second is this one. Make sense? Very good. Now what I will do, I will create another derived column. Okay, and I will simply say derived first name. Okay, and then I will simply say obviously first name, and the expression should be, now I want to first of all, let's say, use first name. This is a list, right? I want to fetch its first character, not 0. Maybe it is not starting from 0. And yeah, let's click on save and finish. Let's see what it returns, because we are simply testing it out. Because it said, see, it said like first name is the column name, and first element is John and second element is Doe. So let's see if it works. Otherwise we have to find some. Hey, it worked. See, it worked. So what we did, first of all, we converted this into a list. Okay. And within the list, we have two things: first name, last name, first name, last name, first name, last name. So I will simply use the index, which is 1. Usually we use 0th index, but it didn't like the 0th index. So what I can do now, I will play with it. See, you know that I'm stubborn, right? So what I will do, I will simply go here and I will simply put 1 here. Let's see if it works directly here. I think it should. Let's see. If it works here, then we do not need an additional derived step column. Let's see if it works. I think so it should work, because the issue was just the index number, not the list itself. But that's just an assumption. Let's see, bro. Oh, see, it worked. I knew it, bro. Let me just delete this. I knew it. See? Okay, perfect. So this is the transformation that we applied and we are good. We are satisfied with it. Okay, now let's jump on to the next one, which is fact bookings. Let's see what do we have here in the fact bookings. Let's investigate fact bookings. What do we have? Basically, just to remind you, we are building silver layer for now. We are simply, you can say, refining the data. In the gold layer, we'll be creating aggregated version of it, because in the gold layer, if you do not know about Medallion architecture, in the bronze layer, we simply dump the data, ingest the data. In silver layer, we simply process the data, clean the data if there are any, you can say, requirements from the project owner, whatever they want to do, whatever schema they want, because you cannot messy data, big data engineer, bro, hold on. The mapping sheet will be coming from the business. Okay. Whatever they need, the columns. Let's suppose you are processing 1,000 columns. Wow. Slow claps, big data engineer. We heard that we have to work with messy data set. And business actually comes into the picture and they say, hey, we just need 10 columns. This is the requirement. And we do not need your 990 columns, which are messy. So just build the pipeline. Now, what will happen with your messy data set? So do not just fall into those traps. Okay. Those are just hypes. Why? This industry is really competitive, right? So they are simply removing the competition by saying that, hey, data engineering is not that much easy. Data engineering is not like working with Kaggle data set. Bro, shut up. So don't worry, just trust this guy, because this guy will actually help you. Trust me, this guy will actually help you. And you will obviously get the answer, and you know, like, you are a human, right? So you have some thinking capabilities. You will actually get the answer. Okay, so now in the fact bookings, what do we have? Basically, this is a fact table. So obviously in the fact table, we should have only and only the IDs and those keys. That's it. And that's what we have. One thing that I liked about this particular fact table, we have booking data as well. That is good. We have all the IDs, we have all the cost and everything. Let's say in the fact table, you do not like decimal. Okay, let's say you do not like decimal. You want to store this data in the form of integer. You want to just typecast this thing. How you can just do that? It is, you can say, one of the biggest challenge whenever you just build the pipeline, because typecasting is not actually very easy. Okay. Plus it changes frequently. Let's say you are receiving exponential data this time. In the next run, you are receiving decimal data with different precision. In the next run, you are receiving different decimal data with different precision. So it actually is a pain. So I will simply say derived column, and instead of derived column, I have, I think, something called as cast as well. Let me just check. I think so I have, let me just, yeah. See. Here is the cast. So we have an activity called cast. I will simply say cast. What was the column name? Ticket cost. Okay. Cast cost. Cast cost. Okay, perfect. Then optimize. Obviously, we do not need to optimize it. Then cast settings, basically. So this is the incoming stream, which is fact bookings. Okay. Then columns assert type check. You can even use it, or if you do not want to use it, you can just keep it like this. Partitioning is fine, skipping is fine. And by the way, where's the projection, Ansh Lamba? Here is the projection. Projection is very important, because without projection, you cannot see the columns and it will not work otherwise. Make sense? Okay, good. Good. Now just click on cast. So these are the columns, cast settings. So it is simply saying, hey, do you want to cast booking ID? No. We want to cast ticket cost. Type is the integer. Yes. Format is this one. That is fine. Because integer is like integer. We are not specifying anything. So let me just click on data preview. And it should convert it into integer because we do not want to keep the decimal. We want to every time convert it into integer. Why? Because let's say you are converting to a different precision. Second day you will be having different precision. Third day you'll be having different precision. So if you just convert it into integer, your problem is solved. Actually solved. See, wow, perfect. Again, it depends upon the requirements. Okay, it depends upon the requirements because that is the thing. Real world project means you are just a developer. Okay, that is the reality. You are just a developer. You are being guided by the owner, by the project owner. Okay, you are just a developer. You are just following the instructions. Yes, you will own your solution. Yes, you will just own the pipelines, or you will own all the development. Yes, but you need to meet all the requirements as well. You cannot set up your new requirements because you are a developer. No, that's not how it goes in the real world. Okay, so this is also done. Let's see our last transformation, and this is, you can say, one of the most trickiest one because JSON data is not actually very easy to work with, but do not worry, I will just tell you everything. If I click on, first of all, data preview, let's see what do we have. By the way, in this particular case, we do not have very complex JSON. In some scenarios, we do get very complex JSON as well, but steps are very, very simple. So you actually do not need to worry about anything. Okay. Just click on data preview. Perfect. So we are seeing everything sorted because we do not have any kind of nested column, but I will still tell you some things. If you have some nested columns, then we have an activity called flatten. So you can just use this activity called flatten. What it will do, it will simply flatten your hierarchical column if you have any. Okay, but we do not have any kind of, you can say, hierarchical column, so it is fine. But if you encounter this, simply go with flatten and it is also fine. Okay, because this is no code, you actually do not need to worry about anything. So let's see, what do we have here? We have airport ID, airport name, and we have city, we have country, and so many things. Let's say for the airport name, we want to capitalize it. Let's say, because airport names are really, really important. So let's say derive column and derive airport names. Okay, I will simply bring the projection. Makes sense. We have actually done a lot of transformations. Wow. And we will be just doing some aggregation transformations as well in the gold layer, because gold layer is all about transformations regarding aggregations. Because in the gold layer, you have two options. Either you build the star schema, snowflake schema, or you build the aggregated version of your data. We already have a star schema built because we have factor and dimension. So we're going to build aggregated version. Makes sense? We're going to build aggregated version. Basically, in short form, or you can say in the popular names, you call them as business views. We're going to create business views that will be used by directly the business owners. Okay. So let's see this data now. Invalid. Wow. What's wrong, baby? Okay. So now we need to transform the data, and we want to transform airport name, and we want to use upper function. Let's say this time lower function. Okay. Airport name. Lower doesn't mean like low. It's just a function name. It will just not typecast, it will just convert those alphabets into lowercase. And I think lowercase are better than uppercase. Obviously. So after this, our transformations will be done. Not completely, because you need to learn a very important step. By the way, this is done. Perfect. Now we're gonna learn something very, very important. What's that? Now it's time to write this data, because we have made all the transformations, right? But. How to write the data? How? Okay. Basically, you need to write the data in the silver layer. We know that. But how you can just write the data? It's not that much easy. Really, yep. It's not that much easy. Because in the silver layer, we want to create something called as upserted data. That means you want to either update the data if data exists, and you want to insert the data if new data arrives, and you can only achieve this with the help of Delta Lake. Okay, now you'll be learning how you can just configure Delta Lake within data flow, yes, without any code. Okay, so for that I will simply add here one activity which is called alter rows, and this is the activity that you need every time whenever you want to basically write your data somewhere. Okay, makes sense. I will simply say alter row, keep it as it is, I'm fine with this. Now it is saying alter row condition. It is saying insert if, update if, you need to say upsert if, because we are applying upsert logic. Okay, now it is saying what is the condition. Now why it is asking for a condition? Because let's say you do not want to upsert all the records, you want to filter out some records maybe, right? So in this particular condition you can just write, hey, whatever is the condition, let's say airline name should not be equals to this one, or blah blah blah. But what if you want all the records? Because that's what you will be doing in the scenarios and in the real world as well, because whatever you want to filter, we will be applying filter activity, right? Why we need to filter in this stage? No. So what we do really, we simply create a pseudo condition. What is a pseudo condition? Any condition which will be always true. For example, 1 equals to 1, that means it will be always true. You can also say 0 equals to 0, any condition, any pseudo condition, or you can say 1 greater than 0. So that means, so basically this is a row level operation. So it will take first row, it will say, hey, is my condition matching? Obviously it is matching. 1 is greater than 0, it will pass that record. Then second, it will say if 1 is greater than 0, obviously it is greater than 0, it will simply pass that. So it is just a pseudo condition. Okay, then data preview, you can even say data preview and it should be fine, because every record should be upsorted. But yes, you will see this mark here at this time, like what records are being ingested in your, you can say, pipeline. Okay, makes sense? Makes sense. Very good. See, all the records are upsorted. The orange mark is update, plus mark is insert, that becomes upsert. Now comes the sync part. Just click on this plus sign and let's just say sync, which is at the end. Okay, now you need to just pick the data set. Now you cannot create your normal data set. No, you have to create something called as inline data set. Now what is inline data set? Inline data set is basically the data set that is used with open table formats. Delta Lake, Apache Hudi, Apache Iceberg, all those things. Okay, I will simply say inline. Okay, and it will say inline dataset type. I will simply say Azure, not Azure, just scroll down, Delta. This is the inline dataset. You can obviously use it with JSON as well, but you cannot use Delta in the normal dataset. Okay, now what is the link service? We already have link service with Data Lake. Perfect. Now this is very important. Allow schema drift. If let's say new schema or let's say new column arrives in your incoming data, do you want to allow schema drift or not? If you say yes, I want to add new columns, then just tick this box. Otherwise it will simply say validate schema. If I say validate schema, it will simply say, okay, what should be the validation step? Obviously you can say dynamic content, and setting this option will cause data flow to fail if any column and type defined in the projection does not match the discovered schema of the source data. This is basically, if you remember, the mapping step of the copy activity. If it fails, it will fail the entire data flow. That we should not do. Okay, so now again it depends upon the requirements, right? Very good. Now I can even say errors. What are the errors? Okay, obviously we didn't specify the folder path, so now we need to pick the folder path. Okay, now I'll simply say browse. It's raining suddenly from nowhere. Wow. Just pick silver, and within the silver we do not have anything. We will create a new folder. I will simply say dim airline. Perfect. Now compression type, you can just pick any compression. We usually pick compression as snappy, but it's fine. Vacuum, we do not need vacuum. And here's the thing, we need to pick upsert instead of insert. Okay, so now if we want to apply upsert, obviously we need to define a condition, because obviously on the basis of that condition it will decide whether this record is an update or an insert. Simple. So in our case, we have airline ID as the primary key. So you need to pick the primary key here, because if let's say you have airline ID 1, 2, 3, 4, blah, blah, blah. If those IDs are already there, it will simply update the data. If it doesn't have those IDs, it will simply insert the data. Make sense? Okay. Then partition pruning, we do not need any kind of partition pruning. Basically, what is partition pruning? Whenever, basically it is like partitioning. Whenever you just want to store your data, if you just want to create partitions while storing the data, you can create partitions, but we do not want to create that. I will simply delete this. Okay. It's not like required, so you can just leave it empty. Now data preview, just refresh, make sure it is working fine. Okay. By the way, this debug button is very, very expensive. So do not like keep it running for hours. It is the most expensive thing in the Azure Data Factory. Why? Because it runs virtual machines to process your data. Okay. So this is fine. We can simply run it. But before that, we will simply add all these steps in all data flows and just do it with me. Okay. It's a practice for you and you should know like what you need to do. So let me just do it for you. And you do not need to copy, you need to do it on your screen. Okay. So alter condition, upsert if 1 equals to 1. And then that's it. Then I'll simply say sync. Okay. Inline data set. And then delta. Linked service, this one. Settings, folder path. Silver. I'm just doing it in, you can say fast forward mode, but you know like what you need to do. Okay. Dim flight, upsert, and key column will be flight ID. Okay, perfect. Let's do it for third one. Alter row, upsert. Okay, add sync. Remember, you cannot add sync activity without alter row. Okay. Setting silver. This is dim passenger. Okay, allow insert, allow upsert. Passenger ID, refresh. Let's do it here as well. What happened? Why so silent? Why so silent? So here, this is the thing. So now you'll be asking, hey Ansh, Lamba. Yeah. What do we need to pick for bookings? So here, this is the booking ID is the primary key if you do not know. Okay. Okay. Good. Okay, perfect. I'm done. Okay, so now we are good to just publish this particular data flow. And let me just tell you how you can just publish the data flow. Okay, so how you can just do that. So in order to do that, you will go to pipelines. Okay, just go to pipelines and now you will create a new pipeline. And this time you will simply say silver layer. Okay, perfect. In this particular pipeline, you have an activity called data flow. This is the activity. Okay. And you will simply say data, or you can say silver data flow. Okay, silver data flow, perfect. So within this, you need to just go to settings and just need to select the data flow, this one, that's it. Now it is saying run on Azure integration runtime. Obviously this is fine. Compute type small, yes. Verbose logging, we do not need to log anything, so that is fine. Then parameters, we do not have anything, so that is fine. So sync properties, staging, yeah, perfect, everything is fine. So now we can even debug this particular data flow from here, because obviously whatever you have done, you want to debug it, you want to perform those transformations, because whatever we were doing here was just for the preview. It didn't actually perform anything. If you see your silver layer, it is empty, bro. It is empty. Now we need to populate the data here, right? So I will simply say debug, or basically you can say run it. Now if I click on debug drop down, I have two options: use activity runtime, use data flow debug session. Whenever you are running data flow in the pipeline, you should always use activity runtime, because this particular thing will take a lot of time. But in this particular scenario, it will be very fast because our debug session is already on. So I will simply pick this. But in the production scenarios, we do not pick data flow debug session. We always pick use integration runtime. Okay, that's just a tip for you. But in this particular example, I will simply pick this one because our debug session is already on. So why to waste the resources? So just to use it, it will be really, really quick. Because otherwise, you know that if it is not turned on, it will first take 5 minutes to turn it on and then it will be running. So we have something called as TTL as well, time to live. What it does, it simply says, hey, you need to live for, let's say, 15 to 20 minutes, even if you are in the idle state. But again, it is very, very slow. So now this data flow is running and let's see if it works fine. Okay. We can expect at least like 2 to 3 minutes to run it, because it will be performing all those transformations and everything, populating the data, everything. So let's wait. So ta-da! This is succeeded. By the way, let's verify it. Do we have anything? Refresh. Perfect. We have all the things available. And what is this one? Why do we have this particular one directly here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Where is the fifth folder? I think something is wrong. Wait. If we just go to data transformations, and which folder was missing? Dim airline. Oh, dim airport. So I think with the dim airport, what did we do? We actually didn't select the folder path. See? Come on, man. How you can just miss it? You need to do something like this. Dim airport. Okay, very good. And obviously let's delete this one because it doesn't look good like this. Now you can simply perform, or you can say rerun this particular thing using debug. Yeah, it just took like 2 minutes 25 seconds. That's it. Meanwhile, I can also publish it just to save my work. So our silver layer is ready, and I know like this will be succeeded because we have already tested it. Okay, so now do you know what? Let's talk about the gold layer. Okay, let me just keep it running. Let me just close all the unnecessary tabs. Let's create a new pipeline. It's called gold layer. Okay, now within this gold layer, first of all, let me just tell you that yes, we either create a dimensional data model, which is a star schema, or we create business aggregated views. We are trying to master Azure Data Factory. So yes, Data Factory or Azure Data Factory doesn't have the data warehousing capabilities. Now Azure Data Factory can be connected to, let's say, Synapse Analytics, Databricks, Snowflake, or any, you can say, data warehousing, you can say, application that you want to use. We can do that. But currently we are trying to master Azure Data Factory. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna create business views using data flows to populate the gold layer. Make sense? So do not say, hey, why didn't you use Synapse Analytics for data warehousing? So the thing is, see, we can use that, but currently we're trying to master Azure Data Factory. We want to see, this project is dedicated to Data Factory only because I know I have like very lovely data family for Azure Data Factory who loved Azure Data Factory. So that is why I decided to contribute this particular project on Data Factory only. Okay, so that is why we're gonna build our gold layer using Azure Data Factory as well. But yes, you can use Databricks, you can use Synapse Analytics, you can use so many things. Make sense? Okay, very good. Very good. So this is in progress. Yeah, this will be completed very, very, very soon. Maybe in just 10 more seconds. Yes. Just refresh. Yeah, by the way, we do not need to worry about this pipeline because we know that this will work fine. And yes, so let's focus on this code layer. So first of all, we need to drag something called as data flow. Ansh, Lamba, first of all, create the data flow. I know. I will simply say gold data flow. I know that I do not have any data flow, but it's fine. I can even click on settings and I do not have any one. Like I have one, but that is for data transformation. And let's click on plus new. You can click data flow from this particular step as well. And I will simply name it as data serving because this is the serving layer for business. Okay. And this is completed. Not really. Not really, because I just need to create, you can say, data set just to pull the data. Okay. And it will be like very easy because we are using Delta Lake as a source now. Because see, that's how you also learned about how to work with Delta Lake, which is actually very, very one of the hottest topics that we have for data engineering. Delta Lake, because everyone is talking about files and you need to know like how you can just perform everything using files instead of physical databases and all those stuff. Okay, makes sense. Why it is taking longer? Because now this time it is actually updating the folders as well. That's the concept of upsert, right? Okay, let me just keep it running. It will take some time. So currently we want to create the sources, right? And this time we want to create the sources for all the silver layer data. So simply click on add source, click on add source. This time I will simply say, let's say dim airline. Okay. We do not need to create any dataset. Why? Because we want to use inline dataset. Click on inline dataset type, again delta, this one. It will say linked service is this one. And then it will say, hey, what is the source option? You simply need to click on silver layer and then you need to click on dim airline. Perfect. That's it. Do not pick only this one or only this one. No, just pick OK. Because in the Delta Lake, you just pick the whole folder, because in the whole folder, you want to read your Delta log as well and the files as well. That is the combination that you need for Delta Lake. Okay. Do not pick only the folder or not. It will break it. Okay. So allow no files found. You can like, what is this option, by the way? Sometimes when you have empty Delta Lake folder, then it is very handy. So in our case, we have data, so it is fine. Then time travel. What is this time travel? This is a new feature, you can say, they have added in the data flows. So with the Delta Lake, you can actually time travel in the time travel back in the time maybe. So let's say you want to just read a particular version. Okay, so that you can actually, basically I have a dedicated video on time, basically Delta Lake. So if you want to learn everything in Delta Lake, because this is not specific to Azure Data Factory, this is specific to Delta Lake. So if you want to master Delta Lake, and I think you should, in 2025, you need Delta Lake. Trust me, trust this guy. You need Delta Lake. And do you know the best resource to learn Delta Lake? Trust me, I'm not like just saying that. I will simply search on Google Delta Lake full course video. Okay, hit enter. See, I just searched this thing on Google. Simply pick this video. This is your true guide, I would say. And if I just click on this, this will give me like all the links. So I have two videos basically. I have first of all this video, which is the Delta Lake full course, and this video as well, Delta Lake 4.0. This is basically the latest version, because when I created this video, they actually added so many updates and all. So then I created Delta Lake 4.0 full video with the free Databricks edition account, so that you do not need to subscribe for any Azure subscription or anything. So if you just want to watch this video, I would recommend just watch this one. And this is a masterpiece. Trust me, you will become a pro Delta Lake developer from scratch. Okay, so just go with this video and just become a pro. Make sense? Very good. Okay, so now this is our source. If I click on data preview, it should just give me this data. Meanwhile, we can create another data set. Okay. And I will simply say dim flight. Okay, perfect, inline. And this is delta basically. Okay. And then data lake, source option. Source option is this one, silver. And then dim flight. Perfect. So this is my source. Oops. Why did I click on cancel? Click on OK. Okay, very good. I can click on preview. It is still running. Okay. By the way, this is complete, I guess. Very good. Let's close it. Dim flight is also here. Then we have, let's say, I want fact. Okay, 2 dimension and 1 fact. Okay, 1 fact. Add source. And this will be my fact bookings. Okay, inline. Inline data set type. Delta. Where is delta? Where is delta? Ooh. Delta. Okay, link service is this one. Source options, browse, and that's it. I want this fact bookings. Click on OK. Very good. So what is the requirement? First of all, just tell me that. So basically in the gold layer, we create different business views. So many business views. Okay, we create business views that is strictly aligned for any business. That is, you can say, aligned for any particular business use case that we are just trying to resolve, any, you can say, data driven decision that we are just trying to resolve that. So these are the things that are required. Make sense? Like business views. So now the thing is, we have a requirement. So let me just show you the data. So we have this airline data, right? We want to know that which airline is actually performing the best. Okay, which airline is actually performing the best in terms of revenue. Okay, this is the first requirement. Then if I say dim flight, if I refresh it, if I say refresh, so we'll be creating basically 2 views. Okay, one for airline and one for, you can say, flights. Okay. And meanwhile it is just refreshing it. So I think now you have understanding for the first view. We want to find which airline is actually generating the maximum revenue for our business. Make sense? For our business. Okay. If I look at the fact bookings, I should see all the, you can say, flight, basically airline ID and all. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna simply first of all join this particular dimension with this fact table. Can we apply joins as well in the data flows? Yes, you can. So I will simply apply the join with this particular fact table, and then I will aggregate the data based on the flight name, and then not flight name, like airline name, and then I will just try to sum up all the ticket cost and everything. Let's do it. It sounds fun and it is fun. Just forget about flight for now. We will be just building that as well, but for now just forget it. Okay, so now what I can do, I will simply click on this plus sign. Okay, and then I will click on join, and this time I will simply say airline join. Okay, airline join. Then what type of join I want to apply? I want to apply left outer join, because obviously that is the best join if you are applying between fact and dimension. Then this is my left stream. What is the right stream? Right stream is dim airline. Okay, perfect. Then it will simply say join condition. Join condition, we need to first of all import projection. It will simply say, what is that? Format, define the default formats that will be used. Oh bro, just import it. For airline as well, we would need to import the projection. So it is grayed out because it is importing the projection for fact right now. Let's wait. Let's wait. The good thing is you are actually not writing any single line of code even for joins. That is the power of, you can say, Azure tech stack. That is why it is creating a kind of revolution in the industry, because low no code tech stacks are actually easy to maintain by the business, and business do invest in those particular solutions which are low no code. That are my words, you can mark it. That is why Databricks, all the other things are also becoming low no code with the time. Okay, it's all about business. So let's import the schema as well, and I think it makes sense. It makes sense to become like low no code. It is easier to like maintain. It becomes less complex. You can easily learn. You can easily do a lot of things. You can do a lot of things actually. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. Okay. So now it is applying join, but for that we need to define the joining condition, and for that we are just importing the projection. Okay, let's see. Okay, this is done. Let's click on this particular activity, which is join. Okay, so let me just define the column from here. It should be airline ID, and it should be airline ID from here. Perfect. Now this is the join. Okay, if I say data preview, I should see columns from the dim, you can say airline as well now. Okay, very good. Dim airline. Okay, and we gonna use aggregation functions, plus we gonna use window functions as well. So you gonna learn a lot of things in this particular goal layer, because it is really required. Okay, this is really required, and this is like business view 1 that we gonna create. And yes, you gonna learn window functions with low no code, because window functions are like very scary for a lot of people. I don't know why, because of its row level operations and behind the scene structure, not everyone knows. So that becomes really easy with Azure Data Factory, especially with data flows. Okay, so it is taking some time because it is applying join, and let's wait a little bit. Oh bro, do it fast. Okay, meanwhile it is just returning this data. Okay, so what we can do, so this is the inspect button. So inspect button is simply like a kind of check before previewing the data. So this is the data, by the way. Very good. So we can see all the columns. Make sense? So now what we're gonna do, and you should ask this question from yourself as well. So we have everything, but if I check something called as, you can say, airline thing. So in the checking status, airline name, airline country, and perfect. Now we are seeing airline ID 2 times. Should we see this particular column 2 times? Obviously no. Why we are seeing 2 columns? Because obviously one column is for fact, one column is for dimension, right? So we can actually reduce the column numbers. Simply click on select, and we'll simply say select columns. Make sense? Very good. Select columns, and let's say you want to keep airline ID from the fact only. That's what you do always. Okay, so I'll simply delete the airline ID from dimension. See, it is giving me hint. Hey, this airline ID is from dim airline. I will simply click on dump. That's it. Very good. Now what I'm gonna do, I am gonna aggregate the data. Okay, based on what? Based on this particular column called flight name. Where is, sorry, not flight name, airline name. Very good. And we're gonna find the ticket cost, like how many tickets we have sold, and then we're gonna aggregate it, and then we're gonna use window functions. So first of all, I will simply say aggregate. Okay, so this is the aggregate. I will simply say aggregate airline. Okay, then it is saying, hey, on which column you want to apply group by? I want to apply group by on airline name, this one. Okay, and what will be the aggregates? Aggregates will be add or select a column. It is saying, hey, do you want to add a new column or you want to transform an existing one? I can simply say add a new column. I will simply say total amount, okay, or you can say total sales. Okay, what is the expression? Click on open expression builder, and I want to say sum of ticket cost. Perfect. Save and finish. That's it. Let's see the data. We should see only the you can say airline name and then the cost, or basically the sales that we have made with respect to the ticket cost. That's how we will get to know, hey, which airline actually performed the best among the others. And then we're gonna rank it using window functions called dense rank. If you do not know about dense rank, let me just give you a quick overview. Dense rank is a function that is used for ranking, and it is different from rank function. What is the difference between rank and dense rank? Basically, let's say you have the amount as 100, okay, it will assign it 1. Then 200, it will assign it 2. Then you have 200, it will assign it 2. Then you have 300, it will assign it 4 instead of 3. So basically it counts the redundant values as well. In case of dense rank, it will say 101, 202, 202, 303. It will not count the redundant values. So that's the difference. And I do like dense rank function because it makes sense. What is this? 1, 2, then 4. 1, 2 and 3. What is 1, 2 and 4? Again, like it depends upon the requirements, okay? Like how you want to just build that particular column. In most of the scenarios, you should use dense rank. I just love dense rank function and row number, that's it. I rarely use rank function. I do not like it. I don't know why even it is there. Obviously, there are some use cases. That's why it is there. But from a developer perspective, I do not like it. So these are the values that we have got. Okay. So these are some random values, 51,000, 586, 42. So we need to sort these values. That's why it will make more sense. Okay. I will simply click on plus sign. I will say window. This is the window function. Okay. Click on window. So I will simply say ranking. Okay, makes sense. Then it is saying, hey, what do you want to rank? I want to rank basically total sales. It is over, okay, over total sales. Sort is this one, select column total sales, ascending, no, descending. Okay, range by it is fine, unbounded. It is basically, if you do not set unbounded, you have to say, hey, current row unbounded, that is for cumulative sum, which is like for finance team. We do not need to worry about that. Window columns. It is saying what will be the column name. I will simply say ranking. Okay. Or you can say top. Oh yeah, top makes sense. Top. And what will be the expression? I will simply say, yeah, I will simply say dense rank. Not dense rank. Yeah, dense rank. I think so. Yeah, dense rank. Let's say save and finish. And let's try to use it because I rarely use this particular ranking function here. I try to use derived column, but I wanted to show you using this window as an activity as well. It's like personal choice because you can even write the same expression in your derived column as well. That's it, I would say. Let's see what it will return. Let's see. By the way, we are actually covering almost all the most used transformations within data flows. That is a good thing because you are learning all those things. Actually, these were not decided because I was like, okay, we will be just covering all the transformations with the flow, but flow was really good. Actually, it was really good because you have that mindset to learn. So it's all connected. So I'm just delivering what you want to learn. If you do not know the connection, you will get to know very soon. Don't worry about those things. So there's a connection. Okay. Okay, sir. Okay. So data preview, bro. Quick. So now do you know what we need to do after this? So basically once it is done ranking, we need to sort top 5, you can say, flights basically. So it is saying top 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Why it is giving me 1, 1, 1, 1, 1? Maybe we missed something. Maybe. I think something is wrong with this one. Okay. Over is total sales. Okay. This is performing sorting. Okay. Sort is descending. Okay. Range by unbounded. That is fine. Tens rank. Over. Then we have order by. Then we have partition by. Okay. Over total sales. Oh, makes sense. Makes sense. Because total sales. Wait. Over is fine because we want to say aggregate airlines column. Okay. That is fine. We want to say over aggregate airlines column name. It is saying open expression builder. Okay. Maybe sort is this one, because the thing is in SQL we write something like this: dense rank dense rank, then we say over, then we say order by. Okay, order by any column, and that's it. We can even say partition by as well before that. So we are saying over. Okay, over order by column. So order by column is this one, which is the total sales. That is fine. It is saying over. Okay, which is this one, total sales, and it is saying this one. Okay, if we say expression builder, okay, column name should not be this one, total sales. Why bro, why? Because I was thinking like something is wrong here. Then let's remove it. Let's pick airline name. Open expression builder. Do you know what do I think? Because I think this is for partition by, and because see, it is returning 11111 and 1111 for each airline, or basically total sales. Bro, this is partition by, I'm so sure. Let's click on delete. We actually do not need this. We actually do not need this because we are not actually partitioning the column. I think so. Let's see. Because this is because obviously like it doesn't make any. Oh man. Because it doesn't make any sense if we just see 111. That means something is used for partitioning, because then only you can see 11 like repeated values. Okay, that was a guess. Let's see. I think so. Okay. Ranking. I think it should work. I think so. I personally think it should work. Okay. I personally think it should work. Because I don't think so there's any other reason for 111 as per the logic. As per the logic. It is so fast, right? So quick. By the way, whenever you're just debugging it and you are not actually running the data flow, that's why it becomes sometimes slow, but it is like fast enough to run your production workflows very quickly. Again, like it depends upon the cluster size that you have provided there, but usually it is very quick. So, oh, boom. Delta, oh wow, see, Delta is so popular. Delta Lake, Delta Airlines. So this is generating the most of the sales for us, and as the top one. Now we just need top 5. Okay, we just need top 5 because this view will be running every single day, or let's say every single week before their business meeting. So whatever data they will be seeing here, they will just take the business decisions accordingly. Okay, so what we need to do, we will simply say filter. Okay, simply say filter. I'll simply say filter top 5. Makes sense. So in the filter condition, I'll simply say total sales, not total sales, basically top less than 6. That means 5, right? Okay, if I say refresh, it should work. So this is basically our first business view that we have created successfully. Obviously it is running, it will work fine, I know that. Now it's your homework that you need to perform the same thing for flight as well. You need to just find what are the top flights, okay, flights, or you can say basically countries of the flight, which are the top performing ones. Okay, this is a homework for you that you need to do, because I have shown you all these steps how you need to do. Okay, so this is a small homework for you. Make sense? I like just showing these things and then asking you to just to complete it, so that you can just do it and learn it. Because see, that's how you learn, when you just do it on your own. Small things, not like entire thing, just small things. 90% should be taught, 10% should be practiced as well. Okay, not like entire content should be a kind of copy paste. And obviously I literally treat these videos as your live classroom, so obviously in the classroom you should expect some homework, right? Okay, so for now I'm just removing this dim flight, okay, because we're gonna just populate this particular view in our gold layer, and the next view, the second view, you will be populating it. Okay, good. Business view is almost ready to be going to the gold layer, and then our gold layer will also be super duper ready. Very good. Then I will just show you how you can just set up your code repository for Git integration and all those things. That is again very important, because being a developer, when you work in the real world, real industry, you actually work in a Git integration environment where you just create the branches so that you can just work in the parallel environments, right? So I will just show you how you can just do that. You do not need to worry at all. I will just show you both the ways, using GitHub, using Azure DevOps as well, because both the options are free. Yes, both the options are free. You can just pick any one option. Okay, so we are having top 5 rows. Very good. Now I can simply say alter row just to write this data, and I want to say upsert if 1 equals to 1, and then I will say sync, and in the sync I will say sync gold. Make sense? Then inline dataset, as you know, delta. Okay, then link service will be this one, and then settings, destination. Actually we need to create a new container. I will simply say gold, because you cannot create the container from there as well. I think so. See, I will simply say browse again. Yeah, gold. You can create folders but not the containers. Simply say okay, and then folder will be, let's say, business view. Okay, makes sense. Allow upsert, not insert, and then condition will be obviously airline name. Make sense? So now actually what I think, we should not create here upsert. Why? Because every time we want to create a new business view, right? Because let's say today we have these top 5 records, next week they can be different, right? We cannot add the new records. So I think it should be overwrite every time. Yes, it should be overwritten every time this view runs, right? So perfect, we will simply say overwrite, and that's it. Okay, this is our data flow. Okay, now I will simply go to gold layer, and I will simply logging level none, and that's it. Let me just debug it with the using data flow debug, sync methods selected. What? No update method selected. Oh, obviously we need to change it here as well, because we are not using upsert, we are using insert. So just change it here as well. Now just say debug. What do you want, man? What do you want? I think it is done, man. Validate. No. Oh, we didn't selected allow insert here. Yeah, we need to allow insert. Yes, you can insert some data. Use data flow debug session. Yes. By the way, it was good that this error came, so that we actually updated the alter row as well, because that was required to be updated. So this will be running, and it would hardly take maybe 1 to 2 minutes, because we are actually applying lots of aggregations, and whenever you just apply aggregations, it is basically the heavy transformation. We are applying joins as well, which is again like heavy or expensive transformation, which is also called as white transformation. So you can expect like it will take obviously a little longer, but not like actually longer. Okay, let's see if it works fine. And if yes, then we are all set to just configure our environment with Git. Okay. And I will just show you both the ways, GitHub and Azure DevOps. You can use anything. Okay. GitHub is very easy because you would already have some GitHub account. For Azure DevOps, you will be worrying, hey, we do not have any kind of Azure DevOps account, how we should be copying and how we should be just getting started. Creating Azure DevOps account is even easier. Okay, so I will just show you both the things. Do not need to worry at all. Okay, first of all, I will just show you with GitHub, then Azure DevOps, and then you are all set, bro. All set. You have actually mastered Azure Data Factory. Trust me. What will be your next steps? I will just tell you. Don't worry. I will just tell you everything. Everything, bro. Everything. Don't worry. Now let's wait for a few more seconds. So as you can see that our goal data flow is also succeed and we are so happy. We should just see the data here. Perfect business view, and this is our data. Wow, lovely, lovely, lovely. First of all, let me just publish all the things. Okay, let me just do it. Okay, so it is just deploying all the things. So we have successfully completed all the stages of Medallion architecture, bronze, silver, gold, and we actually learned so many things. Yes, ADF is itself a never-ending topic, but I would say when you master these topics, whatever I have covered in this particular video, will help you to crack all the complex scenarios, because the root of every scenario is in this particular video. I can definitely guarantee that. Yes, one thing is next we gonna discuss is, now let's quickly talk about one topic which is called triggers, which is used to, let's say, automatically orchestrate your pipeline, just to schedule your pipeline basically. That is why we just call it as a trigger, because it will be automatically triggered. It is very simple just to create a trigger. Let's say you want to create a trigger for your parent pipeline. Okay, just for the data ingestion. Okay, you simply need to go to parent pipeline and then you just need to say add trigger. Okay, then you simply need to say new and edit, and then it will say choose trigger. We do not have any, so you will simply say new, and then you will simply say, let's say, ingest trigger. You can simply give it a cool name, and then it will say schedule. There are basically so many types of trigger. 99% of the time you will be using schedule trigger. That's it. Okay, tumbling window trigger are like schedule trigger, but with the help of tumbling window trigger you can actually trigger the pipeline in the past as well. You will rarely use this trigger, trust me. Then you have something called as storage events trigger. This is the kind of trigger which is used to trigger your pipeline on the basis of an event. What is an event? It can be any event. Let's say a file landed in your data lake. It can be one event. Let's say a file just got deleted from your data lake. It can be another event. Again, you will be rarely using this particular trigger as well. Trust me. These are just like fancy triggers, but in 99% of the time, you as a data engineer use schedule trigger. I will also use schedule trigger. Okay, and it is saying start date. I know it is very late. So it's up to the demand, like whatever you want to just pick. So it will be like start date, and this is the time zone that you want to just pick. Okay, then you can say recurrence. What is recurrence? Let's say you want to run your trigger every day, but in every 15 minutes. Okay, so you can just set this time like this. If you want to, let's say, keep it day in every, not 15 day, let's say every day, then you can also write it like this. So you have so many options just to set the recurrence. Makes sense? But usually we just set it daily, and we just set the start time and end time, and that's it. If you just click on advanced recurrence options, you will simply set the time. Let's say I want to run this particular pipeline at 6 a.m. daily. I will simply say 6, and then minutes will be, let's say, 00. That's it. So it will be running at 6 a.m. every day. If you want to start it, you can simply say okay. I do not want to keep it because I know myself. I will just create it and I will not delete it. I know. So that is why I will simply click on cancel. So this is a short, you can say, introduction how you can just set up the triggers just to trigger the pipeline automatically, because obviously once your development is complete, you do not want to manually run this whole pipeline, because you are a data engineer, right? So you should know how to orchestrate the work. Okay, so that was all about the triggers in Azure Data Factory. So first of all, what is Git, or basically why do we need Git? So basically, let's say you want to work in the parallel environment. So let me just show you. First of all, this is the option. If I click on this particular button, I will see Data Factory and set up code repository. So far we were making changes directly on the Data Factory itself. That you can say, if your organization is big enough, when you have like so many data engineers, you will be working in the parallel environments and you will not be making changes directly in the Data Factory. Make sense? In that particular scenario, you need to just create feature branches to start your development, just to do any kind of development. Okay, make sense? So how you can do that? So for that, first of all, I will show you both the ways. First of all, let's talk about GitHub, because you would have a GitHub account. I can imagine that. Okay, simply go to Manage tab and just go to Git configuration. It will say configure. Yes, configure. Now it will say repository type. If you have GitHub, let's pick GitHub. So it is saying for GitHub integration, you should authorize Azure Data Factory OAuth app that acts on behalf of user to connect to all repository that user has access to. Yes, we know that. Use GitHub Enterprise Server. No, we do not have any kind of Git Enterprise Server. Okay. So it is saying, what is that actually? GitHub organization or account that owns the repository. Basically any kind of, you can say, GitHub account link. So whenever you have that particular repo, you need to put it here, right? GitHub repository owner basically. So it is saying GitHub organization or account. In your case, you are not an organization, you have the account that owns the repository. Example for the repository, https github.com contoso blah, blah, blah. The owner is contoso. In my case, I have the GitHub repository with the name called Ansh Lamba Git. Okay, so I'm the owner of this particular, you can say, username. So this is your GitHub username that you need to provide. Okay, if you have the GitHub account, you would have the username as well. If you do not have the username, that means you do not have any account. So just create the account first of all. Click on continue. Then it will simply say, hey, just put your email address and password. Okay, because it needs to configure it that you are the owner. So when you will be just able to provide email and password, you can actually set up the GitHub repository. Make sense? Let me just quickly do it for you. So as you can see that when I just typed my credentials, created 8 years ago. Oh, okay. Azure Data Factory authentication. Okay. I was like, what's that? So basically now what we are trying to do, we are saying, hey, Azure Data Factory is authorized to use our public and private repositories. Okay. If I click on drop down, it will simply say, hey, blah, 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 blah. Simply click on authorize Azure Data Factory. Now I can pick any repository name. See, I have so many repositories. I can pick any repository. But obviously, if I want to create a new one, I can also create a new one as well. Select repository, use repository link. I will simply say select repository. Do we have to create a new one? I don't think so, because we have to create the repository from the GitHub itself. Makes sense. And then it will simply say, hey, you have created your repository. Then you can simply use that repository, or I can just use the existing one as well. But I do not want to create a repository on GitHub for this, because remember we created the linked services with the on-prem and I had to just put those credentials. So I do not want to push it publicly. That is why I'm not going to do it in, you can say, GitHub, because it is a public repository. Okay. Yes, I can create a private repository as well, and then there I can push, but I just want to avoid it. Makes sense. But you can do it if you have not set up your link services, or let's say you are not actually pushing the code for, you can say, your personal credentials, PII data, then you can simply push it to GitHub. That's how you push it. I just wanted to show you with GitHub as well. Okay. That is all about pushing it with GitHub. Simple sorted, bro. Simple sorted. Okay. Very good. Now the Git parts will be covered in the ADO as well, because it's not about like GitHub or ADO. It's about Git. Because GitHub and ADO both are same. exactly same in terms of GitHub. You can say in terms of Git repository. Okay, both are exactly same, so you do not need to worry at all. Now simply click on cancel. Okay, so now we want to talk about ADO, which is Azure DevOps. You need an ADO account, Azure DevOps account, in order to get started with Azure DevOps, obviously. So I have already created a video. If you just hit enter, so there's a video with this particular, you can say, project. I will try to put the link of this project in the description as well. You can just find it. It is basically saying Azure End-to-End Data Engineering Project 2025 from scratch with Azure DevOps. You can simply watch this project, and it is an amazing project, amazing real-time project with Azure DevOps as well. So in this particular video, you need to watch this video from 57 and then 50. This is a timestamp that you can use to watch this particular, you can say, video, and this video will actually tell you everything that you need for setting up your first Azure DevOps account. We can simply save the time. We can simply save 10 to 15 minutes here, so that you can simply watch this part, only this part. That's it. Okay, that's it. Because, and trust me, it is very easy, very easy. I know creating an Azure DevOps account is a complex task, but I have put the most easiest way to set up your account. Okay, so you do not need to worry at all. So now once you have the Azure DevOps account created, you can actually navigate it very easily. How? Simply search here and simply say Azure DevOps. Once you have the account, okay, once you have watched that video, and by the way, you can even continue with that project video as well. That is a masterpiece video, masterpiece. I will simply pick this one and I will simply say my Azure DevOps organization. Okay, in your case, if you do not have one, you will simply say get started with Azure DevOps. That's the only thing. Okay, so now I already have this particular organization. I will simply say default directory. Always select default directory. Do not ever pick Microsoft account. Never. Always you need to say default directory. Okay, so this is my organization name, Ansh Lamba 0047, and so far I have these two projects. Let's create a new project. Okay, I will simply say let's create a new project. New project means new repository, basically. Why do we not call it as a repository? Because in Azure DevOps, we have some project management tasks as well, such as sprint, tasks, boards, all those things. But in GitHub, we just have repository. That's why I will simply say ADF project. This is my repository or project name that you can say. And then advanced, it is fine. Then click on create. So this is the project that we have created. Make sense? Okay, makes sense. So this is called ADF project. Okay, so within this we have so many things, right? But we are just concerned about repos for now. So initially you just need to click on this drop down which is saying ADF project, because currently you do not have any kind of repository, you just have the project. Make sense? So I will simply click on new repository and let's give it a new name. Repository name will be, let's say, ADF project. Basically not, because usually in the real world we just try to keep the project you can say repository name same as your data factory name. So I will simply say Ansh Lamba ADF project, because this is our ADF name as well, right? Project makes sense. And it is saying, do you want to add a readme file? Yeah, just go ahead. Add a Git ignore? No, just click on create. Okay, so this is our repository that is created for us. Okay, if I just go to branches, we will just see the main branch. That's it, right? So this is set up in our Azure DevOps. Now let's see how we can integrate this repository with our ADF, basically Azure Data Factory. I will go here and I will simply click on configure, and this time I will pick Azure DevOps Kit. So it is saying cloud, yes. It is saying default directory, this one, yes. Click on continue. Azure DevOps organization name, this is the organization name. Project name, I have already created this project, ADF project. Makes sense. Repository name, you have options to create repository from here as well, or you can even create the repository from the ADO as well that we have already created, right? I will simply say this is the one. Basically repository is this one. Okay, this is also the repository that you can say like by default created, but we always create a new one as well, because this is a project, this is not a repo. Basically this is the one. And what is this main branch? Basically this is the main branch. That means this is a kind of branch in which we'll be collaborating using feature branches. Okay, so I will simply say main branch and click on apply. So if I just go to my ADF now, I will see something else here. See, main branch. Wow. So this is the branch that will be used for collaboration. And there is another branch which is ADF publish branch. Why it is grayed out? Because you cannot touch this branch. ADF publish branch will be used to generate the artifacts. You do not need to worry, I will just tell you everything. So let's say this is the main branch. Okay. Now let's say you are the head developer and you have just hired some interns, some new data engineers. So let's say they want to also collaborate on the same project, right? So they cannot make changes directly to the main branch because it is very risky. So what they will do, they will simply click on this drop down. They will simply say new branch. So they will, let's say, create feature branch. Let's say feature Ansh. Okay. And this will be built on this particular base. Click on create. Okay. So this is the branch. So let's say even I make any changes in this branch, it will be not applied on this main branch directly. No, because it is an independent environment. It is like Git fundamentals that you should know. If you do not know about Git fundamentals, I have a great video on Git full course that you can actually see and learn Git integration, because Git is the backbone for all the development that we do in the real world. So just go and check out that video. Just search Git full course Ansh Lamba and you will actually land on best video. Trust me, best video for data engineers, because Git is for everyone, but what exactly you need to learn in Git for data engineers actually matters. Because I actually didn't see any video for GitHub or Git for data engineers, so I thought of just creating it. So if I just click here and if I'll say Git full course Ansh Lamba, whatever topic you need, just search the topic and just end it with Ansh Lamba. You will find the course. So this is the video, Ansh Lamba Git and GitHub tutorial for data engineers. This is, I would say, trust me, I am not just exaggerating it. This is the best Git and GitHub tutorial for data engineers. I'm not saying this because this is my video. I personally feel this because the depth I have covered in this particular video is amazing, is outstanding. And I know like what exactly you need to know as a data engineer, because when I was learning it, I had to just like refer so many resources. So I thought of just putting everything here. So this is the best thing that you can just learn about Git. Okay. So back to the video. So this is the feature branch that we have created. Okay. So let's say you are making some changes in this particular pipeline. Let's say you are adding one pipeline. Let's add one pipeline. I will simply say new pipeline. Okay. What this pipeline does? Nothing. We have an activity called wait. So it will simply wait for, let's say, few seconds. Let's say for 3 seconds. That's it. Okay. You want to save it. Okay. I will click on save and I will simply add the commit message, because whenever you just want to save it, it means we are just committing it. And this is the commit message. Okay. It is simply saving it. Done. So now this is saved here in the new pipeline. But if I just go to the main branch, I do not have that particular pipeline. See? So that means now this user, this new user will create something called as pull request. See, create pull request. So what is pull request? Pull request is just a request to merge your feature branch into the main branch. Merge your pull request, basically merge your feature branch into the main branch. Okay. Click on create pull request, and what it will do, it will take you to the ADO automatically. And it will say, hey, this user wants to create the pull request. And these are the files it has changed. And this is the new pipeline it has added. There's only one commit in this particular branch. And this branch needs to be merged into the main branch. Okay. So obviously you will say create. Perfect. So now this request will go to the approver. Okay. Here. Currently we have not set up any kind of approvers. So in my case, I am the approver. So I will simply approve it, because obviously there should be an approver to approve the code, right? I will simply say approve. Okay. Ansh Lamba has approved it. Very good. Now I will say complete. Who? I, the owner of this, not owner, basically the senior data engineer. I will simply say complete. And how I need to just perform this pull request? Using fast forward merge method. What is fast forward? Watch the Git video, because this is a Git concept. Okay. And then after merging it, I want to delete the feature branch because I don't want to keep it anymore. Okay. Simply say complete merge. So now it is merging my feature branch into the main branch. That's how you collaborate in the real world, in the real project. Okay, now this is done. Now you have the option to reward the changes. Let's say your junior data engineer made some disaster. Okay, you can even reward it in just one click. Okay, this is the reward button. Then what is cherry pick? Cherry pick is again a Git method, a Git function, which allows you to cherry pick a specific commit. Okay, so whenever you merge your code into the main branch, it creates a merge commit. So you can cherry pick only this particular commit into a different branch. Again, Git concept, you can just watch that video, because Git is the backbone of all the data engineers if they want to work in the real world. Just watch that video. This video is pure gold, pure gold, pure gold. Trust me. Okay, so this is all about, you can say, a crash course on Azure DevOps for data engineers who are using Azure. Now, once you have everything in the main branch, let's say here, if I go in my GitHub repository, if I refresh my data factory, you will see that I have only the main branch. I want to just work on the main branch now. So let's say our development is done. Now we want to move these pieces into QA environment or prod environment. So in that particular scenario, I will simply say publish button. So now in the features, we do not get the publish button. We only get the publish button in the main branch. So what this will do? This will do two things. What are those things? Basically, it will write all the code, whatever we have done in the main branch, everything will be converted into JSON. Okay, and it will be called as ARM template. Okay, and then ARM template will be stored in a branch called ADF publish. That is why this branch is grayed out. This branch is grayed out. If I just go to this repo, if I go to branches, I will see main branch here. If I click on all, I will just see main branch, because ADF public branch actually doesn't exist right now. But the moment I click on publish, now, first of all, it will make the changes in the current data factory, which is the live mode. Then it will say publishing deployed one of one resources. After deploying it, it will start the generation of ARM template. Just see generating ARM templates. Now that ARM template will be saved in Git in the ADF publish branch. It is done. If I now just go here and just refresh it, see, now I have this branch as well, ADF publish. Now within this ADF publish, we have the entire code repository in these two templates, ARM template, ARM template. Now, being a data engineer, your role is till here. Now DevOps engineer will come into the picture and will create release pipelines here to deploy this code to QA and then to prod. This is a task of a DevOps engineer. In some organization which are not big enough, yes, they do ask data engineers to do these tasks, but ideally they should not ask these things. Second thing, they will only ask to perform DevOps thing if you have at least like senior data engineer having 10 years of experience. So I don't know like why a lot of you say, hey, just create a video on release pipelines, how we can just deploy. Yes, I will do it. But what is the need? You are a data engineer, you are a developer, you are not a DevOps engineer. DevOps engineer is a different domain. Yes, we can create videos on that, but first of all, just cover all the data engineering stuff at least. Just try to learn Git. Do you know everything in Git? If yes, then only just go to the deployment or DevOps domain if you want to go. That is totally a different domain. It is good to know those things, but being a data engineer, your task is still here just to generate the ARM templates. After this, if you want to create the, you can say, release pipelines, you are actually performing the tasks of a DevOps engineer. Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? Okay, good. So that is a kind of, you can say, small crash course on Azure DevOps for data engineers, for Azure data engineers basically. So this was all about this project, and I hope this project gave you a complete understanding of Azure Data Factory. Your next steps, let's talk about that. So your next steps are, you need to watch Git video for sure, because that is pure gold. And now I would say you can watch some more and more technologies such as Databricks, such as you can say DBT projects that I have on my channel. So it's simply scroll the channel, simply pick the project that you want to build, put it in your resume nicely, go through it, develop it, and yes, all those projects are real world projects. Trust me. We use normal data sets, but we create the scenarios just like real time scenarios. Okay. So I hope you loved this project. Just share this video with your friends. Just put a lovely comment in the comment section and just write that you will. Just write, I will crack the dream job this year. And I will just see you on the video that is coming on the screen right now. So happy learning.